Chapter 1 Wounds That Cut Deep. Naruto was smiling as him and his perverted master walked up the road toward the village gates as the sun was just falling below the horizon. "All right, finally, coming home, I can't wait," Naruto said with excitement. "Geez, it's like you've never been away from the leaf for an extended period of time." Jiraiya chuckles. "Hey, we have been gone a year and a half. That is the longest I've ever been away from the village," Naruto said. "Yeah, but we were supposed to be gone for 3 years," Jiraiya replied. "And we would have been if I hadn't dragged you away from those whorehouses and hot springs," Naruto replied. "Hey, that was essential intelligence gathering," Jiraiya defended. "For your books, but not our mission of finding out about the Akatsuki," Naruto said. "So because of you, my newest book will be delayed," Jiraiya said. "But my training was quickened and we got the intel we needed in half the time. Now you can work on those dirty books of yours all you want," Naruto replied as Jiraiya got a perverted grin on his face. "And you'll have more time with Bachan," he teased. "What you talking about?" Jiraiya asked defensively. "Oh, don't give me that shit. I know you like her. I heard you saying her name in your sleep when we shared rooms," Naruto replied. And it wasn't in the perverted way either, it was in a caring way. "I'll find you caught me on that. What of it besides, don't you have the same problem with that pink-haired girl?" Jiraiya shot back as Naruto's head dropped in shame, "Like I thought." "All right, fine, you got me there," Naruto replied. "So it's true what they say about a student and master being similar," Jiraiya said with a grin. "Maybe a little," Naruto sighed. "And maybe more than you think," Jiraiya chuckled. "No, I'm not a pervert," Naruto shot back, knowing that is what he was implying. "Oh really, then that super extra perverted jutsu isn't your creation then?" Jiraiya asked, getting Naruto to slump in defeat. "You know I really hate you sometimes." Naruto sighed, getting Jiraiya to laugh as they entered the gate. "You just know how to suck the good mood right out of me." "It's something I take pride in," Jiraiya said as he looked at the two front desk clerks. "Ah, Jiraiya-sama, Naruto wasn't expecting you for another year or so," Kotetsu said with a smile. "Yeah, I bet a little pink kunoichi will be happy to have her teammate back," Izumo said teasingly, getting Naruto's excitement back. "Seriously guys, I finally got him to calm down," Jiraiya sighed. "Hey, can you keep it on the down low? I'm back. I want it to be a surprise," Naruto asked. "As long as you report directly to the Hokage, I guess we can keep you guys off the books," Izumo replied. "Thanks guys," Naruto said with a smile. Naruto and Jiraiya made their way to the Hokage's office where she was pouring herself a drink. Naruto and Jiraiya merely slipped in through the window. "Damned, who do you think you are coming in through the—" Tsunade began, but then looked to see the two people she wasn't expecting. "Jiraiya, Naruto, what you two doing here?" "Well, seems the kid is a fast learner when it comes to training," Jiraiya said. "I've taught him just about everything I could without getting into the really high-end stuff," Jiraiya said. "Yep, can even do the Rasengan one-handed now," Naruto said, proud of himself. "Is that all you taught him?" Tsunade said, looking at Jiraiya disappointed. "What, no? That is just the thing he is most proud of, getting it down to one hand, and his new variations of the jutsu. I taught him plenty," Jiraiya said defensively. "Yeah, he taught me his INV," Naruto began, but had his mouth covered really quickly by Jiraiya. "Hey, you want her to kill the both of us? That is not a jutsu you go bragging about," Jiraiya said as Naruto got a look of realization on his face at what the old perv used it for, and knew Tsunade would jump to conclusion and assume he used it for that as well and kill the both of them. "What was that?" Tsunade questioned. "Oh, he just taught me a lot on evasive maneuvers like how to tail someone and how to lose a tail more easily. You know, the whole espionage thing," Naruto covered. "Then why did you try to stop him from saying that?" Tsunade asked. "Well, I was supposed to be teaching him fighting techniques, not spycraft. Didn't want you blowing up on me for going off subject," Jiraiya covered. "Honestly, I am just happy you didn't turn him into a pervert," Tsunade said. "No, still working on that," Jiraiya said with a grin, giving Tsunade a tick mark above her eye. "Well, is there anything you need, Bachan? I was hoping to get some ramen and surprise Sakura-chan before it got too late. Naruto said, "Well, I guess we can test you tomorrow to see how you've progressed." Tsunade replied, "Thanks," Naruto said with a smile and headed out the door. "All right, so what about the seal? Is it holding?" Tsunade asked the white-haired Sannin, who just sighed and looked back at her. Naruto walked down the street with a grin on his face, heading toward his favorite ramen stand when he passed by the window of the barbecue shop and saw a pink-haired Kunoichi. "I can go to Ichiraku anytime. I'll show up and surprise Sakura here and now," Naruto thought as he grinned to himself and entered the shop and spotted Sakura along with Ino, and he started to head over to their table. As he drew nearer to them, he began to hear their conversation. "So how's the dating scene going?" came Ino's voice, getting Naruto to stop and remember something Jiraiya had once told him. "Always gather as much information on a target before you make a move, whether it be in battle or love. Know who or what you're dealing with before you decide to attack or fall back and reassess the situation," came the old pervert's voice as he slid into a booth close enough to hear, but still far enough away he wasn't easily seen. "You know Sasuke-kun is the only one for me." Sakura shot back at her friend. This gave Naruto a mixed feeling of joy and sadness, knowing she wasn't seeing anyone, but also her feeling toward the team hadn't changed. "Yeah, but since he isn't here, doesn't mean you can't play the field a bit to find out what else is out there. Just cause I want Sasuke as well doesn't mean I won't see what else I could have. Maybe there is someone better out there I just haven't met yet," Ino replied. "Well, you keep looking. I'll stick with Sasuke-kun," Sakura said. "Well, you're no fun, just play along a little." Ino said, "How about Kiba?" "No, the smell of dog is just too much," Sakura replied, holding her nose. "And don't even say Shino, I really hate bugs." "Then Shikamaru?" Ino asked. "To lazy," Sakura replied. "Choji?" Ino asked. "Eats too much. I ain't good at cooking as it is," Sakura replied. "Geez, why are girls so cruel like this?" Naruto asks himself. At least us guys say it to each other's faces, have a good fight, and best friends again the next day. "MHMHO, I know," Ino said with a grin. "What about Naruto?" At this, Naruto stated to listen real hard. "What, no way, never," Sakura said with a blush. "Oh, I see a blush there. You do like him, don't you?" Ino said. "What, no?" Sakura said, gaining control of herself again. "What, why not? He may be a knucklehead, but even though he wasn't all that pretty on the eyes, he was still young. I can't wait to see what he is like when he comes back from his training trip." Ino says, licking her lips. "There is something I never told anyone before about Naruto," Sakura said as her head dropped a bit, getting both Ino and Naruto to listen in. "My parents never liked the fact I was on his team." "What? Why is that?" Ino asked. "They said he was a monster," Sakura said, getting Naruto's eyes got a look of pain, knowing what she was talking about. "What, why would they say that?" Ino asked. "I don't know, but of course I didn't listen because if I asked to be switched, I would be taken away from Sasuke-kun, and I hadn't seen anything to warrant that fear," Sakura said, getting Naruto to let out a small breath. "Until the Land of Waves mission," Sakura said. "What happened then?" Ino asked. "In the report I said I didn't see what happened in the ice mirrors that Haku formed, but that was a lie," Sakura said, getting Naruto's fear to grow. "I felt a wave of what I can only describe as pure evil resonate from it. To this day, I will never forget it. Struck fear to my very core. Then I saw Naruto covered in that orange chakra we saw him in when he fought Neji in the Chunin exams," she explained. "Did he hurt you or Sasuke?" Ino asked. "No, he only beat the hell out of Haku, but even to this day, I have had a slight fear of him. I don't know, maybe he is just a monster like my parents told me," Sakura said. At this, Naruto nearly ran out of the restaurant without the two Kunoichi noticing. Just then, Sakura felt a slap across her face, and she looked up and saw Ino staring at her hard with anger. "How dare you talk about your teammate like that?" Ino almost yelled. "What?" Sakura said. "Has he done anything to you for you to call him that?" Ino asked, "because all I have ever seen him do for you is care for you no matter how badly you treated him." "Ino," Sakura stuttered. Sorry, I just get upset when people are mean to others or call them something that they don't really deserve. Ino sighed. This coming from the gossip queen. Sakura said. I just pass along what I've heard, not my own opinions. Ino said, and I may rip on my friends a bit, but never call them a monster, especially when they haven't done anything to warrant it. Ino said, right, sorry, it's just that's something I have never gotten out of my mind about him. Sakura said, well, if you aren't going to date him when he gets back, mind if I do? Ino asked teasingly, trying to lighten the mood. Naruto didn't know how far he had run, but when he stopped, he found himself in Team 7's old training field. Why would she think that about me? Naruto asked himself as tears poured down his face. She fears you, came a voice. What, who's there? Naruto called out. She is just like the rest of the village, she fears your power. The voice came again. No, she just doesn't understand. Naruto replied. What doesn't she understand? That you have a demon sealed inside you that could destroy the entire village? The voice asked. Yeah, if I just explain it to her, she won't be afraid anymore. Naruto said, getting a slight bit of happiness. Or she will reject you completely, like the rest of the village. The voice said again. No, she won't do that. Naruto argued. Oh really, she already thinks of you as a monster. Demon isn't too far away from that. The voice came back. As Naruto heard this, he began to realize the voice was right, and orange chakra began to seep out of him, forming the one-tailed fox cloak. Wait, that's you, isn't it, Fox? Naruto said with realization. So what if it is? Doesn't make it any less true. If she finds out the truth, she will hate and fear you just like everyone else. Kyubi said. No, she won't, Naruto began. What cares for you? You heard her with your own ears. She is scared of you and will never care for you like you do for her. I'm just trying to keep you from getting hurt even more. Kyubi said. No, you're just trying to get out again. Naruto said. Maybe, but doesn't make what I said a lie. Kyubi repeated as a second tail began to form, and an image of Sakura appeared in Naruto's head of her seeing him like this. Oh my god, you are a monster, like my parents said I should have listened to them. The image said as fear went through her eyes. No, Sakura, please let me explain. Naruto began as he reached for her, and a third tail formed. No, get away from me. She cried as a fourth tail emerged and his skin began to peel away. Please, Sakura, don't leave me, please. Naruto begged as he grabbed her hand. No, leave me alone, someone help the demon, has me help, the demon is here. She cried as a fifth tail emerged, and Sakura's image faded and Naruto was left alone again in the five-tailed state and going further. Yes, give in to the despair and the loneliness, let me out. The Kyubi yelled as all of a sudden chains ripped out of Naruto's body and anchored him to the ground. What, no, impossible. The Kyubi screamed as the demonic energy was drained from Naruto's body, and he reverted to normal and slumped to the ground on his knees. However, his hair changed from bright blonde to blood red, fading to blonde tips. Damn, Kyubi, how dare you try to use Sakura against me like that? Naruto said. But you know I'm right. She is your weakness, especially now. Kyubi said. He knew the fox was right. She always was his weakness, and to get such an emotional reaction that almost released the Kyubi on the village again, he knew he had to do something about it. Just then a squad of masked Anbu along with Tsunade and Jiraiya landed in the field to find Naruto chained to the ground. Naruto looked around at all the Anbu, and something hit him. Flashback. Alright, who can tell me what the Anbu are? Irika asked his class. The best ninja in the village under the direct control of the Hokage. Sakura said excitedly, trying to impress Sasuke with her knowledge. Yes, but why are they the best? Irika asked. Because they have full control over themselves' mind, body, and emotions. They control it all, not showing any weakness in any aspect. Sasuke said flatly. Yes, they have control over all these, and even the hardest one, emotion. If you can control that, you can control the other two easily. Irika said. And flashback. At remembering that, and looking at the Anbu, he knew what he had to do. Who chained him up like this? Tsunade demanded. No one, Lady Hokage. Came one of the Anbu. He was like this when we got here. What? Tsunade asked. They're right, this is the Uzumaki Kekii Genkai, Jiraiya said while inspecting the chain, getting both Naruto and Tsunade's attention. What, I didn't know the Uzumaki had a Kekii Genkai, Tsunade said. It is very rare and mostly only the women get it. Only been a few documented cases of a male getting it. It is chains, as you see, that are very useful in sealing. It seems they have drained him of the demonic chakra that we had felt, Jiraiya said as he walked up to Naruto. Try retracting them back into your body. Naruto felt the chains in his body and focused on pulling them into himself, and they began to retract into him. Once they were retracted, he stood up and walked over to Tsunade. Bachan, I formally request to be put into the Anbu, Naruto said, looking up at her with now demonic slit red eyes and complete seriousness and resolve that she could tell meant he wasn't going to take no for an answer. It was late afternoon as Sakura walked back from the main gate on one of her normal duties as Tsunade's apprentice. Why do I have to run these simple errands? Isn't this why she has a secretary? She sighed to herself. Hey, just be happy she isn't pounding you into the ground with her strength training, Inner said. Yeah, I guess you're right. It's been 3 years since I started training with her, and it's been a grueling time since I mastered the basics of being a medic. Ever since then, it's been body hardening and strength training. She sighed again as she approached the entry desk and took the day's sign-in sheet. As she walked into the Hokage's office, she saw her master taking another drink. She set the papers on the desk and looked at her master. You know, master, you shouldn't be drinking on the job. Hey, drinking helps reduce stress. Stress causes fatigue. Fatigue causes you to miss stuff. So 1 or 2 drinks actually help. Tsunade says with a smile. You say drinks and mean bottles? Sakura asked as she pulled 2 bottles of sake out of the garbage can. Never said the measurements of those drinks, did I? Tsunade says with a grin. Whatever, sure show. I brought today's login sheet. Is there anything else you need? Sakura asked. No, you can have the rest of today off. Relax a bit, Tsunade said, waving her off. Thank you, Shirsho, Sakura said with a bow and walked out the door. Sakura walked to her best friend's flower shop to see the ponytailed blonde. Hey, Ino, she said as she walked through the door. Oh, hi, Sakura, what you up to today? Ino asked with a smile. Oh, not much, just got done with Lady Tsunade, and she gave me the rest of the day off, Sakura said. All right, that's great, let's go to the hot springs, Ino shouted with a smile. What? Don't you have to work here? Sakura asked. Oh, we're almost closed for the day, and Mom can handle the last hour, Ino said as she took off her apron and hung it up, then shouted to the back of the store. Hey, Mom, I'm heading out with Sakura. All right, you two have fun, came her mom's voice, and she dragged Sakura out of the shop and down the road. Sakura laid back and soaked in the hot springs. All right, Ino, you were right, this is just what I needed. See, never doubt me, all right, Ino said with a grin. Got it, she sighed as she sunk down to her chin in the hot water. So then how have things been going with you, Sakura? Ino asked, getting the pinkette to sit up a bit so she could talk. You know, good, considering Lady Tsunade has been running me into the dirt with strength training on top of the medical training, Sakura sighed. Well, that's all well and good, but I was more interested in your personal life. Like, found someone you like yet? Ino teased. I told you Sasuke-kun is the only one for me, Sakura said. And like I have told you before, just because he is the one doesn't mean you can't play the field a bit, Ino said with a mischievous grin. If so, then who do you like? Sakura said, trying to turn the tables. I asked first. Ino wagged her finger at her, getting Sakura to sigh. Anyway, how long has it been since Naruto left? She asked, looking for a reaction. About 3 years now. Why do you ask? Sakura asked innocently. Well, I'm just wondering what he will be like when he gets back. He was always a child, but 3 years of hard training with a Sannin hopefully has matured him, Ino said. I have been training with one for just as long, Sakura said. Yeah, but you were able to go home and get away from it from time to time. He was never able to go home to get away from it, Ino said. Well, guess that's true, Sakura admitted. And I can't wait to see what he looks like when he gets back, Ino said with a sly grin, looking at her friend. What do you mean? Sakura asked, a bit confused. Oh, don't tell me you haven't thought about it. Ino asked. Thought about what? Sakura replied, still confused. About how hot he must be by now. Seriously, when we were younger, he may not have been much to look at. But with his training mindset and his stamina, he must be working out that body harder than ever, and the muscles must be forming in nicely. Ino said with a bit drool as she thinks about it. What? Sakura asks in shock as an image of Naruto with no shirt on showing off a hard chest of muscles and six-pack enter her mind. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about, come to mama. Inner drooled over the image as Sakura shook her head to get it out of her mind. I'm surrounded by perverts, Sakura said to herself when she remembered something. Besides, he has been with Lord Jiraiya. Granted, he is an awesome ninja and Sannin, but he is also a self-anointed super pervert. The old saying goes, the student and master aren't so different, or something like that, Sakura says with a wave of her hand. Then that would make you a drunk who has no luck? Ino shot back, getting Sakura to slump in defeat. Alright, maybe that philosophy doesn't hold true. Sakura sighs, getting Ino to grin in victory. Besides, would it be so bad if he came back a little perverted? With a body as I image the knowledge of the greatest adult book writer and the stamina that has no end, I don't see any downsides there. Ino says with a far-off look in her eyes. Great, I got a pervert for a best friend. Sakura sighs. I'm just kidding. Ino says with a giggle. Besides, he should be coming home soon anyway, and you'll see I'm wrong. Yeah, I hope so. Sakura replies. No, you don't. You hope she is right on the money. Well, I do anyway. Inner replies with a perverted grin. Shut it, Inner. Sakura sighs as she slides further into the water. After a few minutes, she feels the water ripple as Ino gets out. She looks over to see Ino getting out of the water and wrapping herself in a towel, but instead of going to the exit, she starts heading toward the fence. Huh, Ino, where are you going? Sakura asked. Thought I saw something. Ino says as she gets to the fence and squats down and starts to inspect the fence. Just then she begins to hear giggling coming from the fence. Damn, Ino, what are you doing over there? Sakura said as she got up and wrapped herself in a towel, then headed over to her friend. Ino shushed her friend as Sakura saw a little bit of blood dripping from her nose, then pointed at the hole in the fence. I think I found the perfect man, she whispers as Sakura squats down and looks through the hole. As she looks through the hole, all she can see is the back of a man's head and his arms lying across the edge of the hot springs. He had blood-red hair fading into blonde tips. She then notices an Anbu tattoo on his right bicep. As she looks him over, she begins to feel a blush spread across her face. Just then he started to stand up, and she got a glimpse at his toned backside and his well-developed back muscles. Then her eyes made their way up to his shoulders, and to her horror, she saw the word demon carved into his back from shoulder to shoulder. The man reached for his towel, and just as he wrapped it around his waist, she barely caught a glimpse of something heading straight at her. She jumped back from the hole just as the tip of a kunai plugged it up. Geez, that was close, Sakura said in shock as she stares at the point of the kunai that was deep enough through the hole it could have poked out her eye. Well, guess guys don't like being peeked on any more than we do, Ino said, but it was totally worth it to see that. Guess I know why they do it now, she said with a grin. Can you be any more perverted? Sakura asked as Ino got up. Hey, maybe if we hurry we can catch him in the lobby, Ino said as she got up and almost sprinted off to the exit. Ino, wait up, Sakura whined as she chased after her friend. They quickly got dressed and headed out to the main lobby and looked around. Ino then went to the front desk and asked, has anyone come out of the male bath? No, nobody has come out of there, the clerk replied. All right, so we didn't miss him, Ino said as Sakura sighed. Was there ever anyone in there? Sakura asked the clerk. No, no one has been in or out of the male's bath since you two have gotten here. Why was someone spying on you from there? The clerk asked with a bit of anger, looking at the male bath door. No, we just had a bad feeling, that was all, Sakura said, more like the other way around, she said to herself as she grabbed Ino's arm and drug her away from the bathhouse. Okay, that's weird. I know we saw him. How did he get in and out without the clerk seeing anything? Ino asked. Did you not see the Yambiyu tattoo on his arm? Sakura asked. What? Ino asked, confused. There was Yambiyu tattoo on his right bicep. So he could have easily snuck in and gotten out without anyone noticing either that, or he told the clerk to not let anyone know he was there. That is what they do. Sakura said. Well, looks like little miss. I'm not a pervert. Was looking closely at that body of his now, weren't you? Ino replied in a teasing tone. Oh, shut up, you were the one who tricked me into looking. Sakura said as Ino began to walk off and Sakura followed her. Well, when you found out, you didn't look away, did you? Ino asked as Sakura blushed, realizing she was right, and just followed in silence, thinking about what was carved into his back. Who are you and why did someone do that to you? She thought as she followed Ino and headed home. But unknown to them, there was an Anbu sitting in a tree above them in silence, merely shaking his head before jumping off into the night. The next day, Sakura was called into the Hokage's office. When she walked in, she was confronted by Kakashi, Temari, and Ino. Kakashi-sensei, haven't seen you in a while. Sakura said, seeing her old sensei. Yeah, I have been helping train up some new Yanbiyu. Kakashi replied, rubbing the back of his head as he lowered his book. Good you're here, we can begin this briefing. Tsunade said as Sakura walked up to the desk. This morning we received word that the Sand Village was attacked. At this, Ino and Sakura went wide-eyed. And the 5th Kazekage has been captured. What? Why? How? Sakura asked in shock. We believe it was a group known as the Akatsuki, who are hunting down the tailed beasts. Tsunade explained, the Sand has requested assistance from us, and you are the only ones available to go. I would have left as soon as I had heard, but Lady Tsunade said she would gather a team to assist, so I waited. Temari added. Yes, now your mission is to go and assist in the search for Gaara. Also, Kankuro, the Kazekage, and Temari's brother has been severely poisoned and needs you to heal him. Temari said. Yes, sure. Show, when do we leave? Sakura asked. Once this briefing is done, go gather what you will need for this mission and head out immediately. Tsunade said. She then looked at Temari. I wish I could send more support, but we just have everyone that would be of use already on mission. But as soon as a team becomes available, I will send them. Thank you, Lady Hokage-sama. Temari replied. All right, get to it then. Tsunade said as they all left the room. After a few moments, she saw a shadow began to fidget, and she sighed and merely nodded as it disappeared. Sakura and the team had been going full speed to make it to the sand by nightfall, and she began treatment on Kankuro. After making a few antidotes for the poison and getting an hour's rest from the run and surgery, they were off again in search of Gaara along with the elder Lady Chiyo. They were currently following Pakun through the woods. After a while, they came to a canyon with a river and a cave covered by a huge stone. Just then, 4 more people jumped down next to them. Sakura-chan, it's so good to see you, one called out in an excited tone, getting everyone to see Team Guy standing along with them. Oh, hi there, Lee, Sakura said with a friendly smile and wave along with a sweat drop. The most beautiful Sakura-chan, will you go on a date with me? Lee calls out as he drops to a knee, holding out his hand to her. Lee, we have more important thing at hand right now, Sakura said, getting a tick mark above her eye. Yes, we have a 5-part seal here, and all 5 need to be removed at the same time. The first is there, Kakashi said, pointing at the giant rock. The others should be close by. Right, I have all 4 in sight, said Niji. Yeah, I'll be the first to get to mine in the name of my love for Sakura. If I do not, I'll do a 300 laps around the village while doing squat thrusts, Lee said excitedly as he shot up and ran off. Oh, he does realize you didn't tell him where it was, right? Lady Chiyo asked as everyone just shook their heads and headed out as well. After a few minutes, everyone was in position and signaled to remove the seal. Once Kakashi removed it, he jumped out of the way as Sakura ran and jumped, punching the massive boulder, pulverizing it into little bits. As the boulder fell apart, the team jumped into the cave and were faced with a hunchback and a blonde who was sitting on Gaara's body. Granny Chiyo, the hunchback said. So sorry, Chiyo said with venom. What have you done? That is the Kage of your home. Not my home anymore. Sasori said, then turned toward the blonde. Deidre, take the body out of here, and I'll meet up with you when I'm finished here. Oh, I was hoping to have a show. Deidre sighed as a ball of clay fell out of his hand, and it was enveloped by a cloud of smoke, and a giant bird was in its place. He jumped on its back as the bird picked up Gaara's body and took off out the entrance. Go after him, I'll take care of this. Chiyo said as Kakashi nodded, and he and Ino jumped after him, while Sakura stayed with Chiyo. I said go after him. She repeated. I heard. But what kind of girl would I be if I left an old lady here to fight this guy all alone? Sakura said with a smirk and cracked her knuckles, getting the old lady to smile. Sakura quickly jumped towards Sasori, and his tail leapt out at her, but before it made contact, a kunai intercepted it, and then it was ripped backward by an invisible force. That gave Sakura the opening she needed to land a hit on the hunchback's back. As she jumped away, Sasori began to break apart, and revealed a young man with red hair begin to stand up out of the husk. Using a chakra string attached to the kunai, and then attaching it to my tail to give her an opening, very clever granny. I'll congratulate you on being the first to get past Hiriko's defense, the redhead said, but I have plenty to replace him. He sighed as he pulled away his cloak to reveal he had turned himself into a puppet, getting the two women to gasp at what they were looking at. Since you got through my defense, so well, I guess a reward is in order. We don't want anything from you. Sakura shot back. Then I guess you don't want to know the spy I have in Orochimaru's organization? Sasori replied. Or is my intel incorrect about you still wanting to get that Uchiha back? What he knows about Sasuke? Sakura asks herself. Tell me, what do you know about him? Where is he? She screams. If you are able to defeat me, I will tell you where you can meet my spy, and he will tell you everything you need to know. Sasori replied. Then we will defeat you, and put an end to this once and for all. Chiyo said as she pulled out a scroll, and then in a puff of smoke 10 puppets appeared. This is my ultimate puppet technique, the mastery of setting one puppet per finger, she said with a bit of pride. How pathetic. Sasori spat. I've far surpassed you a long time ago, old lady, he said as he pulled out a scroll, and in another puff of smoke there were 100 puppets appeared, causing both women to go wide-eyed. Just then the puppets descended upon the two kunoichi. The battle lasted for a while, only leaving Chiyo with one puppet remaining and Sakura gasping for air, and Sasori had 10 puppets left. Well, guess this is the end for you, Sasori said as he sent all of his remaining puppets towards Sakura with their swords drawn. Sakura, Chiyo yelled as she sent her remaining puppet to intercept, but it was dispatched with ease. All Sakura could do was stand there and watch as the swords descended upon her, and she closed her eyes waiting for the swords to skewer her, but they never came. When she opened her eyes, she saw the back of a red-haired blonde-tipped Anbu with multiple blades sticking out from his back. Also, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki decided to come along as well. Sasori said with a smirk as Sakura just stared wide-eyed at the ninja in front of her. Well, looks like we will get two-tailed beasts out of this trip, he smirked. As Sasori gloated, the Yanbu reached up to the sword on his back, pulling it out, and swung it down, breaking the sword, stabbing him, and the puppets jumped back. You're tough, Sasori smirked, but that won't help you now that my poison is in your blood. At that, Sakura snapped out of her shock and jumped to his side and looked up to see a fox mask on his face. Here, take this, it's an antidote for his poison, Sakura said as the Anbu pulled out the blades that were in him, and she braced herself as a burst of orange chakra shot out of him and began to surround him, and black stuff began to ooze out of his cuts as they healed themselves. Using your own chakra to force out the poison, Sasori said. Impressive, but even with your demon chakra, it will completely drain you to get it all out, he said as he sent his puppets after him again. Once the puppets got close, the Yanbu bolted with his sword at the ready and cut down the puppets faster than Sakura could keep up with. 1 minute he was standing next to her, next he was gone, and the puppets were cut in half. Oh no you don't, I still have one trick up my sleeve, Sasori said as he pulled out a scroll. But before he could open it, it was hit with a kunai, knocking it out of his hands. Just then, he felt something impact him. He looked down and saw the Anbu's sword sticking out of his chest where his heart should be. Well, looks like I lost our little wager, Sasori said with a cough. I'm supposed to meet my spy in Orochimaru's organization at the Tenchi Bridge in 10 days. He coughed out as he faded away. The Anbu pulled out his sword and let the body slump to the ground, and then swung his blade, flicking the poison that had remained on it off, and sheathed the sword. Thank you, Sakura said as she walked up to him, only for him to look down at her. She looked up and saw red slit eyes behind his mask, and a pang of fear coursed through her body. Maybe next time you won't freeze up, and I won't have to save your ass, the Anbu said in a cold tone as he walked past her toward the exit, leaving a shocked and stunned Sakura where she was. He is right. If I hadn't frozen up, he wouldn't have had to save me, she said to herself. Forget him. Even if he is hot as hell, he is just a dick. Inner replied. Come on, we'll show him we are a force to be reckoned with. We were trained by a Sanin, right? Inner said. You just gonna stand there, or are we going to catch up with the rest of your team? The Yanbiyu asked, getting ready to head out. All right, Sakura said as she ran over to him and Lady Chio, and they jumped away, heading down the river. After a while, Sakura looked over toward the Anbu and asked, but didn't know what to call him. It's Fox, Fox said, answering her unasked question. Yeah, Fox, how do you know we are going the right way? Sakura asked. I can smell them, Fox replied. What are you in Inuzuka? She asked. You're not supposed to ask an Anbu who they are, especially in front of non-village ninjas, Fox said, annoyed. All right, sorry, Sakura replied. I can smell the smoke from the explosives that guy has used. If you focus, you can smell the smoke left behind by them as well, he said, getting her to sniff, and she could smell the faint scent of burning smoke. Oh yeah, she said with realization. And those craters and burn marks are also pretty good indications, Fox said, pointing to the small craters scattered across the walls of the canyon they were running through. All right, she said under her breath. Just then they heard an explosion in the distance. Good, we're close. Hurry up, he called back as he quickened his pace, leaving the two kunoichi in his dust. Damn, wait up, Sakura called out to him, but he didn't listen. Damn, why won't he listen? She cursed. Because he is an Anbu, Chio said, getting Sakura to look over at her. If yours are anything like ours, they live by their own standards, and if you can't keep up, you get left behind. They don't like working with those that are not at their level. That is why they only accept the best within their ranks. I know, but we are a team and should stick together, Sakura said as they jumped into a clearing and saw Fox standing next to Kakashi in a fighting position, looking toward the blonde-haired man that they had been after. Now, he only had one arm. Sakura, came Ino's voice, getting Sakura to look over at her. Oh, thank God you're okay, she said, running over to her. Well, since those two are here, I'm guessing Sasori is dead, Deidre said. Yes, Sasori of the Red Sand is dead, Chio said. Well, I'm surrounded and severely outnumbered and running low on clay. Guess there is only one thing left to do, Deidre said. Surrender? Sakura asked. No, to do one last piece of art, Deidre said with a smile, and pulled out the rest of his clay and ate it. His body began to bulge and expand. Shit, he's going to blow, Kakashi yelled and began to use his Mangekyo Sharingan. Just then there was an explosion, and Kakashi was breathing heavily, slumped on one knee. Aha, I tried to get it all, but it was just too much. You got enough, we are all right, Fox said to him as he offered him a hand. And should have known you would have come on this mission, Kakashi said as Sakura and Ino walked up to them. Wait, Kakashi-sensei, you know him? Sakura asked. But before she could get an answer, Fox walked past her. She looked and watched as he walked toward Lady Chio, who was kneeling over Gaara's body with her hands on him, looking like she was trying to heal him. Fox walked up to her, and she was out of breath, gasping for air. Damned, I don't have enough chakra to do this, she cursed herself as she looked up and saw Fox standing over them. And what do you want? She spat as he got down on his knees and put his hand over hers and began to put his chakra into her jutsu, and it began to work. So who is he? Sakura asked. You know I can't tell you that, Sakura, Kakashi said. I know, but there is just something about him that is nagging at me. I just can't quite place it. Sakura said as they began to walk over to them, and Chiyo's hands stopped glowing and she fell to the ground. Sakura ran over to and began to try to heal her, but she quickly found out she was dead. That was when Gaara began to stir and sit up. Wow, what happened? Gaara said as he looked around confused. Lady Chiyo gave her life so you could live on, Fox said as he held out his hand to help him up. She will be remembered and honored, Gaara said as he stood all the way up. Gaara-sama, came two high-pitched voices as two girls jumped and hugged him. That was when they noticed the group of sand ninjas standing in front of them. Kazakage-sama, you're all right, they all said as they ran to him and began to throw him up into the air with joy as the leaf ninja watched. Hey Sakura, isn't that the guy we were spying on in the hot springs? Ino whispered to Sakura, getting her to tense up as she looked over at him from the back and realized it was the same hair and tattoo. Oh my god, it is him, Sakura said to herself. Well, maybe this means we'll get to see him more often, Iner said with an evil grin. And even if he does have a demon inside him, he isn't too bad, especially on the eyes. At this, her eyes bulged in realization at remembering that Sasori had called him the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. As she was having this conversation with herself, Ino was on the outside trying to talk to her, but was getting no response. She then looked over and saw Fox was walking over to Kakashi, and she decided to see if she could find out anything more about this mysterious man. Hi there, Ino said as she walked up to the two, only for Fox to look at her for a second, then back to Kakashi. I'll be heading back to the village then, Fox said to the silver-haired Jonin. Did I just get ignored? Ino asked herself. Hey, I'm talking to you, Ino shouted. No, you're interrupting our conversation, Fox said, looking at her with a glare. Now, Fox, calm down. She is just curious. Not every day an ANBU comes along on a mission, Kakashi said. Very well, Fox sighed as he dropped the glare. Like I said, I'll head back to the village and give the Hokage my report. It may take us a while. I had to use that technique too many times and feel really weak, Kakashi said. Yeah, I feel a bit drained as well. Had to use a lot up myself, Fox said as he pulled out a solider pill and put it in his mouth under his mask. You know, those are for just quick fixes, not to be too heavily relied on, Kakashi said. It's enough to get me back, so I'll see you later, Kakashi-sensei, he said as he jumped away. At hearing that, Sakura broke out of her little argument and went over to Kakashi. Did he just call you sensei? Yes, that is why you haven't seen me around lately, is because he is one of the new up-and-coming ENBU, and they wanted me to train him, Kakashi said. Oh, alright, that makes sense, Sakura said. Never knew you were such a big shot within the ANBU. They would call you back to train a new one. Well, I was one of the best ANBU captains in the village till the third made me your Jonin instructor, Kakashi said, getting the two girls to look at him in shock. And you never truly leave the ANBU. They can always call you back if you're needed. And is that why you were chosen to train our village's Jinchuriki? Sakura asked, getting Kakashi to look at her in shock. How do you know about that? Kakashi asked with shock. Sasori called him the nine-tailed Jinchuriki during our fight, Sakura said. Wait, Jinchuriki are those people you and Lady Chiyo were talking about earlier, who have a tailed beast in them like Gaara, right? Ino asked. Yes, Kakashi said, but don't hold that against him. He is really a good guy at heart. I wasn't going to. He saved my life against Sasori. I would just like to see him again to thank him for saving me, Sakura said. Yeah, that sounds like him, Kakashi said with a bit of a smirk as Guy's team landed not too far from them. And don't mention that to anyone but the Hokage. It's an S-rank secret, Kakashi whispered, getting the two kunoichi to nod their heads as Guy's team walked up to them. I need to find out who he is, Sakura said to herself as they all headed back to the hidden sand village. Sakura and the two teams that had been sent on the sand mission had taken a day at the sand for a little rest and were currently only a few miles from the border of the Land of Wind and Land of Fire. They still had 2 more days of travel before they got back to the village. All right, we're almost to the border. We should stop and rest once we cross the border, Kakashi said as he was leaning on Guy. That's it, I can't take it anymore. Guy yells as he tosses Kakashi up into the air and he lands on his back. This will be faster, he says as he takes off at a dead sprint. Ah yes, such a good idea of training. Lee shouts in excitement as he throws his pack in front of him and bends over ready to carry someone. Niji. No way in hell. Niji yells at him, breaking the normal stone-faced Hyuga. Then let me take your packs, he says excitedly. Fine if it will get us out of taking a piggyback ride from you, Niji said as he tossed his pack on Lee's back, as did everyone else. Now to catch up with Guy-sensei, Lee yelled as he shot off after his sensei. They do realize we were going to rest for the night, right? Ino asked. Yeah, once they get like this, there is no changing their minds, Niji said as he shook his head. Let's just catch up with them, he said as he jumped after them. Welcome to our world, Tintin said as she followed them. Great, I was hoping to get some sleep, Ino whined. Stop complaining and come on, Sakura said as they followed after them. After another day of straight running, it was dusk as the two teams came to the village gates. All right, Guy, you take Kakashi to the hospital. I'll let the Hokage know we're back, Sakura said as she broke off from the group. As she rounded the corner to the Hokage's office, she began to hear voices coming from the office. She silently walked to the door and peeked through the crack in between the two doors. Are you sure? Tsunade asked. Yes, Hokage-sama, he said in 10 days that he is supposed to meet his contact within Orochimaru's organization. Sakura saw the back of the Anbu who had saved her. That was 3 days ago, so we have 7 to organize a team to get over there. And that is what your apprentice is about to tell you once she is done peeping on us. At this, Sakura froze up, realizing she was caught, and walked in. Hi, Tsunade Shirsho, Sakura said as she walked in awkwardly, seeing the fox, Anbu, glaring at her. You know it is dangerous to spy on an Anbu, Fox berated, and I'm not only talking about when they are giving a report, he said, intensifying his glare. Ah shit, he knows it was us, she thought to herself. Ah damn, now he thinks we're perverts and won't go out with us. Inner cries. If that is all, ma'am, I will take my leave, Fox says as he shunshins out of there. I won't ask about what he was talking about. All I'll say is you have to be more careful, especially around Anbu. You may be my apprentice, but spying on a report by an Anbu, they have every right to kill you for that, Tsunade said. Yes, I'm sorry, Shirsho, Sakura replied, bowing. It's all right, if he was going to kill you, he would have done it, Tsunade replied, waving it off. So I have his report, but I want to hear your side of it. Yes, Shirsho, Sakura said as she began to give her report, then got to the part where the Anbu had jumped in front of the puppets protecting her. And I froze up, and he jumped in the way of the blades protecting me from them, Sakura said after a held breath. Then he quickly dispatched the rest of the puppets and killed Sasori after forcing out the poison with his own chakra. While he does have an absurd amount of it, and his control of it is also significant, Tsunade replied. And after he defeated Sasori, that is when he told us about his meeting with his mole, Sakura said, then finished the rest of her report. Very well, I'll get a team set up to go investigate this lead, Tsunade replied. Go get some rest, come back tomorrow at 1700. Yes, ma'am, Sakura said as she turned around and walked out of her office. Well, looks like it's time for you to officially come back, Tsunade said to herself. After relaxing most of the day, Sakura was heading to the Hokage's office with a big grin on her face, knowing they were one step closer to finding her lost teammate. She only wished her other teammate was there to share in the joy. You miss the excitable idiot, don't you? Inner asked. Yeah, it's been so long since I've seen him. I wonder how much he's changed and how strong he's gotten, she replies. Yeah, I wonder what he looks like now, Inner said with a mischievous grin. No, not like that, he is a teammate and a close friend, Sakura replied as she entered the Hokage building. Who says we can't get close to our close friends? Inner replied. I'm not having this conversation with you again, Sakura said to her inner demon as she walked into the Hokage's office. You wanted to see me, Shirsho? Sakura asked as she stood in front of her desk. Yes, I found the first member of the squad that will be going with you to the Tenchi Bridge, Tsunade asked. And I don't like it one bit, came a familiar voice, causing Sakura to turn around and see Fox leaning against a wall in the shadows. He then pushed off the wall and walked up next to her. "Just to tell you I'm against this, I say give me an AMBU squad and we will get him." "Yes, I have noted your suggestion," Tsunade said, getting a tick mark on her forehead. "And I believe you two have the best chance of success in bringing Sasuke back." "The two of us?" Sakura thought to herself as she looked at Fox. "Who is this guy?" "Oh, I didn't miss it, did I?" came another voice, causing Sakura to turn around and see Jiraiya sitting in the open window. "Lord Jiraiya?" Sakura asked in shock. "If you're back, then that means—" She began, then looked over at Fox with shock. "Fox, I am removing you from ANBU status to return to normal ninja forces. Now remove your mask," Tsunade said as Fox grumbled and his demonic slit eyes closed, and he removed the mask, revealing the face of a young man with whisker marks. Then he opened his eyes, and she saw those sky blue eyes. However, now, instead of the joy they normally held, they were cold and lacked anything she could recognize from when they were kids. "In Naruto?" Sakura asked in shock. "Who did you expect?" Naruto asked, putting his mask on his belt. "You're back? You're an AMBU?" Sakura asked in shock. "Wow, nothing gets past you," he retorted sarcastically. "But when? How? How long have you been back?" Sakura asked, still shocked. "About 1.5 years," Naruto replied. "What, 1.5 years?" she asked, shocked. "Is there an echo in here?" "Yes, I got done with my training with the old perv in half the time it was supposed to take," Naruto shot back. "But why did you join the ENBU and not come back, and not tell me you were back?" Sakura asked. "I have my reasons," Naruto said. "And seriously, if this is how she is going to be, I seriously doubt she is up to par to be teamed up with me," he said, looking over at Tsunade. "What? Oh no, he didn't just insult us," Inner yelled in her head. "Oh, you don't think I'm up to snuff?" Sakura asked as killing intent was radiating off of her. "Then having a little spar with me won't be any problem," she offered as anger filled her voice as she clenched down on the chair that was next to her, breaking the backrest with her grip alone. "Sure, why not?" Naruto sighed, brushing off her killing intent as if it was nothing, and turned and headed to the door. "I'll meet you in training area 7. Right behind you," she said evilly. "Well, I can see she picked up those anger management issues from you." Jiraiya chuckled with a hint of fear as he turned towards Tsunade, who was glaring at him. "Well, let's go see how our students have grown, shall we?" Jiraiya said, jumping out the window before Tsunade could get a hold of him. The four of them were now standing in the open field of the training area. However, instead of the standard Anbu gear, Naruto was wearing a black flak jacket over a black long-sleeved shirt with orange shoulders that turned into strips along the arm, with black fingerless gloves, as well as black combat pants that had a strip of orange going down the side. And instead of the standard Anbu sword, he had one with black and orange weave around the handle across his back. "When did you get changed?" Sakura asked. "I shot back to my place, changed over, then came over here. Since I'm no longer on the Yanbu roster, can't be walking around in their gear, can I?" Naruto asked. "All right, you ready?" Sakura asked as she got into a fighting pose as he just shrugged. "All right, if you two are ready, begin," Tsunade said as Sakura shot straight at him, and he merely jumped away, causing her to punch the ground, leaving a huge crater. "Well, seems you've increased your strength," Naruto replied dryly. "Oh, and that isn't the only thing I've increased," Sakura said as she charged at him. As she did this, he put his hand in his weapon's pouch, causing her to stop in her tracks to see what he was pulling out. But instead of pulling out any weapons, he pulled out a small green book. "The hell are you doing?" Sakura asked. "Reading," Naruto replied, as if it was obvious. "Why, we are in the middle of a fight." Sakura shot at him, getting her angrier as she gets a look at the title of the book, Ika Ika Tactics. "To find out what happens, of course," Naruto replies as Sakura goes into a rage and charges at him, swinging and yelling. "How dare you read that smut while in front of me, let only while in the middle of our fight, where I'm trying to show you how much I've grown," she yelled as she swung, but never touched him. "Grown?" Naruto scoffed. "Don't make me laugh. You haven't changed a bit." he said, never taking his eyes off the book. Still prone to overreacting outburst over little shit. Sure, you have the strength to pulverize boulders, but that doesn't mean shit if you can't touch me, he said as he jumped out of the way. Oh, just wait, I'll get you, Sakura said as he stopped and lowered his book as she swung for his face and felt it connect. But when she looked, she saw he had easily deflected her fist. Also, if someone knows how to counter it, what do you have? Naruto asked as he put his book away. All I have to is not get hit by your fist that has your chakra stored up in it, so I deflect at your wrist. He sighed. Oh, I ain't done yet, Sakura said as she threw everything she had at him, but he still simple deflected the punches. I'm getting tired of this. Naruto sighed as he caught her fist in his hand, causing her to look at him in shock. He then kneed her in the gut, getting her off the ground, then swung around and kicked her into a nearby tree. How? Came Sakura's voice out of the dust as she stood up slowly. How did you catch my punch so easily? Who has that technique been on used the most? Naruto asked, only to get a confused look on her face, getting him to shake his head. The old perv has been hit by that so many times it isn't even funny. Only an idiot would be hit by the same attack that many times and not figure out how to counter it. And he then taught it to me, knowing you would be trained in the same way, he said, getting both Sakura and Tsunade to go wide-eyed and Jiraiya to start inching away from the blonde. What is he talking about, Jiraiya? Tsunade asked. Ahaha. Jiraiya stalled. It's simple, you have no real strength. You simply focus your chakra to a pinpoint location in your fist, and then release it on contact with your target. Naruto replied, explaining her technique so simply. But if I focus enough chakra into the spot you are about to hit, it cancels out your chakra, causing it no damage, only what your body can do physically. Which isn't much, he replied, getting the two medical ninjas to realize he was right. Well, that isn't the only thing I have, Sakura replied as she charged at him. I'm getting tired of this. Naruto sighed as he went through some hand signs and slammed his palm on the ground. His toads won't be able to help him, Inner said as he just stood there with his hand on the ground. Wait, he didn't draw any blood for a summons, Sakura thought as she felt something tighten around her ankle and she fell face first on the ground. She tried to push herself off the ground, but all of a sudden, she felt something wrap around her, pinning her to the ground. The hell is going on? She shouted as she turned her head, looking around, seeing Naruto only a few feet away from her, then saw that it was red chains holding her down. My Kekkei Genkai, Naruto said. These chains won't hold me. Putting chakra into a certain point and releasing it on contact may be my primary technique, but not my only one, Sakura said as she focused her chakra into her muscles and tried to break free of the chains. Sorry, not gonna work. These chains are pure chakra, and they have a special ability to drain their victim of chakra and channel it to me, Naruto said as he drew out his sword and brought it up over his head and stabbed it down into the ground inches from Sakura's face. He got down onto a knee and whispered, maybe I am just a monster. At this, her eyes bulged, hearing her own words spoken back to her. Once he did that, he stood up and released his chains and sheathed his sword. This match is over, he said as he walked over to Tsunade and Jiraiya. She isn't ready, he said simply. Still, she will be going on your mission, Tsunade said. Very well, I'll be waiting for further word, Naruto said as he began to walk away. Tomorrow, my office, noon, Tsunade said. Yes, ma'am, Naruto said coldly as he shined away as the sun began to set. While he was leaving, Sakura hadn't moved as she was having an internal battle in her mind. Oh my god, he heard what we said that day, Sakura said to herself. That is why he is so angry at us, Inner said in an uncharacteristically sad tone. We need to find him and apologize. It must have hurt him even more because of the 9 tails, Inner finished as Sakura's eyes bulged in realization. As she was having this argument, Tsunade and Jiraiya walked up to her. You alright? Tsunade said, getting the girl to look up at her master, and then stood up with tears in her eyes and hugged her. Don't worry, it's alright. Don't beat yourself up about it, you did good. He is one of our top ENBU, Tsunade said, trying to comfort her. Yeah, he can even go toe-to-toe with me now, Jiraiya said, trying to help and cheering her up. That's not it, Sakura said through tears. I called him a monster. She sobbed, getting a confused look from the two Sannin. What do you mean you called him a monster? Tsunade said. Over a year ago, I was having dinner with Ino, and he came up in the conversation, and I called him a monster to her. She cried, getting the two elders to look at each other. He must have overheard me, because he repeated back those words to me just now. She cried. Oh, it's okay. Tsunade hugged her tighter. You'll get through this. You will get over it. No, I said such mean things not knowing what he was back then. Sakura sobbed. What do you mean what he was? Tsunade asked. That he has the nine-tailed fox in him. She sobbed. How do you know about that? Tsunade asked her, holding her away from her for a moment. Sasori said it when Naruto first appeared and saved me. Sakura said. And then I remembered what Lady Chiyo and Kakashi said about Jinchurikis being shunned as monster for bearing the demons. Don't worry, Sakura, you know it was wrong and will apologize to him later. Tsunade said as she got done to look her in the eyes for comfort. Everything will be fine. Really? Sakura asked. Well, it may take a bit of work, you know how thick-headed he can be. Tsunade said with a smile. But eventually he will accept your apology, but right now you need to get home and get some rest while he blows off some steam. All right. Sakura sighed as she let Tsunade take her away. Oh, and I haven't forgot about you. Tsunade said, turning toward Jiraiya. Me, what did I do? Jiraiya asked. That book, Tsunade said, raising an eyebrow. It hasn't been released to the public, so the only place he could get a copy of it is from you. What, I want a review of it before I send it off to the stores. Jiraiya said innocently as Tsunade glared at him while leading Sakura off. Over at the hospital, Naruto snuck into Kakashi's window. So then, since you don't have your EMBU stuff on, I'm guessing you are back in the regular ninja forces? Kakashi asked. Yep, even got put with Sakura again. Naruto sighed. Good, it'll be good for you two to reconnect. Kakashi replied with a smile. You are the only one I told about that night. You know how I feel about her now. Naruto said. Oh, is that why you threw yourself in front of those swords for her? Kakashi asked. I don't know what happened. My body just moved on its own. Naruto replied. I think that deep down you still care for her the same way you did when you were kids. Kakashi replied, getting Naruto to sigh. Maybe, but I ain't ready to forgive her just yet. Naruto sighed. I'm not telling you to, but remember when she first felt the fox's chakra, she was only 12, and that chakra is intimidating to even the most hardened ninja, so it's no shock she was afraid of it when she felt it, and back then she didn't know about your burden. Kakashi said. Yeah, and now that she knows I'm Fox and Sasori called me out on being the nine-tailed Jinchuriki right in front of her, it won't take long for her to figure it out. Naruto sighed. Maybe it's a good thing. Kakashi said, getting Naruto to raise an eyebrow at him. I'm just saying now that she knows it will be easier for her to understand your burden better and maybe help you with it. Kakashi said, getting him to shrug a bit. And now that you got beating the hell out of her out of your system, let her try to make up for it. How did you know I beat the hell out of her? Naruto asked. Come on, I've known you two since you were genin, and you have always spoken best through your fists, and she not as much, but she also does as well. Kakashi said, causing Naruto to sigh again. One of these days you gotta tell me why you are so good at this psychiatrist shit. Naruto said as he walked toward the window. Personal experience of loss before acting on it. Also, I tried to do the same thing you have been doing. Kakashi sighed, trying to bury your emotions within the ENBU. It doesn't work, trust me. He finished, getting Naruto to stop at the window, and a sullen look to go across his face. Oh, almost forgot, brought you a present. Naruto said as he walked back to Kakashi's bed and pulled something out of his weapons pouch and held up a little green book that caused Kakashi's eye to nearly bulge out of his head. Is that? Kakashi asked. Yep, an advanced copy of Ika Tactics before even the review staff gets their hands on it. Naruto replied as he set it on the bedside table. It's really good, probably the best one yet. So since you were so helpful with training and everything else, I'm giving it to you as a get-well-soon present. He said as he walked back over to the window. But I can't move my body at all. Kakashi says, how am I supposed to hold it to read it? What's the point of getting a get well soon present if you can use it before you get well? It's incentive to get better. Naruto said with a smirk as he jumped out the window. That sadistic bastard. Kakashi cursed as he began to cry himself to sleep. Tsunade was letting Sakura lean on her as she guided the half-asleep Kunoichi toward her home when Ino came around the corner. Oh hi Hokage-sama, Sakura, Ino said in a cheerful voice, but as she got closer, she saw Sakura was out of it. She also looked like she was beat up pretty bad, and her eyes were puffy like she had been crying. Oh, what's wrong with Sakura? She asked in a concerned tone. She just overdid it in a sparring match. Tsunade replied. With who? Ino asked. I know it wasn't you because you have a strict rule of 2 days off before training again after a mission like the one we just had. Also, a fight with you wouldn't make her cry and cause her eyes to puff up like that. Well, you see, Tsunade said, trying to find a cover story. Naruto. I'm sorry, Naruto. Please forgive. Sakura said in a dream-like voice. What about Naruto? Ino asked, looking at Tsunade, who had the face of someone who was caught with her hand in the cookie jar. All right, Naruto is back and had a spar with her. Things got heated, and he went a little overboard. Tsunade replied, no, the Yamanaka clan can sense deceit easily, making them one of the best interrogation specialists in the village. Nothing she said was untrue, just not the whole truth. What, Naruto's back in the village? Ino asked. Yes, he is, and he just went a bit overboard with the spar, and that was it. Tsunade repeated. Okay, I'm going to go find him and give him an earful, because if it was just a spar, she wouldn't be crying like that, Ino said as she ran off. Ino ran around the village looking everywhere for the blonde to no avail. She was about to give up when she spotted the long blackish-blue hair of a certain Hyuga. Hey, Hinata, Ino called out, causing the Hyuga heiress to turn around. Oh, hi there, Ino. How are you doing? Hinata asked. All right, but I need your help, Ino replied. Okay, but with what? Hinata asked, a bit confused. Use your Byakugan to find Naruto, Ino said. Wait, Naruto-kun? Hinata stuttered. He is back? Yeah, Lady Tsunade just told me he had a fight with Sakura. Now I'm going to see what it was all about, Ino explained. They had a fight? Hinata asked, getting a little excited, thinking that he finally got rid of his crush for her and made an opening for her to slip into. Yeah, he made her cry, and I'm going to see why, Ino replied. Now get to the finding already. Right, Hinata said as she activated her Byakugan and began to search. There he is, she exclaimed. Are you sure? Ino asked. Yes, his chakra has changed slightly, but that is him, I'm sure, Hinata replied. All right, let's go, Ino said as they headed out toward Naruto. They jumped from rooftop to rooftop and finally landed a little ways away from him. All right, where is he? Ino asked, looking around. Right there, Hinata said, pointing to a man with blood-red hair fading into blonde. As soon as she saw where she was pointing, she shot over to him without looking too closely at him. Well, hello, Ino, Hinata, Naruto said as they came up to him. Thought I felt someone looking at me with a Byakugan, he replied. Wait, you could tell I was looking at you? Hinata asked with shock. You weren't really trying to suppress it in any way, Naruto replied. Anyone who knew what to feel for could sense it. You could feel me? She asked, going red and fainting. She still does that, Naruto asked, pointing at her. Well, you've been gone for 3 years, so yeah, apparently. Ino sighed. But that isn't why I'm here, she said as Hinata began to pick herself off the ground. And why are you here trying to peep on me in the hot springs again? But with Hinata instead of Sakura this time, Naruto asked, causing both girls to go red. Nen and Naruto-kun in the hot springs, Hinata said as an image of Naruto in the hot springs entered her mind and she passed out again. What? Ino asked in shock. How did you know we were there and it was us? Well, first think about who my master is, Naruto replied and paused for a second. Because of him, I know where every peephole in Fire Country is, as well as most of the rest of the countries. Don't even get me started on Land of Hot Water. Yeah, well, Ino stuttered, but no, that isn't why I'm here. Then what? Naruto asked as Hinata woke back up and got up. It's Sakura, you made her cry because of your spar. Ino replied at this, his eyes lost any kind of kindness that were there, and killing intent began to resonate off of him. And I'm supposed to care? Naruto replied. Well, she is your teammate and friend. Ino said, holding back from trembling. What is wrong with him? Hinata asked herself as her knees began to shake, just being in Naruto's presence. This isn't the Naruto-kun I know, not the one I fell in love with. She said to herself. I'll give you credit, not many can stand up to my killing intent and still hold firm like that. Naruto said with a smirk that sent a chill down both Kunoichi's spins. But next time you come to chew me out for something, get the whole story. He said as he turned around. As for me, I'm going to get a drink. He said as he headed toward the open door of a bar. Hey wait, you're only 16, you can't drink. Even if you're a ninja, an underage genin still can't drink. Ino shouted as she ran after him as he walked through the door. Haha genin, that's cute. Naruto said as Ino and Hinata walked through the door after him, but instead of being in a bar, they were walking out the door of the bar they had just tried to enter. What the hell? Ino asked as she looked around and turned around and tried to get in again, but only to have the same results. Okay, seriously, what the hell? Just then, two guys walked out of the bar, one with blonde hair and another with black hair and white eyes of the Hyuga. Shugo-kun, Hinata said to the Hyuga that was walking out, who looked over at her. Oh, Lady Hinata, what are you doing here? Shugo asked, a little shocked. You shouldn't be in this part of town. But my friend went into that bar, and we are trying to follow him, but can't, Hinata explained, getting the two to look back into the bar. And you won't be able to, Shugo said. What, why not? Hinata asked. Because there is a jinjutsu on the place, only people with the proper seal can get in. Shugo explained. What seal is that? Ino asked. This one, the blonde that was with him said as he pulled up his sleeve, showing an Anbu tattoo. That is an Anbu tattoo, Hinata said as things began to fall into for Ino place as she thought about the past couple of days. The tattoo on Naruto's arm when she saw him in the hot spring, the fox Anbu having the same hair as Naruto had now. My god, he is. Ino began, but had her mouth covered by the other blonde that was with the Hyuga. If you're following the person, I think you are just drop it. He doesn't like people tailing him, let alone knowing he is even here. The blonde said. You mean Naruto-kun is AAA? Hinata began, but couldn't finish looking at the other Hyuga. I'm sorry, my lady, I can't confirm or deny who is or isn't, Shugo said. Well, since we just watched him go in that bar, it's pretty obvious, Ino said. Sorry, but allow me to escort you home, Lady Hinata, Shugo said as Hinata followed him away. And Inoichi would kill me if he found out I found you in this part of the village at this time of day and just left you here, the blonde said as Ino got a better look at him and realized he was from her clan, a distant cousin or something. Fine, only cause I know you'd tell my father, and he would raise all sorts of hell. Ino sighed, so just let us not tell him where you found me. My lips are sealed, the man said as he led her away. Naruto, what happened to you? Ino thought as she glanced back at the bar and walked away. Naruto sat in the bar with a drink. Thanks, guys, he mumbled as he drank his drink. Sakura walked into the Hokage's office at noon. Her eyes were still puffy and red from crying most of the night. As she walked into the office and saw Naruto standing in front of the desk with his arms crossed, just giving her a hard look. Ah, good you're here, Tsunade said as she saw her apprentice walk in. Ah yes, sure show, she said, getting Naruto to turn around and look at Tsunade as she walked up next to him. I wanted to inform you I've selected new team members for this mission to recover Sasuke, she said, getting both of their attentions. First is Sai, she says as a pale boy with black pants and a vest that showed off his midriff walked in with a creepy fake smile on his face. Hi, I'm Sai, the boy said, still keeping the creepy look on his face. Could he at least try to make that fake smile work? Inner said as they felt a shiver run down her spine as she looked and saw that Naruto was glaring at him. And your second member and captain of the squad is Captain Yamato, Tsunade replied as a man with brown hair wearing a headband that covered the sides of his face walked into the room. At seeing the man and then hearing his name, Naruto cocked an eyebrow as Yamato walked up to him. "Hi there, it will be a pleasure working with all of you," Yamato said as he extended his hand, shaking Naruto's. "You as well, Captain," Naruto said with a friendly smirk. "And you must be Sakura, I've heard a lot about you. It's an honor to work with you," Yamato said, walking up to her and shaking her hand as well. "Very well, since you have been introduced, I'll turn the floor over to Naruto to debrief you on the mission at hand," Tsunade said as Naruto walked up in front of the desk. "Thank you, Lady Hokage," Naruto said as he then turned around to look at the team. But as he said that, Sakura noticed a small tinge of pain go across Tsunade's face when he spoke to her. "All right, 5 days ago we received intel about the meet between an Akatsuki member and his mole that infiltrated Orochimaru's organization and a possible location on Sasuke Uchiha," Naruto said in a professional manner. "Wow, he is nothing like that knuckle-headed spaz he was when he was a kid," Inner said. "Yeah, he has certainly changed," Sakura said as a sad look went across her face. "You miss the old him, don't you?" Inner asked. "Yeah, he may have been a baka, but he was our baka," Sakura said when she heard something snapping in front of her, and she looked up and saw Naruto's hand snapping in front of her. "Hey, Captain Yamato, asked you a question," Naruto said as she realized she zoned out. "Oh right, sorry, what?" Sakura asked. "I was just wondering why this Sasori guy gave you this information," Yamato replied. "Oh right, he said it was a gift for having beaten him," Sakura replied. "I don't know, it seems pretty suspicious to me," Yamato said. "It could be a trap, because why else would they hand over a spy like that?" "I thought the same thing, and it has crossed my mind this may be a trap," Naruto replied. "And you're still willing to risk it?" Yamato asked. "Trap or not, this is the first lead he have had on recovering Sasuke, so we can't dismiss it simply because it could be a trap," Naruto replied. "That is very true," Yamato replied. "It also gives us a second opportunity," Naruto replied, getting everyone's attention. "We have been hunting down Orochimaru for years, and this is also one of the first leads we have had on him," Naruto replied as Yamato let a small bit of anger go across his face. "So even if we don't find Sasuke, we could still gather some intel on that snake-faced bastard," Naruto replies. "Agreed," Yamato replied. "He has been running free and causing havoc for too long." "Yes, but our primary objective is Sasuke. We want to bring him in alive," Naruto said, stressing the last word, looking over at Sai. "Orochimaru is secondary, and as for him, it is kill on sight. So we will depart for the bridge tomorrow morning. As long as we make good time, we should be there in 2 days. That gives us 2 days to check out the area and plan out everything off of that," he finishes. "Very good, Naruto," Tsunade replies as he walks back over to his spot. "All right, everyone go get prepared and get some rest before tomorrow morning." "Yes, ma'am," everyone says with a salute and turn around. "Naruto, can I speak to you for a moment?" Sakura asks softly, getting him to turn around. "Yeah," he replies as Sai and Yamato walk out the door, closing it behind them. "I wanted to say I'm sorry for what I said that time a year ago," Sakura said as tears began to form in her eyes. "Sorry you said it, or sorry I heard it?" Naruto asked, getting her to look up at him. "I should have never said that. I had no idea about the—" Sakura began as she looked up at him. "Save it, I don't want your pity," Naruto said as her eyes widened. "This won't be as easy as a simple apology," he said, looking at her hard. "What you said cut really deep. You know why?" She simply shook her head. "Because I thought you were different," he said, narrowing his eyes toward her. "I am used to the villagers hating me for what was sealed in me. But hey, they didn't know me. All they went off of was what they had heard and what they knew about the fox. But you got to know me, fought beside me, and I would even call you a friend, and I have very few of those. Then I heard you say that, going off of what you have heard instead of what you have seen with your own 2 eyes. When did I ever show any reason for you to be scared of me other than that bridge?" Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. Sakura just couldn't breath as she couldn't think of any time he showed himself to be dangerous. "That's what I thought," he said as he began to walk for the door. "I don't know if I will ever be able to forgive you," he said, getting her to start crying. Upon hearing her tears, he stopped in front of the door before opening it and let out a sigh. But I did promise Kakashi I would give you a chance, he said as he turned around, causing her to look up with a bit of hope. It will take a lot to convince me to, but I will give you a chance. Really? Sakura asked as he sighed again with a nod and reached into his weapons pouch and pulled out a little orange book. You know why I like this book so much? Naruto asked, holding it up. Because you're a pervert? Ina replied. No, we can't say that, especially now that he is willing to give us a chance. Sakura replied to her inner self. No, why? Because this book is a lot like me. Naruto began as Tsunade began to get tick mark above her eye. And no, not in the way you're thinking, he said, pointing over at her. It's because it's misunderstood. Naruto replied, getting both women to get a confused look on their faces, causing him to just sigh. All right, everyone knows this book has smut in it, correct? Naruto asked. Yes, Sakura replied. But how do you know when you have never read it before? He asked. Well, because... Sakura began but paused, trying to think of an answer. Exactly, you don't know for sure, you have only heard about the bad parts of it. Naruto replied. You have only heard of the dirty parts inside this book, like everyone in the village has heard about the demon that lives in me. So everyone only hears about the dirty parts in it and assumes it is all dirty, just like everyone hears about the 9 tails in me and assumes I'm evil because of it, he said, getting Sakura to look down in shame. But those who actually take the time to read the book find out it is actually a really good read, with good character development and storyline. You jumped halfway into my book and read till you were scared and shut it, and took what you had heard about me and thought that was all of it, Naruto said, getting her to look up at him with tears in her eyes. Now, as your punishment, you will read this and all the other books in the series, he says, getting a shocked look from both Sakura and Tsunade. And once you have finished them and understand them, I will consider accepting your apology, he said as he tossed her the book. This is your last chance. Yes, I won't mess this up, Sakura said as she held the book. All right, I am going to kill Jiraiya for this, Tsunade said. And why is that? Naruto asked. Have you even read his books? Well, I've skimmed them, Tsunade replies, trying to play it off. It's not the same, and you know it, Naruto said. This is your teammate's books, and you haven't even read them. I'm starting to respect him more than you now, because even though he is no good at it and has no idea what half the stuff is, he has still read every single one of your medical books you've written, he said, getting Tsunade to go wide-eyed. He what? Tsunade asked, shocked. Oh yeah, it was actually kind of entertaining watching him try to understand it on occasion, Naruto said with a smirk of a good memory. So read them. I know he has sent you his handwritten original copies once they were done being copied, he said, getting Tsunade to look down at a drawer. And don't focus on the smut, read deeper and see why the main character does what he does. You'll be surprised, he said as he walked out the door, leaving the stunned Kunoichi in the room. Naruto walked out of the Hokage building and headed toward his favorite ramen shop. He walked up to the shop and took a seat. Hey, old man, what a guy got to do to get a couple bowls of ramen over here, he called out in cheerful voice. Is that? Came an older male's voice as a large man walked out from the back. It is you, Naruto, the man said with a smile. Hey, how you doing, old man? Naruto said with a smile. Hey, I am not that old, he said with a smile as he got a better look at him. Hey, what did you do with your hair? I just grew out like that as I got older, Naruto said as he scratched his head. All right, well, what can I get for you? The old ramen cook asked. Well, let's start off with 4 miso porks, all right, Naruto said. All right, the first round is on the house since we haven't seen you in so long, he said as he disappeared to the back of the shop to begin on the order. Never ceases to amaze me how much of this stuff you can wolf down, came a voice from beside him. Well, Tenzo, good to see we will be on the same team again, Naruto said, looking over at the man who he had just been introduced to him as Yamato. Hey, that is Captain Yamato now, Yamato said, emphasizing the captain part. Perhaps, but it will always be Tenzo-senpai to me, Naruto said with a grin, causing Yamato to grin as well. I don't know what it is, but your smile is just too contagious for its own good, Yamato said with chuckle. You guess so, Naruto said as his meal was brought out to him. So going to be okay working with her again. Because when we had to tail along on that mission she was sent on 6 months ago, you seem to have a few choice words about her. Yamato replied. I've learned to keep personal and business separate. Naruto said, one of our requirements as ANBU. That it is. Yamato replied. Well, it is good to have you on my squad again. Naruto replied, just wish it was the rest of our squad on this mission instead. Yeah, but at least we know how to work well with each other. And even though Sakura might not be ANBU, I've heard she picks up fast so it should work out. Yamato replied. Yes, she was always the top of the class. Never that good in a fight, but smart as hell she should be alright. Naruto replied. From what I've heard, she can hold her own in a fight. Yamato replied. She has improved in that field, but not in actual combat. She has mostly only seen training and the inside of a hospital. We both know there is a huge difference between battlefield experience and training. Naruto replied. Agreed. Now as for this Sai guy, Yamato said. We will have to keep an eye on him. Naruto replied. It was Danzo's only way to weasel his way to keep an eye on me. But my biggest concern is keeping an eye on him during this mission. Right, Danzo was one of the biggest voices in labeling Sasuke a missing nin and having a kill-on-sight order placed on his head. Yamato said. Wouldn't surprise me if he has given that order to Sai once we find him. Naruto said. Exactly what I was thinking. Yamato replied as he began to get up. Well, I'll see you tomorrow then. Naruto said. All right, and remember stick to the shadows. Yamato said. You as well. Naruto said as he watched Yamato leave. Sakura sat at the barbecue restaurant staring at the small orange book on the table Naruto had given her when she heard an all-too-familiar voice. Ah, there you are, forehead, Ino said as she sat down opposite her. Oh, hi, Piggy. Sakura said, not really paying attention and picking up the book, but had it snatched away before she could. Oh, what have we here? Ino teased as she held up the book. Hey, give it back, Ino pig. Sakura yelled as she reached over the table. Oh, getting a little perverted, are we? Ino teased. No, I have to read it, or else. Sakura began but stopped. Or else what? Ino asked. Or else Naruto won't forgive me. Sakura replied. And why would he need to forgive you? Ino questioned. He is the one who should be asking forgiveness after the state he put you in yesterday. What, how did? Sakura began. I ran into you and the Hokage last night, and you were beaten up pretty badly as well as crying. Ino cut her off. And Tsunade told me you had gotten into a fight with Naruto, and I hunted him down to make him apologize, and he just brushed me off and said I didn't know the whole story. Because you don't, Sakura said. Then tell me. Ino pushed. It's between me and him. Sakura replied. Oh, don't give me that I'm your best friend, and when I see you like this I have to help, so tell. Ino said as Sakura remained quiet. Tell me, or you won't get this book back. All right, Sakura admitted. You remember that time about a year and a half ago when I called him a monster and you slapped me? Yeah, Ino replied. Well, apparently he had come back early and overheard us talking. Sakura explained, getting Ino to go wide-eyed in realization. And he heard you call him that. Ino replied. And because of that, I'm positive that is what drove him into the ANBU and why he is not like he was before. Sakura said, breaking down. It's all my fault, she said as she felt someone hug her. Don't worry, it'll be all right, Ino said as she pulled away from the hug. It's Naruto, I'm sure he will forgive you. Ino said, he may have changed on the outside, but I'm sure deep down he is still the same old goofball we remember. Thanks, Ino, Sakura said. Now I'm going to go find him and have a talk with him, Ino said as she got up to leave. Wait, no, Sakura began. Don't worry, I just want to see some stuff on my own, Ino said with a smile. Oh, and have fun with this, it's a good read, she said with a teasing smile as she walked out of the restaurant. Naruto walked down the road toward his apartment when he heard someone call out to him. Naruto, hold it right there, Ino called out as he looked back and saw the blonde running toward him. What is it, Ino? Naruto replied as she caught up with him. I wanted to talk, Ino replied. Really? I thought you just wanted to call out my name then ignore me. Naruto replied sarcastically. Oh, just the regular Joker, aren't you? Ino berated with her hands on her hips. I don't have time for this, I have a mission to prep for. Naruto said as he began to walk away. Hey, I'm talking to you. Ino shouted as she chased after him. I heard what happened from Sakura, she said as she caught up and went quiet. What did you now? Naruto replied. And what did she say? She said you heard our conversation that day. She called you a monster. Ino replied. And if I recall, you were right there with her when she said it. Naruto replied. Yeah, and I slapped her for it. Ino said, getting a surprised look from Naruto. Well, that is a surprising. Naruto replied. And why is that? Ino replied. I just don't get that kind of reaction from people all that often when someone calls me a monster. Naruto replied. Why wouldn't I? We are friends, and I don't like it when people call my friends names. Ino replied. I would say we're more of acquaintances, comrades in arms than friends. You and pretty much everyone else in our class ignored or picked on me. Naruto replied, getting Ino to make an angry face. How could you say we aren't friends? Ino yelled at him. Because honestly, when have we ever spent time together? Naruto asked. Well, there was that one time when I had to pretend to be a princess who had gotten fat. Ino replied. Missions don't count. Naruto replied. What, why not? Ino asked. Because friends hang out off of work as well. Tell me one time we hung out when it didn't involve a mission? Naruto replied. Well, there was. Ino began but stopped. Exactly, now this is my place, and I gotta get my stuff ready for tomorrow's mission. Naruto replied as he stopped in front of a walled-off apartment building. Wait, I thought you lived over on the other side of town. Ino asked. I moved once I became an Anbu, Naruto said, and you won't be able to follow past the gate. And why is that? Ino asked. Because like that bar, you need a special seal to get in, he replied, patting his arm. So this is, Ino began. Private community. Naruto replied with a smirk as he walked in. But fine if you say we aren't friends, because we have never hung out when it didn't involve a mission. Let's hang out when you get back from this mission. Ino replied. You are persistent, aren't you? Naruto sighed. You have no idea. Ino replied. Fine, we'll grab a bite to eat when I get back. Should be back in about a week or so. Naruto said as he disappeared into the building. The next day, Naruto stood outside the village gates with Sai, Yamato, and Sakura. All right, everyone is here, so let us be off. Yamato replied as they began to walk down the road. As they were walking, Yamato noticed Sakura was reading a book. So Sakura, what is that you're reading there? Yamato said, getting the pinkette to look up and then blush a bit at the question as she turned it to show it was the first of the Ika Ika series. This gave Yamato a slum look as he wondered over to Naruto. The hell you doing giving her that book? Yamato asked. How do you know it was me? Naruto asked. I can see your name on it. Yamato replied as Naruto saw his own name in the corner of the book. Oh, so that is where my copy went, Naruto replied innocently. Oh, don't give me that. You received that from Jiraiya and never let anyone else read it while we were on missions, not even Kakashi. Yamato replied, Are you trying to corrupt your own teammate? He said, giving him the creepy, scary face. Okay. One, that doesn't work on me anymore. And two, if I remember, you have read those books as well. Naruto said. That was only because Kakashi-senpai forced me to. Yamato countered. So you're saying you don't want to borrow Ika Ika tactics from Kakashi? Naruto replied. What, I didn't think that came out for another 6 months. Yamato replied. Well, the author is my master, and that comes with a few perks. Like an ultra-advanced copy. Naruto replied. But if you don't want it, I'll tell Kakashi to give it back to me when he is done. Getting a conflicted look on Yamato's face. You're a sadistic bastard, you know that, right? Yamato replied. So I've been told, Naruto said with a smile. After 2 days of travel, they finally made it to the Tenchi Bridge. All right, let's set up camp, and we will do recon of the bridge in the morning, Yamato said as they came to a small clearing in the woods. All right, Sakura replied as she pulled off her pack and started to pull out her sleeping bag. Just then she looked up and saw Yamato making hand signs and would shot out from the ground and began to form a small cabin. "Oh wow," Sakura said with excitement. "That is amazing, Captain." "Yeah, I know," Yamato replied with pride sticking out his chest. They spent the next few days getting prepared for their upcoming meet with Sasori's spy. "All right, we all have the plan?" Yamato asked. "Yes. You go in with your Wujutsu pretending to be Sasori and get what intel you can, and then we follow him back and hit the base," Sakura said. "Correct, everyone get to positions," Yamato said as he created his disguise, and everyone jumped to their positions within the tree line. Once everyone was in position, he moved out to the bridge. Shortly after, he did a cloaked figure walked over to him from the other side of the bridge. The squad looked at the mole and got a look at his face and saw a young man with white hair and glasses. "Kabuto," Naruto thought as he got a better look at him. "Do you have the information?" Yamato asked. "Yes, but there is a small change in plans," Kabuto said as he swung his hand coved in chakra down on Yamato's fake puppet, shattering it as Yamato jumped out of it and away from Kabuto. "I wasn't expecting you," Kabuto said as Orochimaru slithered up next to him. Good to see you again," Orochimaru said with a sly smirk. "Can't say the same, Snake," Yamato said. "You may as well tell those three to come out," Orochimaru said as Yamato signaled for the rest of the team to come out, and they jumped behind him. "Captain Yamato, are you all right?" Sakura asked. "Oh, going by Yamato now," Orochimaru chuckled, getting a confused look from Sakura. "And you brought the fox brat with you as well? I can only assume you are here for Sasuke-kun." "Give him back to us," Sakura called out. "And who says he wants to go back with you?" Orochimaru asks, getting the pinkette to recoil. "Whether he wants to or not, I drag him back," Naruto called out. "You failed the last time. What makes you think you'll do any better this time?" Orochimaru asked with a chuckle. "I held back last time because I didn't want to kill him, and it gave him the opening he needed," Naruto replied as his eyes turned red and slit. "But first I'll deal with you." "Oh really, that would be something to see." Orochimaru laughed as an orange aura began to envelope Naruto. "You sure about this?" Yamato asked Naruto. "Only way to match his strength. I won't take it too far," Naruto replied as Sakura looked at them with confusion, "but stand by in case I can't hold it." "Got it," Yamato replied as Naruto launched himself at the pale madman in the blink of an eye that even Orochimaru couldn't keep up with, and was launched into the forest behind him. Naruto then swung for Kabuto, but he was already jumping away and avoided the hit. Sakura stood in shock. "What is going on?" she asked herself. "This feeling, this presence, I've felt it before." She told herself, trying to think. "That's it at the bridge during the Land of Waves mission. This is the same feeling I had back then." A feeling of absolute fear and helplessness, she said as her legs began to shake as he looked back at her. "I understand why you may see me as a monster when I use this," Naruto said, getting her to look up at him in shock. "But I will never do anything to hurt you. So please don't fear me," he said to her as he turned away, and Orochimaru walked out of the forest with his face torn apart and another one behind it. Well, looks like you have come far as a Jinchuriki," Orochimaru said as he put a hand to his face, putting it back together. "You've only seen the surface," Naruto said as a single tail began to form out of the chakra surrounding him while his teeth and nails grew. "Then let's see what you've got," Orochimaru said as Naruto launched toward him, but the snake was expecting it this time and jumped away, followed closely by Naruto. "Sakura, saw you handle this guy, I'll go back up," Naruto, Yamato ordered as he jumped toward where Naruto and Orochimaru were battling. Sakura turned to look at Kabuto, who had already vanished somewhere. She called out and saw he was gone as well. "Damn, where did they go?" she asked herself just before she heard a blood-curdling roar. "No, Naruto needs us more than going after them," she told herself as she ran to the edge of the bridge and looked down to her horror and saw a four-tailed fox with a human face standing on the one side of the ravine and Orochimaru on the other. The fox had raised its head and a massive black sphere was shrinking into its mouth and was swallowed by it as three massive demonic metal doors appeared in a poof of smoke. Once the fox turned its head toward them, and a beam of red chakra shot straight for them. The moment the beam touched the first door, it erupted into an explosion that threw Sakura away from the bridge, making her crash on the side she had come from. Once the dust had settled, the three doors were completely gone, and Orochimaru lay in the ground head first like a post. Once again, the fox let out a roar, but just then a sword burst from the ground, impacting him in the stomach and launching him into the top of the cliff next to Sakura. She followed the very long blade to find it inside the mouth of Orochimaru, whose neck had also elongated and twisted. Sakura just stood there frozen as she gazed upon what her teammate had turned into. He is a monster, she said to herself, then she shook her head. No, he is still Naruto. Deep down I know it. Even if his outside is like this, he is still the nice, lovable idiot I know. I will bring that side of him back out no matter what, she said to herself, but didn't realize the blade that had stabbed Naruto hadn't pierced him, but was just pushing into his skin. With a quick push, the blade that was in gut was now coming straight for her. She saw the blade and felt something pick her up and out of the way of it as it passed under her. She looked over to see Yamato standing at her side with his arm around her. "Are you all right?" Yamato asked. "Yeah, she began, but merely just looked back at Naruto. "Yeah, I know what you mean. It can be overwhelming the first time you see it," Yamato said as he looked over at him. "But there is nothing he wouldn't do to complete a mission, especially this one." "What do you mean?" Sakura asked in shock. "Let's just say I have worked with Naruto before, and he has always been willing to give it all just to complete the mission. However, this mission of getting the Uchiha back has always been his biggest driving force. I don't know too much of the background behind it, but there is something there that is making him willing to do anything to complete this mission, even give up his humanity to finish it," Yamato replied. This just caused Sakura to stare at him in complete shock. "You don't think he is doing this just for us? For that promise he made to us 3 years ago?" Inner asked as Sakura thought about. "He was always going on about how he always comes through on his promises. He failed once, and he sees this as his only opportunity to make it right," Sakura said to herself. "But if he keeps up like this, I will lose him as well. I don't want it if it means I have to give one up for the other," she said to herself as tears began to flow down her cheeks. Just then she dashed toward him yelling, "Please Naruto, stop, don't do this. I know you want to keep your promise to me, but I don't want it if it means I lose you as well." That was when Naruto turned his head to look at her, and his tail came up and swiped at her. "Should Sakura, get back here. Don't get too close," Yamato yelled as he went through some hand signs and would burst from the ground and wrapped around Naruto's tail, but it was too late. His tail had already made contact with Sakura and tossed her to the side. Sakura slowly got up, holding her arm as she watched the wood wrap around him, pinning him to the ground, and Yamato jumped at him, pressing his hand to Naruto's chest. Yamato then jumped away as 10 pillars came up from the ground and wrapped around the demonic fox. As Naruto was pinned to the ground, the demonic chakra began to recede, and he began to return to his human form. Once he was back to his normal human form, the pillars retracted back into the ground. Sakura forced herself to stand and began to walk over to him and dropped to her knees next to him. She looked over him and saw most of his skin had been burned off, and it was slowly healing itself. She put her hand on his chest and began to heal him, and she watched as his skin quickly healed itself. After he was completely healed, he opened his eyes. Once his eyes were open, he sat up looking at the destruction, then over to Sakura, and he looked down to her arm that was bleeding. "I'm sorry," he said, getting her to look at him in a bit of shock. "For what?" she asked. "For that," he said, pointing at her arm. "Oh, this wasn't you, it was Orochimaru that did this," she said, trying to play it off. "Don't lie to me, I know those chakra burns anywhere, and he was too preoccupied dealing with me than to even give you a second thought," Naruto said as she put her hand to it and began to heal it as her head dropped a bit. "I just didn't want you to blame yourself for something you had no control of," Sakura said. "But I let go of the control. I shouldn't have let that happen in the first place," he said as he stood up and walked over to Yamato. "Where is Sai?" he said, looking around as he noticed the pale boy was not there. I don't know, I lost track of him once the fighting started. Sakura said as she finished healing herself and stood up. Shit, he must have gone after Sasuke without us. Naruto sighed as he turned toward the bridge. You coming? Naruto asked, looking over his shoulder at her as she smiled and jumped up next to him and the jump to the far side of the canyon. After a little while of searching, they finally came across the entrance of the underground base. They quickly made their way inside and began their search. Shortly after they began, they heard an explosion and began to run toward it. Sakura was in the lead when she saw a light and burst through it to find herself in the middle of a crater. She looked around and saw Sai buried under some rubble. She then looked up and saw Sasuke standing at the top edge of the crater with a sword in the back of his purple sash. I should have known it was you guys that came after me. Sasuke sighed as he looked at his old team. So this is my replacement, he said, glancing over at Sai, who was still buried. Sasuke, please come home with us. Sakura said. Why should I? I have more power now than I could have possibly have hoped for if I had stayed with the village. Sasuke replied, uninterested. Because I love you, she said hesitantly. Ah, Sasuke laughed, silly girl, he said as he vanished and appeared mere inches from her. You don't even know what love is, he said with a smirk as she saw the flash of his sword and it coming towards her neck. She shut her eyes and felt a slight bit of pain and something warm splash across her face. She gave it a moment, but didn't feel anything else, so she opened her eyes and saw his blade was pressed against her neck, cutting only a little bit into her neck as a small trail of blood slid down her neck. She then saw his hand was covered in blood and a chain piercing his wrist. She followed the chain and saw Naruto holding on to the other end of it. You know, it's not very polite to kill a teammate, Naruto said as he pulled on the chain, forcing his blade away from her neck. Ah, the dobe here to save his little girlfriend? Sasuke said with a smirk, looking at him with his Sharingan. Ha, girlfriend. Naruto chuckled, pleased that ship has sailed and it would never work anyway. Sakura heard this from him, and for some reason pain shot through her chest, but she didn't know why. Oh, so you finally realized how annoying she is? Sasuke replied. You could say that, Naruto replied, getting the pain in her chest to hurt even more. Then why not dispose of her already? Sasuke asked. Because she is my teammate, Naruto replied, getting Sakura to look up at him. No matter how badly they hurt you, you still have their backs when the time comes. You need to let them see the errors of their ways and atone for them, he said as a look of hope sparked in Sakura's eyes. And that is what I'm going to do to you. Beat your ass to a pulp, drag you back to the leaf, and show you the errors of your ways. Oh, such the noble hero, Sasuke said with spite. I regret nothing and have nothing to atone for, he said as he looked Naruto right in the eye and entered his mind. Naruto's mindscape. Sasuke found himself in what seemed to be a sewer system that was slightly flooded and lined with pipes. He began to walk through them as if guided by some unseen force. Soon he came to an opening in a giant cage with a seal on the lock and Naruto leaning on the center of it. So you've come to find the secret that the village elders have wanted to bury, Naruto said as Sasuke looked around. So what is this place? Sasuke asked. This? Naruto asked, cocking eyebrow. This is the burden I've carried my whole life, he said as the silhouette of a massive creature faded into view. What have we here? The shadowy figure said as his face came up the bars to reveal the face of a giant fox. Also, you carry the nine-tailed fox, Sasuke stated, more than asked. This is where you get all that power from. More like a curse than anything else, Naruto replied. Shut it, you ungrateful kid. If it wasn't for me, you would have died years ago, the fox said. Taking your strength from this fox, you have no true power, Sasuke smirked. Could say the same about you and that curse mark of yours, Naruto shot back, wiping the smirk from Sasuke's face. Now get out of my head. You don't have the strength to push me out, Sasuke said with a smirk. I will stay here as long as I please and learn all your secrets to defeat you. Know you have found the one secret I was will to share, Naruto said. And I have been keeping the most powerful tailed beast at bay since I was born. You are nothing compared to him, he said as everything faded away. Outside Mindscape. Sasuke fell to a knee holding the side of his face covering an eye. How did you do that? Sasuke asked. I already told you. Naruto replied. You are nothing compared to him. I will end you here and… Sasuke began but was cut off by another voice. Kukuku, Orochimaru snickered. Come Sasuke-kun, we will deal with these little whelps at another time. At this Sasuke jumped away landing next to his master. Very well, Sasuke said as they faded away. Till next time, dope. Till next time, team. Naruto replied. It was mid-afternoon when Naruto and his team walked into the main gates of the Leaf Village. All right, we should report in first, Naruto said once they made it through the gates. Agreed, Yamato said as they made their way to the Hokage's office. The team stood in front of the Hokage's desk, giving their report on the events that took place during their mission. So you made contact, but were unable to retrieve him, Tsunade summed up. That is correct, it was a setup, Naruto said. It seems Orochimaru found out about Kabuto being a mole and the trap was for him. Seems we just got caught in the middle, Yamato added. Agreed, nothing you could have done if it was compromised before you even got the mission, Tsunade said. Yes, ma'am, Naruto replied in a tense tone. I know you don't like to fail missions, but we did learn he is still alive and hasn't been used as Orochimaru's new vessel. Tsunade replied, this is a long-term mission, so it will take a while and won't be finished in a single mission. All the same, ma'am, I would like to get back on it and start training, Naruto replied. Very well, take the rest of the day off, I'll find more for you guys later, Tsunade said. Yes, ma'am. The team responded once they finished. Sai, Yamato, and Naruto walked out of the office while Sakura remained behind. You miss him, don't you? Sakura asked, looking at her master, who gave her a sullen look. It is still him. He has just changed so much in so little time, Tsunade sighed. I know, Sakura agreed, but the old him has to be in there still, somewhere. And you're probably the only one who can bring it back out, Tsunade said, getting Sakura to look at in confusion. I don't follow, Sakura said. Oh, Tsunade sighed. Jiraiya told me while they were on their training trip he wouldn't shut up about you. He loved you. This got Sakura to look up at her in shock, then lower her head in shame. And I said those horrible things about him, Sakura said, and now he hates me, and I don't blame him. Hey, he gave you a chance, Tsunade said, getting Sakura to reach into her pouch and pull out the little book she had been given to read. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be easy and may take some time, but you have to try and get his forgiveness. But I don't know if he will ever fully forgive me, Sakura said. At least try. If you don't try, you will regret it when you get too old to act on love, Tsunade said with a sullen look. But I don't like him that way, Sakura said defensively. I saw the way you were looking at him during the debrief. It may not be much, it is something, Tsunade said. No, I like Sasuke, Sakura said in a hesitant voice. Oh, don't give me that. I saw that look on your face when they told me what Sasuke almost did to you, Tsunade said, getting Sakura to look up at her. That hurt and loss of hope in someone. I've seen it before. This got Sakura to look at her. It is the same look I had on my face when I found out about Orochimaru. I may not have felt the way you do for Sasuke, but I saw him as a brother. I just don't know how to feel anymore, Sakura said. I thought I loved him, but he tried to kill me on this mission and it didn't even faze him. That is just how some people are. They can only focus on one thing and nothing else matters, Tsunade said. That is why you have to find someone who cares and will always be there for you even when it is inconvenient for them, she said as a distant sad look went across her face. We aren't talking about the same person anymore, are we? Sakura asked. In some ways we are, Tsunade said as a grin graced her face. Well, before we got here we talked about visiting Kakashi-sensei, so I should probably get going, Sakura said. Right, run along then, Tsunade said. Right, Sakura said as she walked to the door, then turned back toward her master. You know it's never too late for anything. You taught me that, she said as she turned and left. Right, never too late, Tsunade repeated softly, then looked down and opened a drawer and pulled out a little orange book and opened it to the first page and began to read. Naruto was just walking up to the hospital when he heard someone running up behind him. In the blink of an eye, he swung around, and behind the person that was coming up behind him and had a knife to her throat. Once he got a better look, he saw the back of a pink-haired head. Once he realized who it was, he let go of her, and she spun around. "Sorry, Reflex," Naruto said. "Just don't come up behind me like that, all right?" He said as he walked into the hospital. "Who the hell just happened?" Inner said in confusion. "Hey, wait a minute," Sakura said as she caught back up with him. "The hell was that?" she berated. "I said I was sorry," Naruto said as he walked into the elevator. "No, you just had a knife to my throat, and just say sorry?" Sakura asked. "You would rather I not apologize?" Naruto asked as the doors to the elevator shut. "No, that's not what I mean," Sakura replied. "I want to know why you did it." "Like I said, it was reflex," Naruto said. "You seem to have improved a lot since you went into the—" She began but was cut off. "Not supposed to go advertising that organization," Naruto said. "Since you have gotten back then," Sakura said. "Yes, I have," Naruto replied flatly, "but still not good enough," he added just under his breath. "Well, maybe you can tell me about it sometime," she said quietly. "Doubt it, most of the stuff I did is classified," Naruto said as they walked up to Kakashi's door. "I wasn't talking about missions," Sakura said. "I just want to know how you've been." She began but was cut off as Naruto put up his hand to silence her and put his ear to the door, and she followed suit and heard a female voice coming from the room. "Now that I have you at like this, I will finish what I started," the voice said in a sultry tone. Naruto pulled out a kunai and put his free hand on the handle and slowly counted down from 3 on his hand, and the pair burst into the room ready for a fight, but found Anko with only her mesh top and a short skirt straddling a shirtless Kakashi whose hands were tied to the head of the bed, and their faces were nearly touching as they looked over at the intruders. "Oh dear God, I'm blind," Naruto yelled as he covered his eyes and swung around wildly. "Oh God, we are so sorry," Sakura added as she covered her eyes and turned around with a blush. "Oh, stop being all uptight, we are both consenting adults," Anko said as she sat up, and they saw the green itchy book in her hand. "And I was just reading a book to him," she said as she swung off of him and put her trench coat on and set the book down on the nightstand. "And we were just have a little fun with it," she added with a sultry smile as she strutted toward the door, then turned back toward Kakashi. "Came find me when you're out of here, and we can finish the book," she said with a wink and walked out of the hospital room. Naruto and Sakura watched her leave and then turned to Kakashi, with a confused look on Sakura's face and a disgusted one on Naruto's. "So how is your day going?" Kakashi asked, trying to avoid the fact he was still tied to the bed. "Oh no, you're not getting out of this one," Naruto shot at him. "The hell was that we just walking on?" "What? You gave me a book I couldn't read cause I couldn't move, and she came over to see how I was, saw the book, and asked to read it. I told her only if she reads it to me," Kakashi explained as if it wasn't a big deal. "Yeah, but you should have been able to move enough to read it 2 days ago," Naruto said. "Why is she still reading it to you?" "Well, she is a good storyteller," Kakashi said with an eye smile. I can't even look at you right now," Naruto said as he walked out of the room. "I'll just leave you to it then," Sakura said as she went to follow Naruto. "Hey, can you Kakashi asked, gesturing toward the restraints with his head. "I'll send a nurse in to assist you," Sakura said with a fake smile. "Or you could get out of them yourself since you are a jonin," she added. "I could, but she used a special jutsu on it, and I can't undo it myself," he said with another eye smile. "I'll send in a nurse to see to you," Sakura said as she walked out and closed the door. "That was life-scaring," Naruto said with a shiver. "Well, let's not put anyone else in that situation," Sakura said as she put the Do Not Disturb sign on the handle and began to walk away, shortly followed by Naruto. "And they call me a sadistic bastard," Naruto said with a chuckle as they got onto the elevator. "I just don't want any of my fellow co-workers to walk in on that," she said. "Well, can't argue with you there," Naruto said as they reached the exit of the hospital. "So, Sakura began, Do you want to grab some dinner? She asked. Sorry, I'm just gonna head home and get some sleep. Need it after that mission, Naruto said as he began to walk away. Oh, alright, I'll see you later then, Sakura said as she watched him walk away. Damn, what am I doing? Naruto berated himself as he walked away from his childhood crush. The next morning, Naruto got up early before the sun was up and went off to one of the Anbu training fields. Naruto was working on his sword techniques when two people in Anbu walked up on his training session. Rabbit, Weasel, Naruto said as he stopped his sword movements and turned around to see Shugo and the blonde Yamanaka from the bar stood in front of him. Oh, come on, we're off duty, Fox, and you were taken off the Anbu rooster, the Yamanaka said. Yeah, Keats, Naruto replied. So we were hoping to get some early morning training in and come to find you in our training area. Keats replied with a smirk. Well, guess there is only one thing to do here, Naruto said, getting into a fighting stance. Yeah, I guess there is, Keats said, drawing his own sword while Shugo just shook his head. The pair spared with their swords till noon while Shugo was sitting at the side in a meditative state. Seems you're beginning to get sluggish, Naruto said with a huff, getting tired? Look who's talking, I can go all day, Keats said with a smirk. Oh, will you two grow up already? It's already noon, we need to get some lunch, Shugo said. All right, fine, Keats replied as Naruto and him sheathed their swords. After heading back to their apartments to clean up and change into street clothes, the trio walked down the streets of the village heading toward the restaurant district and walked into the barbecue restaurant. They spent the next hour eating and joking with each other. That was when they heard a female voice coming from the end of the booth they were in. They looked up to see Ino standing at the edge of the booth. So you got back and didn't tell me? Ino asked. Oh, looks like you're in trouble with your girlfriend, Keats teased, getting Naruto to roll his eyes and Ino to blush. Get your mind out of the gutter, Keats, Naruto said. There is no way we are going to be in-laws. At this, Ino got a better look at the fellow blonde. Oh, it's you from that night at the bar, Ino said with realization, getting him to throw up his hands and roll his eyes. Geez, am I that minor of a character you don't even remember my name? Keats asked. Sorry, Ino replied as he just waved her off. I thought we were going to get lunch when you got back, Ino shot back. Well, we will leave you two to work this out, Keats teased as he began to push Shugo out of the booth. But I want to see how this plays out, Shugo complained. No, let the two lovebirds have their talk, Keats said, still in a teasing tone as he pushed the Hyuga out of the booth and out of the restaurant, while Ino sat down in the booth across from him. Those assholes left me with the bill, Naruto said as he looked off to where the two had seemed to have vanished into thin air. Bastards, he said under his breath. Well, since we're here, might as well have that lunch, Ino said. But I just ate, Naruto replied, and stuck with the bill. Well, guess that means your tab is still open then, Ino replied with a smile. Fine, whatever, Naruto sighed in defeat as he ordered another round of barbecue. So what are you doing here? Naruto asked. This doesn't seem to be the type of place you would frequent. Well, I was supposed to meet my team here, but they canceled on me, Ino explained. Not like Choji to miss a restaurant visit, Naruto replied, getting Ino to chuckle. Yeah, but he had a family thing to do, so he couldn't make it. And since we all couldn't be there, Asuma-sensei canceled, but that was just an excuse to visit a certain someone, Ino said in a teasing voice. Kurenai? Naruto stated, more than asked. Yeah, how did you know? Ino asked. They started dating while you were gone. Well, I've been back for a year and a half, Naruto replied in a knowing tone. Right, doing that, Ino said, pausing to not say the name. Yeah, and he helped me out with my elemental training, Naruto replied, leaning back in his booth. Wait, Asuma-sensei knew you were back? Ino asked, shocked. Yeah, one of the few outside of the ENBU that did, Naruto replied. Oh, what now? We are just blatantly saying it now, Ino asked. Might as well, you are the gossip queen, and I'm no longer active, Naruto replied. You're saying I can't keep a secret? Ino shot back. Pretty much, Naruto replied, teasingly, knowing he had her. Oh, I have kept plenty of secrets, Ino shot back. Oh really, like what? Naruto replied in an unbelievingly tone. Oh yeah, like that time, Sakura. Ino began, then shut up, quickly getting Naruto to raise an eyebrow. Oh, I see what you're doing, and it's not going to work. It's simple interrogation techniques that I would think a Yamanaka could see through easily. Naruto replied, getting her to puff up in the face in annoyance. Meanwhile, outside the window, a certain pink head was walking by, lost in her thoughts. I don't know what is going on with me, thought to herself. We have the hots for our teammate, that's what's up. Her inner self replied. No, we don't like him, we. Sakura said as she saw the red-haired blonde-tipped ninja of her confusion, and what made her freeze was who he was with. She saw her best friend sitting opposite of him as a platter of meat was set down in front of them. She quickly got out of sight of the window before she was seen. What is this feeling in my chest? She said as she went down an alley and leaned against the wall. Were they on a date? Inner asked in shock. Oh, I'll kill her for this, not once, but twice she has gotten between us and our man. No, he isn't, we don't like him, Sakura argued. Then who? The man who almost killed us, or the man who has saved us more times than we can count and has never given up on us? Inner berated in a pissed-off voice. But he has, after what we said about him, she stuttered as tears began to form. Then we can't give up on him, Inner said. But he is with Ino, Sakura said. Maybe it wasn't what we thought. Maybe it wasn't a date, Inner said. Back at the restaurant, Naruto and Ino ate their lunch and conversed till they heard a new voice. Oh, what do we have here, a date? Came a gruff male voice as the pair looked up to see a feral-looking man flanked by another in a hooded trench coat, while a blackish-blue-haired blushing girl on the other. Kiba, how you doing? Naruto said with smirk as he raised his hands, and they grabbed each other's hands, and Kiba slipped into the seat next to Ino, and Hinata quickly took the seat next to Naruto, while Shino grabbed a chair and sat down at the end of table. So what are you guys up? Naruto began, but stopped as he looked over at Shino and sniffed. Akamaru, why are you hinged as Shino? Shhhhhh. Kiba shushed. Hey, they don't allow animals here. So we use a simple hinge to allow him to get into restaurants. Since Shino is out with his dad on a family matter, we are just using it while he is gone. Well, they let you in, so they can't be completely against allowing animals in here. Naruto shoots back. Oh ha! Kiba laughed smugly. Just one question, did you use my image while I was gone to do this? Naruto asked. Once, but they shoved us out something about demons. Kiba replied, superstitious bastards. Yes, superstitious bastards. Naruto chuckled. But now I don't want to be impersonating an ANBU. Kiba said with a smirk, getting Naruto to get serious look on his face. How do you know that? Naruto asked sternly, then turned toward Ino. We'll hold up, I found out a couple months ago. Kiba shot out defensively, holding up his hands. What do you mean? Naruto asked, looking back at him. About 6 months ago, that mission, we had to track down that renegade mercenary group. Kiba said, we found them and were told to back off when we found out they were being backed by a small-time daimyo, and an ANBU team took over. When we made contact with your team, I got a whiff of you and knew it was you. How? Naruto asked. You smell like a fox, only one person I know of that smells like that. Kiba explained. Damned, I was still learning how to cover my scent back then. Naruto sighed. Sorry if I let any cats out of the bag. Kiba said, looking at Hinata and Ino. No, they have known about it for about a week. Naruto sighed. Just then, he caught flash of light at the top of a building. Well, sorry, I have to get going, Naruto said as he pulled out some money and put it on the table and jumped up over Hinata and landed in the alleyway of the restaurant. Well, I'll catch you guys later, he said as he walked out of the restaurant. Once outside the restaurant, Naruto jumped up to the building. He had spotted the glimpse of light. He landed behind a white-haired man with a nosebleed, giggling, holding a telescope. You are still doing this? Naruto asked. It's research, Jiraiya said in a pervish tone. Even after I gave you that technique, you still do this? Naruto sighed. Hey, one of the conditions of that agreement where I wouldn't use it in the leaf. Jiraiya said, if Tsunade found out you taught that to me, she would kill me. She would kill the both of us. Naruto said, but I didn't think you would listen to me about that condition. He shrugged. I don't have a death wish. Jiraiya replied. Whatever. Naruto sighed. Speaking of the crazy blonde, we need to go speak to her. All right now. Jiraiya whined, the girls from the maid bar are just getting here. Now you old perv, or I'll tell her you taught me that invisibility jutsu and brought me on your little escapades. Naruto said. I may have taught you that technique, but never brought you on any of my research missions. If you used it to do that, it's on you, not my fault. Jiraiya said defensively. But who will she believe? Me or you? Naruto replied as Jiraiya frowned and got up and followed him to the Hokage's office. The pair made it to Tsunade's office window and slipped in and were nearly hit with an empty bottle of sake. Damn you two, how many times do I have to tell you not to come in through the window? Swanda yelled. And when do you think you will ever listen? Naruto said. I expect that from him, but you should know better. Tsunade said, looking at Naruto. He is a bad influence. Naruto replied, but seems you're one as well. He added, gesturing toward the little orange book on the edge of her desk, getting the old perv to get a wide grin and Tsunade to blush as she shoved the book into a drawer. Well, I didn't bring this guy here to show him something he will hold over your head. Most likely for a while. Naruto explained. Then why did you bring me here? Jiraiya asked. To tell you I need your help in learning a new jutsu. Naruto said. Which one? Jiraiya asked. My father's, the Flying Thunder God, Naruto said, getting a shocked look from the Sannin. Jiraiya and Tsunade stared at him in disbelief. How do you know about your father? Tsunade asked. Once I finished my Yanbiyu training and became a full member, Kakashi-sensei told me everything. Naruto said. Flashback. It was the middle of the night as Naruto stood in front of Kakashi out at Team 7's training area. So I finally made it. Naruto sighed with a smile. Yes, and let me be the first to congratulate and welcome you into the ANBU. Kakashi said, we are the elite of the village, the shadows that protect it from those that wish to do harm to it. This is not a job for those who seek glory. We are the unknown, fighting for those who are ignorant to who we truly are. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, I understand. Naruto replied. Good, for this is your last chance to back out. From here on you will be ordered to take on far more dangerous missions and do things you may have never thought yourself capable of, but must with no explanation, just a simple order, Kakashi said. I understand. Naruto replied. Good. Kakashi said as he walked to Naruto's right side and went through some hand signs and slapped his hand onto his shoulder, and Naruto flinched a bit as he felt a burning sensation on his arm and looked down once Kakashi removed his hand to see the ANBU seal tattoo in its place. With this, you are recognized as a member of ANBU. Then he pulled out an ANBU mask. I personally selected this mask for you, he said as he showed the fox mask to Naruto, who narrowed his eyes at it. Why would you choose that one for me? Naruto asked with agitation. A few reasons. One, the fox is a clever trickster like you as a child, outwitting even some ANBU with your pranks. 2, because whether you like it or not, the fox is a part of you, and you must accept that. And the final reason is because the fourth sealed it within you for a reason. Kakashi explained. Oh really, what reason would that be? Some random kid he found in the wreckage. Naruto sneered. No. Kakashi said with venom that Naruto had never heard from his sensei before. You know, the fourth was my sensei. He said, more than asked, getting Naruto to nod his head in confirmation. I was one of the few that knew his secret, but was told to keep quiet about it by the third and the council. He continued, getting Naruto to listen more intently. But now that you are a Jonin and an ANBU, you deserve to know the truth. The truth is the fourth didn't take some random baby to seal the beast, and he took his newborn son. Kakashi said, getting Naruto's eyes to widen in shock. Why? Naruto asked. Why would he place this burden on his own son? He asked with anger. How could he ask someone else to give up their child when he wasn't willing to do it himself? Kakashi shot back at him, getting him to recoil and look down at the obvious. He also believed in you. Kakashi said, getting Naruto to look up at him. just like I do. He believed you could handle this burden because you were his son. He also wanted you to be looked at as a hero for holding the beast back. But fear makes people blind to the truth. Kakashi said as Naruto reached up and took the fox mask from him. Yes, and I don't blame them for being afraid. Naruto sighed. They only knew of what I held. I may never forgive them for what they did to me as a child out of that fear, but I won't hold it against them and won't look for retribution. Naruto said as he traced his finger around his new mask, but I won't take their shit laying down anymore. And I don't expect you to. Just remember you can't seriously harm them. Kakashi said sternly. Only defend myself, Naruto replied. Good, now any questions? Kakashi asked. Yes. Naruto replied in a soft tone, getting Kakashi to cock an eyebrow. If you knew my parents that well, can you tell me about them? Naruto asked, getting Kakashi to give a nice smile and nod his head. Of course. Kakashi said happily as they began to walk out of the training area. End flashback. He then told me everything about my parents and how the third had forbid anyone about talking about my heritage due to the fear of the retaliation of the stone's hatred of my father. Naruto said, I wanted to tell you, but every time I saw you I could only see Minato, and I didn't want you to hate him for what he put you through. Jiraiya explained. Then make up for it by teaching me his techniques. Naruto said. Agreed, I should have told you everything while we were on the road. Jiraiya said, so meet me at training area 13 tomorrow at 9. See you then, Ero-sanin. Naruto said as he turned and walked out of the office. I'll have to speak with Kakashi. Tsunade said. Leave him be. Jiraiya said it was too much to tell him to keep it from Naruto. And Kakashi was in the right. Naruto is not a little kid anymore. He is a Jonin and one of our top ANBU. He can handle the truth. Very well, I'll overlook it. Tsunade sighed. Well, guess I'll have to dig up some things to help him with his training. Jiraiya said as he walked back to the window and stepped out of it. And use the damn door. Tsunade yelled after him as she sat back in her chair and reached for her drawer and pulled out a little orange book and began to read it. Oh, and I expect a review on my book, Jiraiya said, popping his head into the front door, getting Tsunade to fumble the book and a blush to go across her face as Jiraiya smiled and pulled his head out of the door. At least he is using the front door. Tsunade sighed as she began to read the book again. Naruto leaned against a tree in training area 13 when his white-haired perverted master walked up. Good morning, Gaki, you ready? Jiraiya asked. Always, Ero-sanin. Naruto shot back. Well, first off, I can't perform the flying thunder god. Jiraiya explained. Minato was the only one who was able to do it correctly. However, I did help him develop the seals he used for the jutsu, and I have his notes while developing his jutsus. He said, holding up a small journal. Only thing is I can't open it. He put a blood seal on it, so it may or may not have his notes on the flying thunder god. He explained as he tossed the journal over to Naruto, who caught it and held it in front of himself for a moment. Well, let's see if you can open it. You must place some blood onto the seal to release it. Jiraiya said. I know how a blood seal works. It was one of the first things about seals you taught me. Naruto said as he bit his thumb and drew a little blood and wiped it across the seal on the cover. Once he had wiped his blood across the cover, the book unsealed itself. May I see? Jiraiya asked, holding out his hand as Naruto handed him the book, and he flipped through it till he stopped. All right, let's work on making the seal, Jiraiya said as he tossed Naruto some seal paper and some ink. He then walked over to him and took a seat across from Naruto as he did the same. They placed the paper in front of themselves with the ink to the side. All right, Minato told me that it was a blood seal, so you will have to add some of your blood to the ink for it to work properly, Jiraiya said as Naruto drew out a kunai and cut his hand and let the blood drip into the ink well. Here, Jiraiya said, turning Minato's open journal around, showing him the seal. Looks pretty simple, Naruto said, looking at it. Oh, that is what you think. Your father was a genius. When it came to seals, these are seals on top of seals. It will take a while to figure them out, Jiraiya said with a smile as Naruto began to write down the seals. 3 hours later, Naruto sat in the same place with a mountain of crumpled up seal papers at his side and a frustrated look on his face. Not so easy, is it? Jiraiya said with a victorious grin, getting a death glare from his student. You know what, go take a break, clear your mind. Go grab some lunch with a girl or something, he said teasingly. Fine, I'll go get something to eat, Naruto said as he stood up and began to walk away annoyed. If only you knew how much like your father you are, Jiraiya said to himself with a grin. Ino was walking around the food district of Konoha on her lunch break from the flower shop. So where should I eat today? She thought to herself as she passed the small ramen stand and stopped and backtracked as she saw an orange katana on the back of a black and orange jacket. Well, look who I found, Ino said in a happy tone as she popped into the ramen stand, getting Naruto to look over at her with a mouth full of ramen. Naruto took a second to swallow his mouth full and then asked, Are you stalking me or something? No, I was just out on my lunch looking for something to eat, Ino replied. So mind if I join you? You're going to sit down and start talking no matter what I say, so what the hell, sure. Naruto sighed. What crawled up your ass and died? Ino asked as she sat down. Sorry, I have just been doing some training with Ero-sanin, and it hasn't been going that well, so I'm a little frustrated. Naruto apologized. What are you working on? Ino asked, if I may ask. Seals, Naruto replied. Well, that doesn't sound so hard, Ino replied. Higher-end seals, Naruto elaborated. If you're working on that high-level stuff, should you be talking about it so casually? Ino asked. I haven't told you what kind of seals they were, only that they are difficult to do, Naruto replied with a smirk. Meanwhile, down the road, a pink-haired medic on her lunch break was looking for a place to eat as well. Where should I eat today? She asked herself. How about Ichiraku? There is a chance a certain former Yanbu agent is there. Inner teased. What? No, why would you suggest that? Sakura asked herself. Because the tension between you two has been so thick, I could cut it with a damn knife. Inner replied. I figure you catch him there, and you could work on fixing that friendship you once had with him. Well, you do have a point, and I do need to tell him I have finished the first book, Sakura said to herself as she turned toward the ramen stand. Yes, and we could make a date and not let Ino get ahead of us. Inner shouted for joy, getting Sakura to stop just outside the ramen stand. Wait, that is why you're pushing the subject, isn't it? Sakura shot at her inner self. What, she even said it herself that she wouldn't mind dating Naruto if we weren't interested. We cannot let her try to steal another man out from under us again. Inner shot back. But she didn't steal Sasuke, he ran off. Sakura shot at herself. But she got in our way of getting him. Now she is doing the same with Naruto, and we can't let her win. Inner shot. Ino was only joking about the dating him thing. There is no way she would actually be interested in Naruto, she said. Then what was that at the barbecue place the other day? Inner asked. We probably just misread the situation, Sakura replied as she walked into the ramen stand to find the two people of her thoughts sitting at the counter. See, I told you. A second date. Now we have to do at least that many with him to regain lost ground. Inner shouted. Maybe you're right, Sakura said as she felt a pain in her chest as she turned to leave. Hey Sakura, where you going? Ino's voice came out. Oh, well, Sakura began. Come on, sit down and join us, Ino replied happily. No, I wouldn't want to interrupt your date, Sakura replied. Naruto choked as he coughed on his ramen, while Ino had a blank look on her face. Ha ha ha. Ino began to laugh, getting Sakura to have a baffled look. You think this is a date? It's not? So that time at the barbecue wasn't a date either? Sakura asked. Okay, you already made me choke on my favorite food once today. If you make me do it again, I'll choke you, Naruto said, turning away from his food and pointing his chopsticks at her. Oh no, I just happened to run into him here and at the barbecue place, Ino replied, still trying to hold in her laughter. And since he said we weren't really friends because we never hung out outside of missions or training, so I decided to spend more time with him so we can be friends, she replied. And I regret ever opening my mouth on the matter, Naruto sighed. Now I have another stalker. What? Both Ino and Sakura shouted. You know about Hinata? Wait, Hinata too? I was talking about Konohamaru always hunting me down trying to fight me or something. Naruto said, getting a horrified look from the two girls who just outed one of their friends' biggest secret. Oh dear God, don't tell her we told you. Ino shot out. Please, it is her biggest secret. Sakura added as a grin grew across Naruto's face as he held in his laughter. Aha, sorry, I couldn't help it, I had to. Naruto laughed. Getting a confused look from the two girls, I have known about that for years. You have? Sakura asked in shock. Why haven't you said anything about it? What, and destroy her dreams completely? Naruto asked. I have to let her down easy. You know how bad her confidence was when she was young, and it doesn't seem to have changed much in the past 3 years if my encounter with you and her is any indication. Well, you need to do it soon so she can move on. Ino shot. Think she already has. Naruto replied, getting a confused look from the two girls. What do you mean? Ino asked. I haven't caught her tailing me since our little conversation. Naruto replied. But you have been on mission pretty much since you've gotten back, so she hasn't had time to. Ino countered. Yeah, but normally she would be sitting at that corner a block away watching me eat. Naruto replied, probably trying to work up the nerve to come and sit down. At this, the two kunoichi looked over to the corner he was talking about to see it vacant. Well, just because she isn't there doesn't mean she is over you. Ino shot back. She took that seat next to you pretty quickly when we were at the barbecue. Actually, Kiba grabbed the one next to you before she could choose, and she was already making her way to sit next to you, but had to move quickly to the one next to me, so as to not make a scene. Naruto said. Whatever. Ino sighed in defeat. Oh, Naruto, I finished the first book. Sakura chimed in, holding up the small orange book. And what have you learned from it? Naruto asked. That you were right, it actually is a good book and has a good story to it, and isn't just smut as I thought at first. Sakura replied as Naruto took the book from her. Good, now here is the second. Naruto said as he handed her the next book. Yeah, both of them are really good. Ino said with a perverted smile. Actually, all three are. Naruto replied. I was just talking about the main storyline, not the offshoots he did. Ino replied. So am I. Jiraiya finished the third, and it should be out in a few months. Naruto replied. What? Really? Ino asked excitedly. How could you know if it's good before it has come out? Really? Naruto sighed with a cocked eyebrow. He is my master. I got an advanced copy even before the review staff did. What? You mean to say you have a copy of the newest book? Ino squealed excitedly. Isn't that what I just said? Naruto replied unbelievingly. Well, let me borrow it for a bit. Ino demanded more than asked. Sorry, lend it to Kakashi, and trust me, you don't want to go over to his place to ask for it. Naruto said as a grim look came over both him and Sakura. And once he is done with it, 10, Captain Yamato called it. He said, catching himself, and she has got it after him. He gestures towards Sakura, so once she is done you can borrow it if it hasn't already come out yet. But that will take forever. Ino whined. Well, sorry, I have to get going. Naruto said as he got up. But I just sat down, don't you want to eat as a team like we used to? Sakura asked as he got up. Sorry, I got training to get to. Naruto said as he walked away. Once he was gone, Sakura's head dropped in a sulk. Oh, I think I know what's going on here. Ino said with a smirk, you like him, don't you? What? Sakura asked, looking up her with shock. No, I just want the old him back like it used to be. Stop lying, she is right. And don't even try to say you still like Sasuke because we know that is a lie. Ino replied. Oh, if that is it, you won't mind if I date him. Ino replied, getting a shocked look on Sakura's face. What? No, you can't date him. Sakura nearly shouted. Oh, why not? Because you want him all to yourself? Ino teased. What, no? Sakura stuttered. Oh, well, if that is the case, I see no reason why I can't try and date him. Ino replied with a grin. Well, Sakura began, but was cut off as Ino stood up from her stool and began to walk out of the stand. All right, I'm going to see if I can find him and ask him out on a real date. Ino said with an evil smile, leaving Sakura stunned. All right, hopefully this will give Sakura that kick in the ass she needs. Ino thought to herself, but if it doesn't, I'll have to push it a bit more. See, she does want to date him, I was right. Inner shouted in Sakura's head. If she wants to date him, that is all right. They are both good friends, and I hope they will be happy. Sakura replied. Oh, don't give me that, we both know we want him, and I won't let her get between us and another man. Inner replied. She isn't getting between us, because there is nothing to get in between, Sakura replied as her bowl was put in front of her. Fine, but remember that if they do get together, and unlike what you told Tsunade, it is too late to act on love if someone else has already acted on it. Inner replied. At this, Sakura just remained silent and hung her head. It had been 2 weeks since Naruto had started his training for the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. He had finally mastered making the seal and putting it on objects with just a touch. Well, you're making great progress, Jiraiya said. Yeah, finally got the seal down, but that is only the beginning. Naruto sighed. Right now we need to speed up to par. Jiraiya said, getting Naruto to give him a confused look. But I'm one of the fastest ninja in the village, Naruto said. Right, but this type of speed is instantaneous, Jiraiya replied. And plays hell on the body, Minato said. He nearly ripped himself apart when he was learning it. All right, so can you explain it to me? Naruto asked as he sat down. Well, the way Minato explained it was that his body wasn't ready for high speed of the teleportation that took place. Jiraiya replied. He said the best way to condition the body is to add elemental chakra to your speed instead of normal chakra, and that wind and lighting chakra were the best to increase speed. Well, guess it was only a matter of time I would catch a break and have some luck, Naruto replied, seeing how wind is my primary element. Right now, just remember to be careful and not tear yourself apart since wind can act like razors and shred you to bits. Jiraiya said with a grin. Oh, stop trying to scare me, it ain't gonna work, you old perv. Naruto replied as he began to run around the training area and began to focus his wind chakra to increase his speed. Once he did that, he had a small burst of speed but quickly fell to the ground with multiple cuts across his back and legs. Oh, those look bad, Jiraiya pointed out. Maybe we should have a medic here to patch you up. Maybe a certain pink-haired one, he said with a smirk. No, I'll be fine, Naruto said as the cuts began to seal up and heal with reddish-orange chakra. You know you shouldn't rely on that chakra too much, Jiraiya said. Maybe, but I have to get used to the chakra if I eventually want to control it and not let it take over, Naruto replied. But you don't want to really on it too much to where it takes over without you realizing it, Jiraiya added. Don't worry, I'll only use it to heal my wounds, Naruto replied. I'm putting in a request for Sakura to be here starting tomorrow so you don't begin to rely on the fox's chakra, Jiraiya said. Fine, Naruto sighed as he jumped up and began to run around the area again only to have the same results. A week had passed since Sakura had begun sitting in on Naruto's training sessions. Now she was sitting at the edge of the training field. He hadn't needed her to heal him in the past day, so she decided to catch up on her reading. So how do you like the book? Jiraiya asked, sitting next to Sakura. Oh, it is actually pretty good, Sakura replied. So does the main character represent you? Maybe, Jiraiya said with a sly smile. And does the... Sakura began. Oh, don't ruin things by trying to guess the ending, Jiraiya said, putting a finger to her mouth. Just read and enjoy the story, he said with a smile. Well, guess I won't find out for a while then, Sakura said as she closed the book she had in her hand. Just then another book was in her face. Just got it back from Yamato this morning, Naruto replied. You know I didn't give you that book to pass around like a $5 whore, since it hasn't been released yet, Jiraiya replied. Oh, calm down, I only lent it to Kakashi and Tei. Yamato, Naruto said, and now just her, and your precious book comes out in 2 weeks. Besides, you sent the original to Tsunade anyway. Fine, whatever. Jiraiya sighed as Sakura took the book and quickly opened it. Just then, an Anbu landed in front of the trio. Uzumaki-san, Haruno-san, the Hokage has called for you, the Anbu said. All right, thanks, Weasel, Naruto replied as the Anbu shunshined away. I wonder what she has for us. Sakura wondered. Probably a mission. I haven't been on one in 3 weeks, Naruto replied. What? Sakura exclaimed. You haven't been on missions since the bridge mission? Nope, Naruto replied. How can you pay for anything if you haven't done any missions? Sakura asked. I have some saved up from my Anbu missions. They pay a lot more than what we normally go on, Naruto replied as he jumped off toward the Hokage's office. Once the pair walked into the office, they saw Ino and Kurenai standing in front of the desk. Kurenai-sensei, Ino, what are doing here? Sakura asked. They are here for the same mission I'm sending you two on, Tsunade replied. So what is the mission? Naruto asked. To meet an acquaintance you made while with Jiraiya, Tsunade replied. Oh really, who is it? Naruto asked. Princess Khalsa, Tsunade replied, causing Naruto's face to twist into a horrified look. No, anything but there. Naruto shot back in fear and whiny tone. No, just know I'll go to the pits of hell before going back there, Naruto ranted. Haven't seen him go on a rant like this in a while, Sakura said to herself. Yeah, kind of nice, isn't it? Seeing the old him come out a bit. Ino replied. Where are we going exactly? Ino questioned. A small village called Yoshini, Tsunade replied. I've never heard of it, Ino said. Neither have I, Sakura replied. I have, Kurenai said, getting Ino and Sakura to look at her. So you know why I don't want to go back, Naruto replied. I agree. Why are you sending him on this mission? Kurenai asked. Yeah, so I'll just go home and send the next suicide mission my way, Naruto replied. Cause the odds of me survive that is still higher than surviving this mission. At this, both Ino and Sakura got a look of fear in their faces. Well, if he thinks it's such a high-risk place to be, should we even consider being there? Sakura asked with a bit of fear. No, Naruto is just exaggerating, Tsunade sighed. He is the only one at risk when going there, but he has a technique that will protect him, so he'll be fine. And it is a forbidden jutsu that you put on the list yourself, Naruto responded. So since I can't use that, I'll catch you later. You can use it if given permission from me, Tsunade shot back, and I'm giving you permission to use it. At this, Naruto threw up his hands and stomped around the room, pissed off. I wonder why he is putting up such fit about this, Ino whispered to Sakura. Well, Yoshini is a village run entirely by women, Kurenai whispered back, and men are thrown out or arrested on sight. Wait, the only technique I can think of that could help him in that situation is, Sakura thought to herself. Fine, I'll use it, but I'm really against it, Naruto said as he put his hands together. Sexy jutsu, he shouted as he disappeared in a puff of smoke, and in his place was a red-haired girl with blonde highlights and tips wearing Naruto's clothes. That won't work. They have ways to see through jinjutsu like that, Kurenai said. It worked the last time I was there, Naruto said, and since they have met me before, they won't look twice at me. So from here on during this mission, call me Naruto. Good, now that things are all set, your mission is to deliver this treaty agreement, Tsunade said, holding up a scroll as Kurenai walked up and took the scroll. All right, might as well get this over with, Naruto sighed as he headed out the door, followed by the rest of the team. A few hours later, Tsunade was sitting at her desk with a victorious smirk on her face. Well, you seem pretty happy with yourself, Jiraiya said as he stepped through the window. Yep, so much so I'm not even going to yell at you for coming in through the window, she replied with a smile. Oh, and why is that? Jiraiya asked. I just sent Naruto and Sakura on a mission that is sure to get Sakura off her ass and realize if she doesn't do something, she may lose Naruto for good, Tsunade said. Oh really, and what mission is that? Jiraiya asked. I sent them to Yoshini, Tsunade said with a grin. You do realize that Khalsa is crazy about him, right? Jiraiya said. Yep, and hopefully it will give Sakura that kick in the ass she needs to realize if she doesn't make a move soon, someone else might, Tsunade replied. Well, as long as you sent them there alone, it may work, Jiraiya said as he sat down in the chair across from her. No, I had to send a full team, so I sent Kurenai, along with Ino And that should be even better. She knows Sakura better than anyone and should have picked up on her feelings towards him like I have. Once she sees how Kalsa acts around Naruto, it will drive her to push Sakura to go after him. Tsunade said with a happy grin. At this, Jiraiya just sighed and face-palmed. What? She asked. Well, that may have worked last month, but Ino has proclaimed herself a love rival to Sakura for Naruto's affection. Jiraiya said, getting a shocked look from Tsunade. What? When the hell did this happen? Tsunade yelled. The day he started his flying thunder god training. Jiraiya explained. I sent him off to get lunch, so I followed him. While he was there, Ino showed up, then Sakura. Once he left, I stayed a bit longer and overheard Ino tell her about how if she wasn't going to date him, she might as well give it a try, and she has. I have seen her eating lunch with him a lot since then. However, I don't think they are actually dating yet. Why the hell didn't you tell me this sooner? Tsunade yelled. Because I had my own plans. Why do you think I requested Sakura to be the medic on site for his training? Jiraiya asked. Well, why didn't you say anything? Tsunade demanded. Because I was focused on them, and you're so busy with this stuff. He says, gesturing toward the papers on her desk. I figured I could handle it, but you just had to throw a monkey wrench into it. Well, you were taking too long. Tsunade said, trying to defend herself. Love isn't a thing you can rush, you need patience. Jiraiya said. This coming from a guy who sleeps with women he just met. Tsunade says with spit almost low enough he doesn't hear it. That is just sex, not love. Jiraiya said as he got up. Love isn't something you can rush, no matter how much you want it to be. He said, nearly whispering the last part where she nearly missed it. Hopefully you didn't push things too fast and rushed it. Jiraiya said as he went to the window and jumped out. I just didn't want her to wait too long. Tsunade sighed to herself like I did. And okay, it may get a bit confusing, but I will be using Naruto while he is in his female form. It had been 2 days since the team had set off toward Yoshini, and the gates were coming into view as the sun was setting. The 4 of them had been walking non-stop except to camp at night, and were exhausted except Naruto. Alright, so you guys are good with my cover? Naruto asked. Yes, Naruto. Ino said, just calm down, will you? Don't get your panties in a bunch. She sighed. I go commando. Naruto replied, getting the 2 teenage kunoichi to blush, as he just gave a smirk. Halt, came a commanding voice as they came up to the gate. Hello there, I'm Kurenai from the Hidden Leaf here to deliver a message to Kalsa-sama. Kurenai replied. Alright, Kalsa-heim won't be able to meet with you till the morning. The guard said, have you been here before? She asked. No. Kurenai, Ino, and Sakura replied. I have. Naruto replied. Oh, Naruto, good to see you again. The guard said with a smile. Well, the princess will be happy to see you again. Yeah, I'm sure she will. Naruto replied with a forced smile as she put her hand behind her head. Well, we have to do the check. The guard said as she pulled up a couple slips of paper and put them on each one of their heads, and they began to glow green. You guys are clear. What is that? Sakura asked. It is a seal that detects Jinjutsu in case any man tries to get in. The guard responded, since you guys have been cleared, you may enter. However, you must learn the rules. Here, men are not allowed in. Any boy under the age of 12 are allowed as long as they are accompanied by their mother. Other than that, it is just normal rules. Just don't start any trouble and you'll be fine. All right, thank you. Kurenai replied as she began to walk into the village. Oh, by the way, how is Jiraiya doing? The guard asked, getting a confused look from the 3 kunoichi. She is doing all right. Naruto replied as she hurried away into the village. The team walked through the village. It looked like normal village other than there were no men to be seen. The only males that were around were small children. What becomes of the boys that are born here? Ino asked. Mostly they go to the village down the valley and work the fields or go off into the world to find their own way. Naruto replied as they walked up to a hotel. All right, we'll stay here for the night. Deliver our message in the morning and get out. The team went to the front desk and rented 2 rooms, and we're now at the doors discussing the sleeping arrangements. I'll share with Naruto-chan. Ino replied in a teasing voice. I think Sakura should be with her since they are teammates and used to each other. Kurenai replied. Oh, fine. Ino sighed in defeat as she walked into the other room, followed by Kurenai while Naruto and Sakura took the other. Naruto and Sakura were laying out some fresh clothes with their backs to each other. You better not try to peep at me, Sakura said. So what if he does? You know you want him to. Ino said, getting her to blush. As long as you do the same, Naruto replied. No promises, Ino said with a perverted grin. Well, I'm going to the hot springs, Naruto said as she headed out the door. Damn, go after him. Her, whatever, Ino said in her head. No, we don't see him that way, Sakura replied to her inner self. Oh, bullshit, stop trying to cover your emotions. Ino berated, we like him. I don't want to see us like Tsunade, who waited too long to move on from her first love and not take what was right in front of her. Ino berated, getting angrier. Now we need to move on him before Ino or someone else does. Whatever, I'm going to go for a soak and clear my mind. Sakura sighed as she headed out the door. Once she turned around, she saw her best friend coming out of her own room. Oh, Sakura, what are you doing? Ino asked. Thought I would go down to the spa and relax a bit, Sakura replied. Same here, let's go, Ino replied as she hooked her arm through Sakura's and they headed toward the hot springs. The pair walked into the changing room and began to strip down and wrap towels around themselves. So where is Kurenai? Sakura asked. Oh, she just took a shower and crashed out as soon as we got into the room, Ino replied as she walked toward the hot spring entrance. Yeah, it was a bit of a hike, Sakura replied as they walked toward the water. They stepped into the water and removed their towels as they sank into the warm water, and it came up just below their breasts. At the edges of the hot springs were bench-type seats going all the way around the pool, where the water came to their shoulders when they sat down. Once they got used to the heat of the water, they sank back into their seats of the steamy water. Oh God, this is just what I needed, Ino sighed with pleasure as she sank down to her face in the water. Just then, Ino saw a figure popping up out of the water through the steam. Oh, looks like there is someone else here, she said as she got up and began to walk toward the figure. Hey, hold up, Ino, Sakura said as she got up and followed her. Hi there, are you from here? Ino called up as she got closer to the figure. We are from the Leaf and are here for the first time, she called out as the steam began to dissipate and they saw the red hair of a girl their age and then froze as they saw Naruto's face. They began to scream, but were cut off as Naruto jumped up and covered their mouths. Quite if you two scream it could blow my cover, Naruto said. Now will you two be quiet and not scream? She asked as they both nodded their heads. Good, she sighed as she let go of their mouths and sat back into her previous seat, while the two just stared at her for a minute. You two just going to stand there? Or are you going to sit? Naruto asked as the pair looked done to see their bare breasts completely exposed, and they both dropped down into the water to cover themselves. Oh, you'll pay for this, Sakura said as she clenched her fist in a rage. Pay for what? Naruto asked. I was taking a bath and you two came up on me. Besides, I told you I was heading down here. Why are you in the women's bath? Sakura asked. Well, there is no male bath, and here I am a woman, Naruto replied. Yeah, so just calm down, will you? Ino said, coming out of her shock. It's just us girls here, she said as she slid into the seat next to Naruto. What are doing? Sakura asked Ino. What, just having a soak with my girlfriends? Ino said as she wrapped an arm around Naruto. So if you don't want to blow her cover, get over on her other side, she whispered as Sakura slowly moved to Naruto's other side with a heavy blush. See now, isn't this nice? Ino asked. Well, it's not terrible, Sakura replied. Now we just have to do it while he is a guy and not in this form, Ino replied. However, I'm sure we can have some fun with this form. Okay, now that is too far, Sakura shot at her inner self. So Naruto, how did you get past that Jinjutsu detecting seal? Ino asked. Well, this jutsu actually turns me into a girl, not just in appearance, Naruto explained, and their seals only look for appearance-changing jutsu. Wait, so you're saying all this is real? Ino asked, gesturing toward Naruko's body. Yes, Naruko replied. So if I touch these? Ino said as she snaked her hands under Naruko's arms and latched them onto her breasts and began to massage them. You would feel them as if they were real? Oh, they are nice and firm, but not too firm. And good size too, I would say they are even bigger than mine. She teased. At this, Naruko's eyes bulged as she let out a slight moan. Yes, because they are, she said as she grabbed Ino's hands and pried them off. What, you got to peek at us? Ino said, looking over at Sakura. We need to be even, she said with a sly smile. Yes, I got a peek, and you two got a peek at me while back in the leaf, so that would be even, Naruko replied. But we didn't get that good of a peek, I only say from your shoulders up. Ino pouted. And you touched, I only looked, so I would say we aren't even, Naruko said with a grin. You wouldn't dare, Ino said as she faced him. Then in the blink of an eye she was gone, and Ino felt a pair of arms sank themselves under her arms and fingers dig into her own breasts and begin to massage them as she felt a body press up against her back. So how do you like it? Naruko asked as she rubbed Ino's breasts even harder and began to pinch her nipples, causing her to moan. Oh God, yes, more. Ino moaned with pleasure, but it quickly stopped, causing her to look back at Naruko in confusion. Why did you stop? She asked. Because I was doing it to mess with you, not for your pleasure, Naruko said. I thought you would fight me more, not give in to it. What can I say? You got magic fingers, Ino said with a distant look on her face. Sakura, you have to try it, she said, looking over at Sakura, who was now next to her. What? Sakura asked in shock. No. Oh hell yeah, let's do this, Ino shouted for joy. Oh, stop being so uptight, Ino said as she grabbed Sakura's wrist and swung her in between herself and Naruko. No, I only did it to you because you were pushing things and grabbed mine, Naruko said. I won't feel up Sakura just because you want to see some girl-on-girl action. At least he knows how to hold back. Sakura sighed. No, come on, ravish us like you did Ino, but don't hold back, Ino demanded. Oh, fine, Ino sighed, then whispered into Sakura's ear, you two always needed a push. Then she shoved Sakura into Naruko, causing the pair to fall back into the edge of the pool. Sakura had her eyes closed, but felt something soft pressing into her chest and something else soft against her lips. She opened her eyes to find her lips pressed against Naruko's as well as their bodies pressed together. Sakura went bright red as she pulled back away from Naruko and backpedaled into Ino. Oh, Sakura, didn't think you had it in you, Ino teased, causing her to blush even more. You did that on purpose, Sakura accused. Perhaps a bit, but I wasn't expecting that result, Ino snickered. That was my first kiss, Sakura whispered to Ino. Hey, first kisses don't mean anything, came Naruko's voice. Oh, what, you just steal a girl's first kiss and act as if it isn't some big deal, Sakura said, beginning to fume. No, the first doesn't matter, neither does the second or the third. The only ones that matter are the ones you share with the person you truly care about, Naruko replied. Wow, I was actually mad at him for brushing off our first kiss like that. But what he says is very heartfelt and romantic, Ino said in a softening tone. Yeah, I know I was mad at him and ready to beat him into the next village, but it melted away at those words, Sakura said. Oh, don't give me that, Ino said. The only reason you don't think first kisses mean anything is because your first was with Sasuke. At this, Naruko's face pulled into an oh shit face as if he just got caught doing something bad. What, oh hell no, let's beat his face in, Ino yelled. Yeah, let's do it, Sakura agreed. Well, I would be lying if I said that wasn't a factor, Naruko said, trying to calm Sakura down after seeing the rage in her face. But I was told that by Jiraiya. At this, Ino got a confused look on her face. What do you mean Jiraiya, the master pervert, said that? Ino asked. He may be a perv, but he is a romantic at heart, Naruko explained. He may have slept with more women than I could count. However, his heart has always belonged to one person. He told me that once you find the one, it doesn't matter what it is you do with them, whether it be intimate relations or just having a drink and talking, treasure those moments. All right, don't beat his face in, Ino said. While speaking of Jiraiya, it sounds pretty close to Jiraiya that the guard was talking about. Ino said getting Sakura to remember, kind of like Naruto, is close to Naruto. Yeah, weird, isn't it? Naruto said, leaning back and averting her eyes. Oh, please don't tell me you taught this technique to Jiraiya? Sakura begged. Okay, I won't tell you. Naruto replied. Damn, Naruto, why? Sakura begged. Because it was the only way I could convince him to focus on my training instead of doing his research. Naruto explained, I give him a way to more easily conduct his research, and he focuses only on my training. So that is why you came back a year early. Ino replied. Yes. Naruto replied. But how could you give him such a technique and put us at risk of being peeped on by such a perv? Sakura questioned. Well, one of the agreements we had about me teaching him it was that he wouldn't use it in the leaf, or where someone from the village could find out. Naruto explained. How do you know he will keep that promise? Sakura asked. I don't, and I honestly expected him to have used it in the leaf, but every time I've caught him peeping it has been his normal type of peeping. Naruto explained. Well, that just makes me feel all sorts of better that there is some old perv watching me from a distance instead of as a woman next to me. Ino said sarcastically. So this will just be between us three, right? Naruto asked, because if Tsunade found out she wouldn't only kill Jiraiya, but me as well. Well, I guess we can keep this secret. Ino sighed, under one condition. She added as she swung over to Naruto's side, so Naruto was in between the two kunoichi. What? Naruto asked, a bit afraid of the condition. You have to admit we are friends, Ino said with a grin, causing him to smirk with a chuckle of relief. Fine, we are friends, Naruto said with a smile, causing Ino to return the smile. How about you, Sakura? Can you keep this secret? I guess. Sakura sighed. It would be kind of hard to get your forgiveness if you died because of me. At this, Naruto just smiled. Well, let's say you're faintly getting there, Naruto said, causing Sakura to light up with a smile. I do have one more question, Ino said. And what would that be? Naruto asked. You said this was all real. Does that mean even? Ino began as she put her hand on Naruto's knee and began to slide her hand up. Naruto quickly snatched Ino's wrist and pulled it up out of the water. I only go as far as second base on the first date, she said with smirk, and stood up, grabbed her towel, and wrapped it around herself. She then stepped out of the water and began to walk to the changing room. Well, that was fun, Ino said with a smile. I just wish we could have had the kind of fun Ino had, Ino complained, but at least we got our first kiss, and it was with Naruto, or Naruto, or whatever. Yeah, and it was. Sakura began, but her thoughts faded as she sank into the water, remembering the kiss. Meanwhile, back in the Leaf, Tsunade found herself in the Leaf's hot springs changing room. She had a lot on her mind and needed to clear her mind and just soak and maybe have a few drinks along with it. Tsunade wrapped her towel around herself and walked out into the steamy bath area. I really need this, Tsunade sighed with a stretch. She then saw the back of someone else siding in the bays with white hair. She walked toward the figure. Oh, hi there, she called out as the body tensed a bit. So out here to shed the stress of the day as well? She asked in a friendly tone as she slid into the water next to the person. Yeah, you could say that, the whitehead said as she turned to face the Hokage to reveal a woman in her mid to late 30s, with a tight face, without wrinkles, and moderate-sized breasts. Yeah, I have just had a rough couple days myself, Tsunade said with a sigh. But I'm sure you don't want to hear about my problems. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm a good listener, and it may help to get some things off our chest, the woman said. Well, if we are going to talk, we might as well drink as well, Tsunade said as she reached behind a rock and pulled out a bottle of sake. One of my many hidey holes, she said with a wink. Don't worry, I won't tell, the white-haired woman said with a friendly wink. By the way, what is your name? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya, she said with a grin. That is an odd name, Tsunade said. Are you here on business or something? I haven't seen you around before, but you seem familiar at the same time. No, I'm just passing through. Gotten late this evening and needed to rest after my travels, Jiraiya replied. Now what has got you all worked up? She asked. Oh, just young love. Tsunade replied as she poured 2 drinks. Not to sound offensive, but aren't you a bit old for young love? Jiraiya replied. Ha, no offense taken, I know I'm old even if I don't look it. Tsunade laughed. No, it's about my young apprentice. She obviously has feelings for this guy, but won't act on them. Oh, and you want her act on it then? Jiraiya asked. Yes, I don't want her to go through life regretting not acting on it because of previous lose. Tsunade replied with a sullen look as she threw back her drink. You can't make decisions for others. You can only guide them from your own experience, but must let them walk their own path. Jiraiya replied. Yeah, but I just don't want to see her hurt. Tsunade said because she waited too long. Then show her it is never too late to follow your dreams. Jiraiya replied with a smile as she put a hand on her shoulder. Right, thank you. Tsunade said as she gave Jiraiya a hug. No problem. Jiraiya said, ACHO, she sneezed. Hee, someone must be talking about you. Tsunade replied with a chuckle. Hopefully it's something dirty. Came a much deeper voice with a chuckle. But that wasn't the only change. She noticed the soft breasts that were pressed against hers were gone, and a hard flat one was in its place. Tsunade pulled away from the hug, and her face twisted into horror, as in the place of the white-haired woman was Jiraiya. What? Jiraiya asked as Tsunade's face went from horror to anger, and a tick mark appeared above her now shadowed over eyes, and she clenched her fists. Hey, what's wrong? Jiraiya asked as he put his hand behind his head, then saw his arm, and looked down to see was in his normal form, and it was his turn for horror to take over his face as he paled. Now I know what you're thinking, Jiraiya said, putting up his hands in a defensive and pleading manner. Jiraiya, Tsunade began in a seething tone. Did Naruto teach this to you? Ah, Jiraiya began, but couldn't form words, as she got right up to him and put her face to his. Might as well fulfill your dying wish before I kill you. Tsunade smirked evilly as she kissed him, shocking him solid. Once she pulled away, he still stood there unable to move as she put her fist through his jaw, launching him over the hidden leaf. Tsunade then walked over to the changing room and put her clothes back on and proceeded to run in the direction she had launched Jiraiya. The next morning, the team met in the lobby of the inn. Everyone was well rested except Naruto, who yawned as she walked onto the lobby. Oh, tired are you? Ino teased. Did you and Billboard Brow continue the fun last night without me? What fun? Kurenai asked, confused. Nothing, Sakura quickly answered. No, I just couldn't sleep, kept having a feeling I was going to die. Naruto replied. That's odd, but it could be from previous missions you were on the ANBU, and they go on missions where you could easily die. Kurenai replied. No, this wasn't like that. I can deal with those easy enough. This was a feeling of impending doom. Naruto replied. Anyway, let's go get this mission done. The team walked to the town hall building and found themselves in the waiting room. Once they were called into the main hall, they saw a throne at the end of the hall with a girl about 16 with golden hair that went to her lower back, nice full breasts that rivaled Hinata's sitting on it. Wow, she is gorgeous, Inner proclaimed. Yeah, I wonder why Naruto had such a fit about seeing her. Sakura wondered. Good morning, Kalsaheim. Kurenai greeted. We are here to deliver the treaty to be signed between your village and ours, she said as she held up the scroll. Very well, let us go to my office, and we shall go over it, Kalsa said as she stood up and walked to a door behind her throne, followed by the team. Once inside, Naruto shut the door, but found herself pressed up against the door with her lips pressed to another. Once she got her bearing, she pushed the body that was pressed up against her away. How many times do I have to tell you not to do that? Naruto said as she wiped her mouth. Oh, you know you enjoy it, Kalsa said as she walked behind the desk, and you will be mine someday, she added as she opened the scroll and began to read it. All right, seems like everything we agreed upon, Kalsa said as she continued to read. And here is the part about allowing men from your village in as long as it pertained to a mission and that they had to be Jonin or ANBU rank. Yes, Kalsaheim, Naruto replied. Good, now you can drop that transformation. Kalsa replied, I do like it, but I like your real form better. At this, the three kunoichi got a look of shock, as Naruto disappeared and Naruto was in her place. Oh, now that is so much better, Kalsa said as she licked her lips. Now where does it say in this treaty about our betrothal? What, no way, we can't lose him like this, Inner said in a defeated tone. I don't want to lose him either, Sakura said. It doesn't, and you know it, Naruto said. Oh, I thought I'd try, Kalsa said in a disappointed tone. Well, if you ever change your mind, I'm always here, or I could come and try to get you over at your village, she said with a twisted grin. Sorry, I'm already dating her, Naruto said, gesturing toward Ino, getting a shocked look from all his team members. Isn't that right, Ino-chan? What? When the hell did this happen? What did we miss? Inner yelled. You mean we already lost him? Sakura said with a sense of loss. Damn, Naruto-kun, I thought we were going to wait another week to tell everyone. Ino sighed in agitation. Sorry, Ino-chan, couldn't be helped. Naruto shrugged as he walked over to her and put his arm around her. Well, I guess special circumstance call for change in plans. Ino shrugged as well as she wrapped her arm around his waist. Very well, but once you get bored with her, come back, and I will show you things she would never dream of doing, Kalsa said as she signed the treaty, rolled it up, and handed it to Kurenai. Thank you, Kalsa-heim, Kurenai said as Naruto turned back into Naruto and the team exited the office and left the building. The team walked out of town, and once they were far enough away, Naruto dropped the transformation. Oh, about time, Naruto said as he stretched. It's good to be back in my real form. Yeah, like she said, your female form is nice and fun, but this one is definitely better, Ino said. Why were you freaking out so much about going there? Yes, she was a bit of a freak, but not that bad. You only met her for a few minutes. I had to deal with her for a week, Naruto said as a shiver went down his spine. I've tried to block out most of it. Let's just say her dungeon doesn't hold criminals. Oh, all right, understandable that you didn't want to go back, Ino replied. Yeah, and thanks for playing along with the whole girlfriend thing, Naruto said, getting Sakura to snap her head over to him. Yeah, no problem, Ino said. Once you threw that at me, I figured it had to be something like that. Wait, that was all just an act? Sakura asked in shock. Of course, Ino said. You had to find a way out of that situation and a way to get her to back off, Naruto said. She would have followed us back to the village if she thought there was a chance of getting me, so I gave her a reason to back off. But why Ino? Sakura asked. Why not me? Ino rebutted. Because she is part of the interrogation unit, even if at just a lower-level position, she knows how to read people. Also, if Kalsa had any spies watching me, she would have been informed that me and Ino have lunch every couple of days for the past couple weeks, Naruto explained, getting Ino to look back at Sakura with a grin as she started to make her way over to her. When I talked about dating Naruto at the ramen stand, I was trying to get you to buck up and fight for him and admit your feelings for him that I know you have, and that is what I originally planned for this trip, Ino said under her breath, so only Sakura could hear. However, now, I am telling you I do want him as my boyfriend whether you do or not. What? No, we can't let her have him, Inner demanded. Fight for him now. But I don't, Sakura began. Oh, don't give me that when you heard they were dating, your heart dropped to your stomach. You felt you had lost something you never wanted to lose. That is what happens when you love someone and you're about to lose them, Inner berated. So fight for him. If he does choose her over us, at least let us go down fighting like we always do. Damn, fight, 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 Inner pounded into her head. I won't let you have him that easily, Sakura said under her breath for only Ino to hear. Well, looks like we are love rivals once more, Ino said with a grin. Only difference this time is I already have a foot in the door, she said as she sped up to walk next to Naruto. Hey Naruto, you know it would be alright if you continued to call me Ino-chan, Ino said in a puppy dog voice. As long as I get to call you Naruto-kun. Alright, fine by me, Naruto said as she clung to his arm. Oh, that little witch, Inner seethed. Don't worry, she won't win that easily, Sakura said as they continued to walk toward the village. Naruto's team walked up to the main gate as the sun beginning to set. Thank God we're back, I need a shower, Naruto said as they approached the gate. Why is that? Since your ANBU a few days without washing is probably nothing compared to some of the time you've gone through without 1 inch, Ino said. Yeah, I've gone months without washing, but using that form just makes me feel dirty. Naruto says with a shiver. Well, I think you look pretty cute in that form, Ino said with a wink. Damp flirting with him right in front of us. Inner began to rant. We have to bury her. And that answers a few questions for me, Naruto said, getting Ino to give a dumbfounded look. Wait, what questions? Ino began with shock as they walked up to the front desk, and she was cut off by the person at the desk. Good to see you guys, the clerk said as they signed in, and the Hokage gave me orders to tell you to go straight to her office. Huh, I wonder what is up, Naruto said as they began to head to her office. Once the team walked into the office, they immediately saw Jiraiya sitting in the corner with a cast on his arm and his leg. Damn, she catch you peeping on her, and she give you the beating you deserve, Naruto chuckled. No, I broke every bone in his body, healed them. Then broke them again, healed them a second time. Then broke them a third time and healed all but his arm and leg so they could heal slowly. Tsunade said with a controlled rage in her voice. He did something far worse than mere peeping, she said, giving Naruto a death glare. How what you staring at? Naruto began, but got a look of realization over his face and turned to Jiraiya. I fucking told you not to use that here, you dumbass, Naruto yelled, then looked at Tsunade. Thank you for leaving an arm and leg for me to break, he said, rolling up his sleeves, and began to walk over to him. No, his punishment is mine, Tsunade replied, as well as yours. What? Why am I getting punished? Naruto argued. You put that jutsu on the forbidden jutsu list after I taught it to him. You think I care? Tsunade said. You should have known I wouldn't approve of you teaching that to him, of all people. But it was the only way to make him focus on my training, Naruto replied. Since just beating you won't work, I have come up with a proper punishment, Tsunade replied with an evil grin, getting Naruto to gulp. You are going back to the academy. What the hell, I'm an ANBU. I was on the roster to be a captain before I came back to the regular ninja forces, Naruto said, getting a shocked look from Sakura and Ino. He was going to be a captain? Inner said with shock. Yeah, I knew he was good, but Sakura thought as Naruto ranted. No, you dumbass, you are going to be a substitute for Iruka for a month, Tsunade said. Oh, that's even worse. At least I could skip out like I used to if I was a student again, Naruto sighed. Good, now be at the academy at 08 in the morning and meet up with Iruka. He will fill you in on everything you need to know, Tsunade said. Fine, Naruto says as he throws up his hands and walks out the room. Sure, show. Sakura calls to her master. Yes, Tsunade replies. Why did you give him that as a punishment? Sakura asked. Because from his file he hated school even more than going to the hospital, and we both know how much he hates going there, Tsunade said, giving her student a knowing look. Yeah, if he stayed there longer we could put the moves on him, Inner sighed. You know you're evil, right, Shirsho? Sakura asked, just getting a smile from the older woman. The next morning Naruto walked up to academy and looked around for a minute, remembering when he was there. That was when his eyes landed on the swing set that was just outside entrance. He stared at it for a moment, thinking of all the times he had sat there watching as the other kids' parents had come to pick them up when his never came. He let out a small sigh as he walked into the academy and headed to the main office. Hey there, Iruka-sensei, Naruto said as he stepped into the office. Iruka looked up and got a shocked look as he saw Naruto for the first time since he got back. Naruto, Iruka said, you look different. Yeah, just a bit, Naruto replied, running his hand through his hair. Well, Lady Tsunade told me your situation, Iruka said. And what situation is that? Naruto asked, a little scared. That you have been back for over a year working in the ANBU, and she is sending you here as a punishment for something she didn't go into detail on, Iruka said. Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't get into contact with you earlier, Naruto apologized. It's all right, I understand, being in the ANBU you were busy and no one was supposed to know you were back, Iruka said with a smile, waving it off. All right, thanks, Naruto said with a sigh. All right, now you will be taking over for my class, Irika said as he walked out into the hall. Now I have couple pranksters in the class that you will have to keep an eye on, Irika said as he stopped in front of a door. Oh, how bad can they be? Naruto shrugged. I was the prankster king while in the academy, and I'm still in the ANBU's inner village bingo book, he added with a smirk as they walked into the classroom. When they entered, Irika walked to the front of the class and got their attention. All right, class, I'd like to introduce an old student of mine, Naruto Uzumaki, Irika said as Naruto stepped up next to him. He is a jonin and will be substituting while I'm away, Irika said as he waved his hand over to Naruto. Hello, class, Naruto began but snapped his hand up into a fist in front of his face in the blink of an eye, leaving the class shocked as he opened it, revealing a spitball in his hand. Naruto glanced across the awe-struck class, even the girl with a black hair and black puppy on her head, and a straw in her hand with a gaping, open mouth. Once he saw this, he gave a smirk as he flicked the spitball back at its owner, hitting her right in the mouth, making her choke on it. Well, guess I know who the new challenger for the prankster crown is, Naruto said, staring down the young girl, who finally hacked up the spitball. Well, let's get these introductions out of the way, shall we? I'm Naruto Uzumaki, also known as the Prankster King back in my academy days, and still on the ANBU's top 10 offenders list, he said with a grin. Well, since this is my first day, Irika will be here today, and I will observe to get a feel of where you guys are at, and go off that tomorrow, Naruto said as he pulled up a chair in the corner of the room and looked up at them. All right, since you will be graduating at the end of this year, we will be focusing on the graduation material, such as clones, transformations, and taijutsu, Irika said as he began his lecture. After a few hours into the lecture, Naruto noticed the class getting edgy and a certain girl edging her way closer to a window in the back. She then tried to make quick move to slip out, but as soon as she began to open the window, a kunai embedded itself into the window frame. Gotta be better than that to get away from me, Naruto said from his chair, getting a scared look from the young girl who just sat back down in her chair. The rest of the day was uneventful, as Irika finished his lecture and the bell rang and the kids began to shuffle out of the classroom. Will the challenger please stay behind? Naruto called out, and two girls, one with a white puppy and white hair, and the other girl with black hair and a black puppy, stood in front of them. I only wanted to speak to this one, Naruto said, pointing at the black-haired one. She is my sister, and I can't leave without her, the white-haired one said. Yes, this is Mono and Noke. Irika gestured to the white-haired one, then the black-haired one. Inuzuka's, obviously, Naruto added. Oh, what gave you that impression? Noke said, rolling her eyes. Well, the obvious dogs, but also the fact Kiba is standing out in the courtyard looking lost, Naruto said with a nod of his head for them to look out the window. Kiba ne-san, they both said with excitement. Calm yourselves, Naruto said, holding up his hands. Now you won't be able to get away with the stuff with me like you do with Irika-sensei. I know all the tricks and even came up with a few myself. If you don't believe me, just ask your cousin down there, he said, pointing a thumb out the window. Well, let's go say hi, shall we? He said as he walked out the door. The trio walked out the door and met with Kiba once he saw them and gave a big smile and called out, Hey there, how are my two favorite cousins? He then kneeled down and rubbed their heads as the two puppies walked up to Akamaru. Kiba then stood up and looked at Naruto. And the hell you doing back in this place? He said as he held up his hand, and they shook and did a half hug. I'm on probation, and this is my punishment, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. What you do? Kiba asked with a chuckle. I haven't seen any paint on the monuments recently, so that can't be it. Come on, let's not give that one any ideas, Naruto said, gesturing toward Noke. Yeah, Kiba said as he turned back to the twins. Hey, head back to the house, I'll catch up with you. I need to speak to your sensei, he said, holding back a chuckle at the thought. So what's their story? Naruto asked. Yeah, Kiba sighed. Their parents died on mission about 2 years ago and have been living with my mom, sister, and me since. They are good girls, just have a fun side to them. Like how we were in the academy, Naruto said with a grin. Yeah, Kiba said with a chuckle, At least they haven't painted the monument. But anyway, we're getting off topic. Why are you here? Well, let's just say I taught a certain someone a jutsu I shouldn't have and got caught. Naruto said. You didn't teach that jutsu to Jiraiya, did you? Kiba asked, just getting a nod from Naruto. Damn man, why would you do something like that? Kiba berated him. It was the only way to get him to focus on my training and stop doing research while on our trip. Naruto explained. Great, now I have to worry about some old perv peeping on my girlfriend. Kiba sighed. Well, don't have to worry about that. Tsunade put a hurt on him that he won't soon forg. Naruto began, but soon realized what he had been told. Wait, what girlfriend? Who, when? He began to question. Hello, Naruto Koen. Came a soft female voice from behind him. Naruto turned to see Hinata along with Hanabi standing there. Wait, you mean? Naruto began, then pointed at the two of them, getting Hinata to blush as Kiba walked around to her and threw his arm around her. Yeah, we just started dating about a week ago, Kiba said with a grin. Kiba-kun, I didn't want to start telling people yet, Hinata said in a hushed voice. Sorry, Hinata-hime, I am just excited, Kiba said with a grin. Don't worry, I can keep a secret, Naruto said, putting a finger to his lips. Well, goodbye, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, then turned to Kiba. We are still going out for dinner tonight, right? Of course, I'll pick you up at 7, Kiba said, getting a smile from the Hyuga. I'll see you in class, Naruto-sensei, Hanabi said with a bow as she turned and followed her sister away. I'll have to thank you, Kiba said once Hinata was out of earshot. For what? Naruto asked. I don't know why, but ever since you got back, Hinata has been less and less obsessed with you, and that gave me the opening I needed to finally ask her out, Kiba explained. She probably saw I wasn't the starry-eyed little kid I used to be, and it shocked her out of the crush, Naruto said. Well, anyway, take good care of my cousins in class, all right, Kiba said as he turned and began to walk away. And you take care of Hinata, Naruto called back. Will do, Kiba said with a grin and thumbs up. Naruto sat at the desk at the front of the room as the kids began to file in. Once everyone was seated, Naruto stood up and began roll call. Once he finished, he looked up from the clipboard. All right, so you have been going over taijutsu, correct? Naruto asked. Yes, we were going over the different fighting styles in Chapter 3. Mono said, holding up the book. All right, Naruto said as he picked up the book and then flipped through it, then tossed it back onto the desk. All right, if there is one thing I know, it's fighting, so let's head down to the training yard, he said as he began to walk out of the room. The class sat there a bit shocked. He then popped his head back in and said, Well, you coming? And they all jumped up and followed him. Once the class was outside, the class made a semicircle around him as he began to talk. All right, I've never been that book smart, Naruto said, so I'm going to teach the best way I can by just doing it. So I will be showing you the techniques, and then you will practice them. Now, everyone partner up, he said as everyone began to pair up, but one girl was left out. Naruto looked around and saw everyone had been paired up but her. All right, Hanabi, you're with me then. At this, she didn't say a word, just walked over next to him. So let's begin, Naruto said as he made a hand sign, Shadow Clone Jutsu. He called out as another one of him appeared. He then performed the techniques on the clone and then had the class perform them with their partner, and Hanabi performed them on him. This is pointless, Hanabi said under her breath. Really, why do you think this is pointless? Naruto asked, getting everyone to look at them and Hanabi to go red with embarrassment that he had heard her. I just find it pointless because I have my family techniques that are far superior than these and any other technique out there, Hanabi said. Oh really, then how come I bet Niji while he was using that fighting style? Naruto asked with a grin. You got lucky and caught him by surprise, Hanabi argued. Oh really, then let's have a little spar, Naruto said as he walked to one side of the training field. Fine, Hanabi said as she walked to the opposite side. Someone say go, Naruto said as Noke jumped to the side and shouted, Ready, set, fight, she shouted as she swung her hand down. The moment the match started, Hanabi activated her Byakugan. She gave a small smirk as she looked at Naruto, but before she could do anything, Naruto moved faster than she could keep track with, and she was on the ground in an armbar. No matter how talented you are, if someone else has more determination and trains, they will surpass you if you start to slack. Naruto said as he let her go and stood up. Now I will be going around and looking at how you are coming along. I'll come back to you when you've gotten off your high horse, he said, looking back at Hanabi, who just pushed herself up and had a shocked look on her face. Naruto walked around and saw most of the students were getting it, but when he came to Mono and Noke, he stood and watched as Mono was having trouble getting the techniques right. Having trouble? Naruto asked the twins. No, sensei, Noke said with a smile as her sister was heaving. Just a bit, sensei, Mono said with frustration. It's all right, it comes easier for some than others, Naruto said as Noke had a smile on her face while a frown crossed Mono's. And others are good at books, he said, getting them to swap expressions. I've read your personal file Irika has on all of you. You are top of the class in studies, but have trouble in the hands-on aspect. While your sister here is the opposite, where she is the bottom of the class in book knowledge and in the top when it comes to hands-on. You two are lucky though, he said, looking at them, getting a confused look on their faces. You have each other to help each other with your downfalls. You see, I was the dunce in the class, Naruto said with a smile, getting them to give a shocked look. I was bottom of the class, I had no one to help me, so take advantage of what you do have. I also know a certain girl who was top of the class in books, but worthless in a fight, Naruto said. Achoo, Sakura sneezed. Are you okay, Sakura? One of the nurses behind the nurse's desk asked. Not coming down with anything, are you? No, I'm fine. Sakura waved her off. I just got the urge to beat the hell out of Naruto for some reason. But now she is one of the top medical ninjas in the village, and now she is decent in a fight now that she is trained better, Naruto explained, even if it is just smashing whatever is in her way. Kind of fits her personality, haha. Sakura smash, he whispered the last part to himself. Now then, keep practicing and help each other outside of class, alright? Naruto said, getting the twins to nod their heads, and they went back to their practice. He turned around and found Hanabi standing behind him. Naruto-sensei, I'm sorry for my arrogance and lack of respect for my earlier outburst, Hanabi said. You ready to get off that high horse? Naruto asked. Yes, sensei, Hanabi said as she got into a fighting stance and they continued to practice. Sakura sat in the break room at the hospital drinking her afternoon coffee. How did I ever survive without this magical liquid? Sakura sighed as took a drink. Well, you better hurry up, Naruto is supposed to be here soon, Inner said. What? Sakura asked. Don't you remember the academy is coming for a field trip to the hospital today? Inner said. Oh right, and Naruto is still subbing for Irika-sensei for another week. Sakura replied. Yes, and now we can start making our move, Inner said. Yeah, we can get him to like us like he used to without Ino interfering, Sakura said with a grin. Hey there, Sakura, came Ino's voice. Damn, don't you know never speak of the devil? Inner yelled. Damned, Sakura sighed to herself. What are you doing here, Ino? I didn't think you were on shift till the weekend, Sakura asked. Yes, Tsunade asked me to come help with the academy students, Ino said as she sat down. I don't think I need your help dealing with some academy students, Sakura said. If Naruto can handle them, I should be fine. Really? Ino asked with a cocked eyebrow. Don't you remember what happened when we came here? She asked as the image of Naruto pulling pranks and causing havoc while in the hospital. Well, that was all Naruto being an idiot and immature, Sakura said. Well, from what I've heard, there is a challenger to Naruto's title of Prankster King in this class, Ino said, getting Sakura to give a look of dread. Well, if Naruto has been handling them for 3 weeks, we should be fine, Sakura said. Think about what you just said. The former Prankster King is teaching the challenger. You're going to need all the help you can get, Ino said, causing Sakura's look of dread deepened. Unless you had ulterior motives to him coming here, she asked with an evil smirk. What? No, of course not, Sakura said with a sweat drop on her forehead. Sakura-san, a group of academy students are here for you, one of the nurses says as she walks into the break room. Well, let's go and see how bad this mess is, Ino said as she stood up, followed by Sakura. The pair walked out into the lobby to see a group of academy kids, all standing together with Naruto, just standing behind them. All right, kids, Sakura and Ino-chan here will be guiding us around the hospital, Naruto said as they turned toward the two girls. All right then, class. Before we get started, any questions? Sakura asked as Mono raised her hand. Yes, Sakura said, pointing at her. Mono Inuzuka. Mono replied. Yes, Mono, you had a question? Sakura asked. Ino-san. Mono began getting her to look up at the young girl. Are you dating Naruto-sensei? Once she said that, Naruto and Sakura both went bug-eyed with shock. Why would you think that? Sakura blurted out. I think that question was for me, Ino said with a smirk directed at Sakura. No, I'm not dating Naruto-kun, she said as she walked up to the girl and leaned down to hear. Yet, she whispered into the girl's ear. All right, stop filling my students' heads with trash, Naruto said, waving her off. That is funny coming from you, Ino said with a smirk. Well, any other questions? Sakura asked hesitantly as Noke raised her hand. Yeah, Sakura said, pointing at her. Are you the girl from Naruto's class that was the really smart one? Noke asked. Oh, he does talk about me in his class, Sakura said to herself. Yeah, maybe he still likes me if he talks about me in class, Ino said. Yes, that would be me, Sakura said with a smile. I was top of the class in academics. So you're the one who was worthless in a fight? Noke asked, getting Sakura to drop her off of her feel-good high, and eyes narrowed on Naruto, who got a look of fear across his face. What? Sakura asked with suppressed rage. Yeah, he said you were worthless in a fight, but now that you have trained, you're decent in a fight, Noke said, getting her to calm down a bit. Even if it just bashing everything in your way, what was it? Sakura smash. At this, her anger flared again. We are going to kill him for that, Ino said. Sakura smash. Kind of proving his point, Sakura replied, but don't care right now, only seeing red. Shit, didn't think you heard that last part. Thought I was saved there for a second. Naruto sighed, looking at Sakura, who seemed to have just frozen due to rage. So I have about 10 seconds before she comes for my ass, so first, he said, looking down at Noke. F for the day, but you have to still take the tour. Second, Ino-chan, take the class for me, will you? Be good, class, I need to run for my life now, he said as Sakura began to stomp toward him in a mechanical fashion. Naruto, Sakura said with whited, outraged eyes. Later, Naruto said with a wave and jumped out the door. Get back here, Naruto, Sakura said, chasing after him. You'll never take me alive, he called out. That's the idea, Sakura called back. Ino stood there in shock. Well, let's get started then, shall we? She said, gaining her composure again, and began the tour. A few hours later, during lunch, Naruto returned a little out of breath. Will you lose her? Ino asked. She will never look for me here, Naruto replied with a smile. Naruto, came Sakura's voice, causing him freeze up and turn around to see a pissed-off Sakura. All right, Sakura, you need to calm down, Naruto said as she walked toward him, rolling up the sleeves on her doctor's coat. Sakura smash, Sakura said as she walked toward him. Kind of proving my point, Naruto said, holding up his hands. Don't think she cares, Ino said into his ear. Now, Sakura, Naruto began, but she threw a punch at him that he ducked under, then put her into a full Nelson. You need to calm down, he said as she began to struggle. You want those kids to see you as a monster? Naruto asked, getting her to stop. I know what that is like, and you don't want that, he whispered into her ear. I'm sorry, all right, he said, getting her to slacken up in his arms. Wow, she is putty in his arms, Ino said to herself, but I can't let her win. I need to make a move. Hey guys, let's join the kids and get some lunch, Ino said as Naruto let go of Sakura and followed her into the cafeteria. The trio walked into the cafeteria where all the kids were already eating. Naruto glanced around and made sure all the kids were there. When he saw Mono and Noke, he walked over to them. Good to see you're still here. If I left, you would hunt me down and tell Kiba Nissen, Noke replied, getting Naruto to just smile as he walked back over to the table Sakura and Ino were sitting at. You seem to have these kids under control, Ino said. It's real simple, you have to find one to control and the rest fall in line. Naruto said, in our class it was me and Sasuke. If Iruka had me under control, the other boys wouldn't play any pranks. If he controlled Sasuke, the girls would fall in line behind him. He explained, and the girls just got a look of realization that he was right. And she is the biggest troublemaker in class, so if I control her, I control the class. Well, anyway, it seems you've held them together all right. Naruto said, looking at Ino. Oh, it was easy. They are a well-behaved group of kids. Ino said as they began to eat. Yeah, they can be. Naruto said. Hey, I was wondering if you're not doing anything after class, would like to go and grab something to eat. Ino said, getting Sakura to choke on her food, and Naruto just looked at her with a bit of shock. As in a date. She spat out. Yes, sure. Naruto said, getting Ino to go red with a smile and Sakura's jaw to drop and something in her chest to twist. What, no, how could he accept her invitation to a date right in front of me? Sakura said. Because he doesn't know we like him. He has gotten rid of his feeling for us. Inner said. Sakura began. Gut was cut off by Naruto. All right, kids, let's get this trip done so we can get going. Naruto called out as everyone packed up their lunches and they filed out, leaving Ino and Sakura alone. Looks like I just took the lead, Ino said with a grin, causing Sakura to go red with frustration. Only one date doesn't mean you've won him. Sakura said, it is a marathon, not a sprint. Naruto stood in front of the class, giving a lecture on Jinjutsu. And finally, Naruto began but was cut off as the door opened to reveal Iruka. Oh, thank God. Naruto sighed. Jinjutsu is my biggest weakness, he said as he walked up to Iruka and they shook hands. Alright, it was nice teaching you this past month, Naruto said, turning to the class. I hope to see you in your ninja careers later on in the village. Goodbye, Naruto-sensei. They all replied back to him. Now I have an old hag to deal with. Naruto sighed to Iruka as he vanished from view. Tsunade sat at her desk when she heard her window begin to open. Damn, Jiraiya, how many times do I have to tell you not to come through my window? Tsunade began but stopped as she saw Naruto standing where Jiraiya would normally stand. So then, have you learned your lesson? Tsunade asked. Never teach the perv anything? Naruto replied with a smirk. Close enough. Tsunade sighed. But from what I've heard, you were actually good being a teacher. Too much of this, Naruto said, gesturing toward paperwork on her desk. I hated grading those papers. You know you'll have to deal with this when you take the hat, right? Tsunade said. Or is it no longer your dream to be Hokage? Oh, I still want the hat, but it'll be on my terms and not a punishment, Naruto said with a grin. Very well, anything you wanted? Tsunade said. Yes, I want you to give me orders to train until I perfect the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto said. Generally, you don't need an order to do what you want, Tsunade said. Yes, but if you make it an official order, I can't be pulled for missions or anything else that could delay it, Naruto said. Very well, Tsunade said as she pulled out a scroll and began to write on it. Oh, and I will need the old perv, so pull him out of whatever hell hole you've kept him in, Naruto said. Very well, Tsunade said as she signed the scroll and gave it to him. He took it and looked it over and nodded. All right, good, Naruto said as he walked up to the window. Oh, and one more thing, he said, getting her to look up from her desk. I have a little present for you on you becoming Hokage that is long past due, he said, getting a confused look from her. He held up what looked like a detonator and clicked it twice. Just then there was a puff of smoke around the Hokage mountain where her face was when the smoke cleared. There were swirls of paint on her cheeks and a mustache on her lip. But what got her blood boiling was the speech bubble that read, I may look like I'm in my late 30s to early 40s, but that is because of a constant transformation technique. I'm really 54. Your face is the only one I haven't done anything to, Naruto said as Tsunade stared up at her face in shock. Well, have a good day, he said as he jumped out the window before she regained her composure. Naruto smiled to himself as he thought about how he did this. Flashback, few days prior. Naruto dismissed the class as the bell began to ring. Mono and Noke stay behind, Naruto said as the twins stopped and the rest of the class left. Naruto looked down at the twins. Mono had her puppy asleep in her jacket, while Noke's puppy was sitting on her head wagging its tail. "All right, I need your help with something," Naruto said as he squatted down to their eye level as he pulled out a small package of seals. "When Irika-sensei gets back, I need you to plant these on Tsunade's face on the monument," he said. Then he holds up a small box with a light on it. "Just plant those seals on her face where I labeled on them. Then when that light flashes green, set them off, and watch how the prankster king does his magic," he said with a grin. Sakura ran into her master's office. "Sure show," she called out as she entered and saw Tsunade just staring out the window in shock. "Well, I guess you already saw it," Sakura said as she walked up next to her. "Well, you did get what you wanted. A little bit anyway." At hearing his, Tsunade looked over at her student in confusion and anger, waiting on an explanation. "You got the old Naruto back," Sakura said, getting a look of realization to flash across her master's face. "I need another drink," Tsunade sighed as she walked back to her desk. "Now if we can only get more of him back to the way he was," Sakura said to herself. Naruto stood in the training field sweating and breathing heavily while Jiraiya and Sakura sat off to the side. "So any luck?" Jiraiya asked Sakura, getting a confused look to go across her face. "Luck? In what?" Sakura asked, still confused. "In getting him to like you, of course," Jiraiya said with a wide grin, getting a huge blush to cover Sakura's face. "Well, what?" Sakura asked, blubbering in shock. "What do you mean? I don't like him. I. He." Jiraiya chuckled. "Oh, you are just too easy to read." He continued to smile. "I am?" Sakura asked, disheartened, dropping her head. "Well, I am trained and versed in how to read people," Jiraiya replied. "Now what is the problem?" "What makes you think there is a problem?" Sakura stuttered. "Oh, please, you have been dotting over him ever since I brought you over to be his on-site medic," Jiraiya replied. "And he has been ignoring you." "Yeah," Sakura sighed with a lowered head. "Hey, don't get so down," Jiraiya replied, getting Sakura to raise her head. "Back when we were traveling together, he would never shut up about you, even in his sleep," Jiraiya replied. "Yeah, but I hurt him so badly since then," she replied. "Perhaps, but those feelings don't just go away that easily, no matter how hard you try to get rid of them." Jiraiya sighed as a distant look went across his face. "Yeah, but he is dating Ino now," Sakura replied. "Wait, when did that happen? I knew they had lunch a few times back before that mission, but making them actual dates?" Jiraiya asked. "Oh, the great spy master can't keep tabs on his own pupil?" Sakura said mockingly. "Well, I have been preoccupied lately," Jiraiya defended as a shiver went down his spine. "Well, if you had been paying attention to him, you would have known him and Ino have been going out for lunch almost every other day since he has stopped subbing for Irika." Sakura sighed with a defeated tone. "Well, isn't this funny?" Jiraiya chuckled, getting a look of rage to flash across Sakura's face. "What's so funny about?" Sakura said as her eyes widened out and she raised her fists to pummel him. "It's just that I thought mine and Naruto's situations were the same, but it turns out it's your situation that is the same as mine," Jiraiya said as he shook his head. "What do you mean?" Sakura asked, calming down a bit and confused. "Well, I have loved Tsunade ever since the academy, but I was young and stupid, so I never let any of that show, but teased her instead. So she learned to hate me for it, but we grew as close as brother and sisters. Then Dan came into the picture." Jiraiya sighed. "Who is Dan?" Sakura asked. "Well, makes sense, she wouldn't tell you who he was. It is something you never bring up around her unless you have a death wish." Jiraiya sighed. "Dan was Shizun's uncle and Tsunade's fiancé." "What?" Sakura asked in shock. "I never knew Shirsho was going to get married." "Yeah, but he died on mission while Tsunade was trying to heal him," Jiraiya said, getting a look of sadness from Sakura. "After he died, she lost all hope and never let anyone else in again. That was when she left the village. As I said, I thought Naruto was like me, chasing you like I chased her. You only saw him as the annoying little brat, but also the brother you grew up with, like with me and Tsunade. But now the roles are reversed, you are me and he is Tsunade. You have these feelings for him, but he refuses to see them because of past pain. But how do I get him away from Ino and make him mine? Sakura asked. That is one thing you'll have to figure out. If you haven't noticed, I failed that part of it. Tsunade will never love me like I love her. Jiraiya sighed as he got up and began to walk away. So you're saying I have no chance? Sakura sighed. No, I'm saying I'm out of time, but you still have plenty of it, just don't give up. Jiraiya said. Hey Master Jiraiya, something Lady Tsunade taught me was that it's never too late for anything. Sakura called out to him as it just received a chuckle from the old pervert as she turned and looked back at Naruto, who was flashing between 2 points. Meanwhile, in Tsunade's office, Asuma's team, along with Izumo and Kotetsu, were standing in front of her desk about to get briefed on a new mission. All right, we have just received a report from the Fire Temple that 2 members of the Akatsuki have attacked it and have killed the head monk Chiriku for his bounty, from what the witnesses' statement. Tsunade getting Asuma to take in a deep breath of anger. They killed Chiriku? Asuma asked with a bit of anger. Yes, one of the former 12 ninja guardians. Tsunade replied. One of your former comrades, I assume? Yes, and a very good friend. Asuma replied, still with anger in his tone. Well, they have been sighted on the road between the temple and here. Your mission is to kill, or capture if possible. But don't risk it if you can't. Tsunade replied as she held out a scroll. Do we know why they are coming here? Shikamaru asked. Well, if they are collecting bounties, I'm sure we have plenty of ninjas with bounties on their heads. Choji offered. No, they are coming here for our Jinchuriki. Tsunade replied, getting a confused look from Choji and a shocked one from Ino. This is an S-class secret, but since you are going after them, you may as well know why. The Akatsuki have been hunting down the tailed beasts, such as the one tails that was sealed inside Gaara. Now they are after the 9-tailed fox. But the 4th killed the fox when it attacked the village 16 years ago. Choji replied. That was just the cover story that was told to the younger generation. Tsunade sighed, getting a shocked look from Choji. The truth is it was sealed inside a baby and… Naruto. Ino nearly whispered, cutting off Tsunade. Thereafter Naruto-kun, she said louder. How do you know? Tsunade asked forcefully, but with shock. When I was on that mission to recover Gaara, Sakura said that Sasori had called the Anbu that saved her the 9-tails Jinchuriki, and Naruto is that Anbu. Ino explained, getting Tsunade to lower her head to her hand. Well, before I was interrupted, I was going to say the identity of the Jinchuriki was made an S-rank secret. Tsunade said, getting a look of panic across Ino's face. It was so that none of you would look at him like he was the beast, but even that didn't work. Wait, Naruto has the 9-tailed fox in him and is an Anbu? Choji asked with shock, then looked over at Shikamaru, who just had his normal bored expression on his face. You don't seem shocked about this? Because I knew. Shikamaru replied. I figured out the whole fox thing a while ago, and I am one of the Hokage's aides. I have met a few of the Anbu, and I figured out one was Naruto a while back. Anyway, we are getting off subject. Swanda snapped. Take the mission and go take them out before they can cause any more trouble. Yes, ma'am, Asuma said as he walked up and took the scroll. It had been 2 days since Sakura had her talk with Jiraiya, and she sat at the training field watching Naruto jumping around, throwing kunai around the training area, and then somehow teleporting to them. She sat there thinking about the conversation she had with Jiraiya and how she didn't want to be like her master and be alone because she couldn't accept her own feelings toward her teammate. Oh, stop this pity party already, came Inner's voice. What? Sakura asked in confusion. Oh, cry, baby, cry. Inner mocked. Hey, knock it off. Sakura defended. No, you knock it off. You are not like Tsunade. Unlike her, you have already realized your feelings for Naruto and have already declared to fight for him. Inner berated. Well, yeah, of course. Sakura began, but was cut off. Then where the hell is that fight? Inner asked. Ever since he started going out with Ino, you have merely given up. When the hell has that ever been our way of doing things? Never, but… Sakura began. But nothing. Inner cut off. But he is dating Ino, and she is our best friend. Sakura countered. Yeah, they have been on a few dates, so what? Inner replied, have they officially become boyfriend-girlfriend yet? Well, no, Sakura replied. Exactly, so as far as the rest of the world is concerned, he is still fair game. Inner replied. Well, I guess you're right. Sakura said, perking up a bit. Of course I am now. Ino is off on a mission with her team. This is our chance. We should go have lunch with him and get closer while she is away. Inner plotted. Yeah. Sakura said with new confidence. We won't be like Sure and just give up on our feelings. That's the spirit. Inner responded with glee. Oh fuck. Came Naruto's voice, snapping Sakura out of her thoughts as she looked over and saw Naruto on the far side of the training field leaning against a tree with blood running down his leg. She quickly jumped up and ran toward him to help. Once she got to him, she saw a large gash running from his upper thigh down to his knee. She quickly sat him down and began to heal the wound. Hey Naruto, I was wondering if you would like to go and grab some lunch after this. Sakura asked as she finished healing his wound. He took a moment and looked up at the sun and then turned back to her and said, "Yes, sure, it's getting to be about that time." And he stood up and began to walk toward town. All right, now we just have to make it feel as much like a date as possible, Sakura told herself as she trotted to catch up with him. A short while later, Naruto and Sakura found themselves sitting at the stools of Naruto's favorite ramen stand. Sakura was picking at her first bowl while Naruto was inhaling his fifth. Damn, why does his favorite place have to have stools? Inner complained. If we went to the barbecue place, we could have squeezed into a booth with him. If we did that, he might get freaked out. Sakura counted. Remember, we aren't exactly his favorite person right now, so we have to take it easy and work our way back to where we were. Well, while we are taking it slow, God only knows what Ino is doing with him while we aren't around. Inner whined. Oh, shut up, Inner. Sakura sighed as she ate more of her ramen, then turned to Naruto. So you seem to be getting better at that new jutsu you're working on. I haven't had to patch you up as often. She says with a hint of disappointment that she was no longer needed as much for his training. Yeah, but I can only go so far. From what I've been told about this, I should be able to travel a lot further in a single jump. Naruto replied as he set down his bowl. And what exactly is this jutsu? I may be able to help. Sakura offered. Sorry, it's an S-rank jutsu. I can't tell people what it is till I master it. And the last person to master it was before our time, and it was unique to him. Naruto replied. Then how do you know about it? Sakura asked, getting Naruto to choke on his noodles, seeing he was caught. Sorry, that is also an S-rank secret. I only learned about it after I was in the ANBU. Naruto offered. Alright, since it was in the ANBU, you do have higher clearance than me, so that makes sense. Sakura sighed. It's just I don't seem to be of much use, and I thought I may be able to help. Hey, don't put yourself down so much. You are a great medic, and that is a hard thing to accomplish. Naruto replied, getting Sakura to look over at him as a small blush crossed her cheeks. Hell, I only know the basics of it, but... Naruto says, holding up his hand and putting chakra into it, and it glowed orange instead of green. My chakra is infused with the foxes, and since you have to put your chakra into someone to force healing, it doesn't work out so well, does more harm than good. But I don't need to tell you the harm the fox can inflict, he says, gesturing toward her arm. Sakura stared at his hand for a second as his hand slowly turned from normal to clawed. And that happens if I leave them covered with chakra for too long, he says as he stops the chakra to his hand, and it goes back to normal. Well, I guess we all have our advantages and disadvantages, Sakura says, trying to make him feel better. Yeah, you're smart and are actually good at healing, Naruto said in a bit of a depressed tone, and I'm good at destroying things. Hey, that's not what I... Sakura began but was cut off as he whipped his head around to the outside of the shop, causing her to do the same, and they just caught the sight of someone running by and what sounded like crying. Hey, Konohamaru, wait up. Came a male and female voice. Naruto came out to see Moegi and Udon standing outside the stand huffing from running. What's the matter? Naruto asked. Oh, boss. Konohamaru, he went to speak with the Hokage, and when we asked him about it, he just ran off. Moegi replied. All right, I'll go see what is up with him. You guys go find Ebisu, and let him know I will take care of Konohamaru. Naruto replied as the two genin snapped to attention. Right, boss. They both said and jumped back to where they had come from. At that, Naruto ran off down the alleyway Konohamaru had went down, followed by Sakura. You know you don't have to come, Naruto said to Sakura, who just gave him a look. Oh no, I'm not leaving you alone with him. You may try to teach him something to cheer him up, and Lady Tsunade would kill me if I let you teach him that technique. Sakura replied. Good excuse, Inner said with a grin. Who says I haven't already taught it to him? Naruto asked with a grin, getting Sakura to stumble. Who haven't you taught that to? Sakura asked, getting irritated. I taught it to him when we first met just before our graduation, so long before Tsunade even knew about it. Naruto waved her off. And I haven't taught it to Kakashi. Well, that is a relief. Sakura sighs as Naruto jumps down another alley, and they find Konohamaru crouched, facing into a corner. I said leave me alone, guys, I'm fine, Konohamaru said through tears, trying to wave them off. Oh, don't give me that, Naruto said, getting Konohamaru to perk up his head. Boss, Konohamaru said, looking over at him. Then he jumped up and slammed into Naruto, hugging him, crying into his jacket. Wow, calm down, man, and tell me what is wrong, Naruto said as he pushed Konohamaru away and kneeled down. Now what is wrong? Asuma, Konohamaru blubbered. Uncle Asuma, he's dead. He finally blurted out and began to cry into Naruto's jacket again. This caused Naruto to freeze up for a second, then hugged Konohamaru. It's all right, it'll be okay. He said. They stayed like that for a minute. Hey, let's get you home, Naruto said, holding Konohamaru away from him and standing up. All right, Konohamaru stuttered as he rubbed his eyes as he followed Naruto out of the alleyway. Hey, I'm going to take Konohamaru home, Naruto said to Sakura, who just nodded, still in shock at what she had heard. We will probably be getting a briefing later from Tsunade. Right, I'll head home and get cleaned up then, Sakura replied, shaking herself out of her shock. Once they went their separate ways, Naruto dropped Konohamaru off at his parents' place. After dropping him off, Naruto jumped off toward the Hokage's office. You just going to stand there, or are you going to come out of the shadows and ask what is on your mind? Tsunade asked to an empty room. Just then Naruto walked out of the shadows and stood in front of her desk. Sorry, old habit, Naruto replied. What do you want? I'm busy, Tsunade replied, already knowing why he was here and not wanting to have the conversation that was coming. What happened with Asuma? Naruto asked. He was on a mission that went south and was killed in action, Tsunade replied. Well, no shit, Naruto shot back. How? Well, that is confidential, Tsunade replied. Oh, don't give me that. I have one of the highest clearances in the village, Naruto shot back, getting annoyed, but Tsunade remained silent. It was the Akatsuki, wasn't it? He asked, but she remained silent. Damn, they are after me. Why would you send another team after them? Naruto berated. Because of the fact they are after you, Tsunade shot back. If you fall into their hands, it's over, and the whole village know the entire world will be at risk. So yes, I sent them to try to take care of it, to prevent that from happening. But that is the job of the Hokage, to look out for the safety of this village, and the only way to do that is by putting our ninjas in harm's way, Tsunade nearly yelled. But not in unnecessary danger, Naruto replied as he turned toward the door. Next time they are around, send me. If you don't, I'll go after them on my own, he finished as he walked out the door. Naruto spent the rest of the day lost in his own thoughts as he returned to the training field to blow off some steam. It was only just before sunset that he realized the full effects of Asuma's death, and he headed out once again. Naruto found himself in front of Ino's home. I'm probably going to regret this. I should just go through the window, he said to himself as he reached up and knocked at the door. After a few minutes, the door opened to reveal a woman with brown hair, wearing an English-style slick dress. Once she saw who it was that was at her door, her face turned to a scowl. What do you want, demon? She asked. Mrs. Yamanaka, I had heard what had happened to Asuma-sensei, and I wish to see Ino-chan to see how she is taking it, and help if I could. Naruto said, holding his composure the best he could. Why would I ever consider letting a demon like you in my house, let alone near my daughter? She asked with venom. Well, Naruto began losing his composure, but was cut off as new voice rang out. Who is it, dear? Came a male voice as Inoichi walked up behind his wife. Naruto, how are you? He said in a more friendly tone than his wife's, catching Naruto off guard. I'm doing all right, sir. I was just wonder how Ino-chan is doing. I had heard what happened with Asuma-sensei, and I came over to check to see if she was okay. Naruto repeated himself. Not so good. She has locked herself in her room and hasn't come out since she got back from the mission, and she hasn't stopped crying. Inoichi sighed. Would it be all right if I try to talk to her? Naruto offered. You can try, Inoichi said, stepping away from the door and pulling his wife with him to allow him in. Once he walked in, Ino's mother stomped to the kitchen. But just remember, if you try to take advantage of my daughter in any way, I will twist your mind and make you think you're a 12-year-old girl. He thought you told everyone in your clan to stay out of my head due to the guard dog? Naruto chuckled. It's worth the risk, Inoichi said as Naruto walked up the stairs. Inoichi then walked into the kitchen where his wife was sitting at the table fuming. How could you let that thing in our house, let alone let him see our daughter? Because have you not heard her ramble on about him for the past month or so? Inoichi asked. Wait, he is the one she has been fawning over, her mother asked. Who did you think it was? Inoichi asked. I don't know, but not that thing, she replied with disgust. He isn't as bad as we initially thought. Inoichi sighed, getting a confused look from his wife. He is on Keith's Anbu team, and from what he has told me, he is actually an alright guy and a good friend. You just let our daughter alone with the boy she has been dotting over the past month while she is in a very emotional state? She asked in a "you're an idiot" tone as he realized his mistake. And on top of that, he is a demon and an ANBU. Well, I'm sure he won't do anything, Inoichi said, more to convince himself than anything else, as she just shook her head. Naruto knocked on Ino's door, but could only hear crying coming from the other side. He then knocked harder. Damn, go away, I told you I wanted to be left alone, came Ino's voice. You should know I can't leave a friend alone while they are hurting, Naruto replied as he heard her get up and walk to the door as it opened slightly. What do you want? Ino asked. I heard what happened about Asuma and wanted to see if you were holding up all right, Naruto asked as she walked away from the door and it swung open and she threw herself back onto the bed. How does it look like I'm doing? Ino asked as she continued to cry into her pillow. Naruto slowly walked in and closed the door, then walked to her bed and sat down next to her and placed a hand on her back. I'm sorry, Naruto said. Oh, I don't want your pity, Ino barked from her pillow. No, I'm not pitying you. I'm apologizing, Naruto said, getting Ino to roll over a bit and look over at him. What? Ino asked. They are after me and the thing I have sealed inside of me. That is why Asuma is dead. He died fighting the people that I should have been, Naruto replied as he hung his head and a few tears began to run down his face. What? No, Ino said. It's not your fault. They would have come for whoever the fox was in, and it wouldn't have mattered who it was, you or someone else, Ino said, and he was trying to avenge his friend that they killed at the fire temple. What? Naruto asked. That was our mission. Someone had attacked the fire temple and killed the head monk, who was Asuma Sensei's friend, Ino replied. Yes, we knew they were Akatsuki, but we still went anyway, so don't think for a minute this is your fault, Ino said as she sat up and wrapped her arms around him in a hug. Naruto sat there as she embraced him. Once she let up on the hug, he pulled away. You know I should get going. What? Why? Ino asked. Well, I just came over to see how you were holding up, Naruto replied. And your mom seems to want me dead, and you dad threatened to turn my mind into a girl's, he said as he stood up. Well, at least you will be able to make the body match the mind, Ino chuckled as she wiped the tears from her eyes. That's not funny, Naruto replied, but I need to go, he said as he turned around to leave, but something grabbed his hand, and he turned around to see Ino holding it with eyes still red with tears. Don't leave, Ino said. Just a bit longer, she begged. Naruto just sighed, all right. He gave in, but if I wake up and I think I'm a girl, we are through, got it. Yeah, Ino said with a tear-filled smile. Sakura had waited for word from Tsunade that never came. Well, I should probably go see how Ino is holding up. Sakura said to herself. Yes, she may be our love rival, but she is still our best friend. Ino admitted as Sakura walked out of her room and headed out her door. Hey mom, I'm heading over to Ino's. Sakura called out. All right. Sakura's mom called back. Sakura walked across town to Ino's house and knocked on the door. After a few minutes, the door opened to reveal Inoichi. Oh, Sakura, Inoichi said, I'm guessing you're here to help comfort Ino? Yeah. Sakura replied, is she in her room? Yeah, you can head up. Inoichi said as she started to head up the stairs. It's good to see how many friends Ino has. Sakura found herself in front Ino's bedroom and heard the muffled cries behind the door. Without knocking, Sakura opened the door, and the image that she was met with made her heart shatter. On the bed sat Naruto with his back against the wall while Ino was sitting across his lap, holding him, crying into his shoulder. Oh God, Sakura said to herself as she felt herself begin to fall apart inside, and tears threatened to fall. We're too late, Ino said as she turned to leave, but stopped as she heard Ino call out. Sakura, Ino called out, causing her to freeze in the door. Don't go. No, it doesn't matter what is going on here. She is our friend, and we have to be here for her, Sakura said to herself, forcing herself to turn around and walk to the bed and sit down at Naruto's feet. Ino leaned away from Naruto and reached her arm out and hugged Sakura as they both began to cry. Thanks for coming, Ino said through tears. That is what friends are for, right? Sakura said, holding her composure. Ino then let go of Sakura and leaned against Naruto again. Sakura then made her way up to Naruto's side and wrapped her arms around Ino and leaned against Naruto's shoulder. It's all right, Ino, I'm here for you, Sakura said softly. She then felt Naruto's arm wrap around her, and a warmth inside her ignited. It's good you came, Naruto whispered to her. She needs her best friend here. Yeah, Sakura whispered as she snuggled her head into his side, where Ino had her head as well. Damn, I'm just so torn, Sakura said to herself. After about a half hour, Ino had cried herself asleep, and Sakura had fallen asleep as well. Naruto just looked down at the two girls in his arms. I promise I won't let anything happen to you, either of you, he said to himself as he hugged the two women and fell asleep. Triple X. The next morning, Inoichi stood at Ino's bedroom door, looking in on the scene on his daughter's bed. When his wife walked up to him, and he turned to her, and she looked at the scene and was about to blow a gasket. You think a demon would cradle and comfort a crying girl all night till she fell asleep, and not take advantage of her or her friend? He asked before she couldn't say anything. His wife let out a sigh and replied, No, I guess it wouldn't. I guess if she really likes him and he cares this much for her, I can try to look past that thing. That's my girl, Inoichi said with a smile as he gave her a half hug, cause he does seem to care for both the girls deeply. Now answer me this, what is that dress for? She asked, looking to his other hand that held a pink frilly dress. Oh, I need to have some fun as the father, Inoichi replied with a mischievous grin as he looked into the room and saw Naruto begin to stir. Fine, have your fun, she replied as she walked away. Inoichi looked back into the room and saw Naruto looking down at the two girls under his arms, and then groggily over to the door, and Inoichi held up the dress, and then two fingers to his eyes, and the I'm watching you hand gesture as a look of fear went across Naruto's face, and put his arms up in a shrugging motion to claim innocence, while Inoichi walked away staring at him while he did. It had been almost a week since Asuma's death. Naruto was back in the training area, flashing from and appearing in different points around the field, while Sakura walked up to the field with a basket of round black balls. I hope he likes the solider pills I made him, Sakura said to herself as she walked up to the field. I just hope he enjoyed holding us all night, Ino replied. That was over a week ago, and he hasn't said anything about it since, Sakura said as a blush flooded her face. Oh, but we enjoyed it so very much, Ino countered. Even if Ino was involved, it was great. Well, yeah, his strong arms wrapped around us, holding us tight to his body. Sakura began as her mind wandered to that night, and what could have happened if the circumstances were different, but she then shook it off as she came back to reality. But once we all woke up, he seemed distant, like something had scared him off. Yeah, I hope it wasn't anything we did. Ina replied. Yeah. Sakura sighed in agreement. Hopefully these new soldier pills will help. She added with a smile. Hey Naruto, how's it going? Sakura called out as Naruto stopped and looked over at her, then disappeared. Pretty good, came Naruto's voice from behind her, getting her to swing around in shock. Jez, she yelped, swinging the basket in her hand at him that he dodged with ease. Don't do that. Sorry, had to try it, make sure you couldn't detect it. Naruto replied with a smile, then looked at the basket that had nearly made contact with his head. What's that? After getting over the shock, she took a breath and looked down at the basket. Oh, these are some new soldier pills I've developed. They are packed with everything you need to continue to fight, she said with a smile as she held them up. Why don't you try one? All right, sure, Naruto said as he plucked one out of the basket, looked at it, then popped it into his mouth. Sakura gave a big smile as she watched him eat it. Then his face turned green, and he put his hand to his mouth and bolted to the nearest tree and began to hurl. Oh dear God. Erf, Naruto moaned as he threw up. Why would you do this to me? Erf. What? Sakura asked in concern. What's wrong? Did you even taste these before you brought them out? Erf, Naruto tried to ask. What? No, I finished them this morning and came straight here, Sakura said as she held one up and looked at it. They can't be that bad, she said as she went to take a bite. If you value your life, you won't do that. Naruto heaved as he pointed back at her, and she took a small bite. I warned you. At first she chewed it. Then it hit her, and she turned green as well and ran to the other side of the tree that Naruto was at. I'm so sorry. Erf. It's all right, Naruto said as he stood up and wiped his mouth. I think it's done. He sighed. But just promise me you will burn those and never try that again. I'm sorry, Sakura said as she stood up as well. I was never good at cooking. I'll just stop now, she said, a little disheartened. I'm not saying to stop trying to learn to cook, Naruto said, getting her to look up at him. I'm just saying to never make those again. Cooking is something you have to ease into, not jump head first into the deep end. What would you know about cooking? Sakura asked. Well, I have been living on my own my entire life, and unlike popular belief, I don't just run off of ramen. I've picked up a few things, Naruto replied. Oh really? Sakura replied. If you want, I can prove it, Naruto replied. I can cook you dinner sometime. At this, Sakura's heart skipped a beat. Did he just say what I think he said? Ina asked. He just said he would cook us dinner, Sakura replied happily. Now just play it cool, don't sound too excited. It's a date, Sakura said with a grin. Damned, she said to herself as Ina face palmed. Yes, sure, whatever, Naruto said as he turned around and an Anbu appeared in front of him. Lady Hokage wishes to see the two of you, the Anbu said as he disappeared. Well, better go see what she wants, Naruto said as they both jumped away to the Hokage tower. Triple X. As Naruto walked into the office, he noticed Yamato standing at the desk and Kakashi's dog Pakun sitting on the desk. What is the problem? Naruto asked. I just received a report from Pakun that Kakashi along with Team 10 have gone after the two Akatsuki members that killed Asuma, Tsunade replied, getting a shocked look from both Naruto and Sakura. What? Both of them asked in shock. Why would they do that? Naruto demanded. They seem to want to avenge their fallen sensei, and Kakashi went with to make it a legitimate mission so they couldn't be punished for it, Tsunade replied. How can Kakashi going make it a legitimate mission? Sakura asked. Because he is former Enbu, Naruto answered. Whether we are active or not, if there is a high priority target, we can go after it. And if there is not enough time to tell high-ups, it will be put under Black Op mission and buried, but will still be sanctioned. It's because we are normally away from command for so long we have to make these decisions at a moment's notice or risk losing a high priority target that we are authorized to do it. I see. Sakura replied. Which way did they go? Naruto asked. Have you finished your training? Tsunade asked. Finished it enough. Naruto replied flatly. I may not be as good as him, but even if I wasn't, I would still go. You know that. Fine. Tsunade sighed. They are on the far west side of the Nara family forest, she said as Naruto bolted out of the door. Better go with him, make sure he doesn't get himself killed, Tsunade said to Sakura and Yamato, who rushed out after him. I wonder who he was referring to about that jutsu, Sakura asked herself as she left the Hokage's building. I don't know, he has been very secretive about it ever since he started. Inner replied, I guess we'll have to ask him on our date. Inner said with a girlish squeal. Let's just focus on getting through this fight first, Sakura replied as she caught up with Naruto as they passed through the village gates. Team 10 had encountered Haiden and Kakuzu, and everything had gone according to Shikamaru's plan. That was until Shikamaru had led Haiden away and the rest of them had to deal with Kakuzu. They had been able to destroy all but the fire and water elemental hearts. Well, this has been a very costly day, Kakuzu said with a mouth full of his tendrils, but it seems I have enough hearts here to replenish the ones I lost, he said looking at the three ninjas in front of him who were all breathing heavily. I'll start with you, Kakuzu says as he focuses on Ino, who gets a surprised look and holds up her kunai in a defensive manner. Just then a massive fireball erupts from the fire mask and comes straight at her. Ino jumps back, dodging the fireball as it impacts right where she had been. She then looks up and sees a hand attached to tendrils coming right for her. She landed and braced for an impact that never came. Ino opened her eyes and saw the back of Naruto standing in front of her with his sword drawn and Kakuzu's hand laying on the ground. Oh, looks like the true prize has shown himself. Kakuzu smiled. You kill one of my senseis, now you go after my friends, Naruto replied as his tensed in anger. Oh, you are going down, he said as he got into a fighting stance. I'll deal with you in a minute, Kakuzu said as he looked at the others. First, I need to get the bounty on the copy ninja's head, then collect the rest of their hearts to replace the ones I've lost. If it's bounties you're after, why not go after mine? Naruto replied with a smirk as he pulled out his own fox mask and held it up to show him. Oh, the Leafs Fox Anbu and the tailed beast in one package, how could I resist? Kakuzu said with a grin, as he got into a fighting stance. That's what I thought, Naruto said as he got into a fighting stance as well. Ino-chan, fall back, I'll deal with him. You help Sakura heal the others, he said as Ino snapped out of her shock and looked back and saw Sakura along with Yamato land next to Kakashi and Choji. Right, Ino said and jumped away to them. Well, even if I don't get him, you will be a good trade-off, Kakuzu said. Kakashi-sensei, what is he talking about, better trade-off? Choji asked. You know they are after Naruto the fox, right? Kakashi asked as Choji nodded. Well, you see, since he was in the ENBU, Naruto grew a reputation and a pretty hefty bounty on his head. It is almost as much as mine. So if he takes Naruto, he gets both the tailed beast and the bounty, so he isn't interested in us anymore, Kakashi explained, getting a look of fear and concern from both Ino and Sakura. I may not have mastered this technique, but should be enough to take care of you, Naruto said as he reached into his pouch and pulled out some strange-looking three-pronged. He threw them around the area, and Kakuzu used his tendrils to get his arm and reattach it. Kakashi, what is he doing? He didn't even get close to him with those throws, Choji asked. Just watch, you are about to see a technique that hasn't been used in over 16 years, Kakashi said with a smile. Just then the Naruto launched at Kakuzu, who fired a ball of fire engulfing Naruto. Naruto Kun, both Ino and Sakura called out. Pathetic, Kakuzu chuckled, but just then his fire mask exploded. What? Kakuzu yelled as he looked to see Naruto standing where his fire doll mask had been. How? He demanded as he launched a water bullet at him, with his remaining mask hitting his mark. Just then Kakuzu jumped away as Naruto slashed at him from out of nowhere, and they continued this attack and appear out of nowhere dance. What's going on? Came Shikamaru's voice as he landed next to Ino, who had just finished healing Choji. Naruto-kun is fighting Kaku. Ino replied. Alone? Shikamaru asked in shock. Yeah, he is using a new jutsu. Choji explained as Naruto and Kakuzu landed on opposite sides of the area from each other. I've finally figured it out, Kakuzu said with a smile, getting Naruto to cock an eyebrow. Oh really now? Naruto asked. It's been a while since I've heard of someone using the flying thunder god, Kakuzu stated as he made his masked doll fire a water bullet straight up into the air and then have it split and then crash down onto the kunai that Naruto had thrown around the area. Impressive that you were able to learn it. Well, a son should be able to use his father's technique, Naruto said. At hearing Naruto, Shikamaru gasped in shock. That can't be. Shikamaru said, looking over at Kakashi, who just nodded in confirmation. What can't be? Sakura asked. Did you not hear him? Shikamaru asked. Well, yeah, it is his father's technique, but I didn't think Naruto knew who his father was. Sakura asked in confusion, who is he? That is the Flying Thunder God technique made famous during the Third Shinobi War by a man who was put in a class of his own SS rank ninja and a flee on sight order. Shikamaru said as everyone but Kakashi stared at him in confusion. That man was named Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. He finished getting everyone to give him a look of shock, then turned to look back at Naruto. Naruto looks around at his destroyed markers, then looks back at Kakuzu and charged at the man head-on. At this, Kakuzu sent his doll to intercept him. The doll opened its mouth to fire a water bullet, but the water was cut in half as electricity sparked from Naruto's blade and the mask split in half. Once the doll fell, Kakuzu sent his tendril straight at Naruto, who threw his sword at Kakuzu's chest, but just before it could impact, Kakuzu used his tendrils open up his chest, and the sword passed through him without any damage. Got you, Kakuzu said as Naruto just smirked and vanished in a yellow flash as Kakuzu's got a look of shock. No, got you, Naruto said as he formed a Rasengan that turned into the shape of a star, and he slammed it against Kakuzu's back, and Naruto was thrown away from the blast as Kakuzu was engulfed by it. The squad watched as Kakuzu was torn apart by what looked like thousands of tiny blades till he fell to the ground lifeless. That was when everyone rushed to Naruto's side, and Sakura began healing him. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Ino cried to him. I won't let anything happen to those I love, Naruto said as he passed out. Both Ino and Sakura stared at him in shock. No, we couldn't have lost to her, Ino said in a sad tone. No, impossible. How did we lose him? Sakura asked herself as she looked at Ino, who just gave a giant smile and hugged him, getting Sakura to snap out of her shock and begin to heal him. We just need some time on our own, Sakura said. We need to get stronger, she said to herself. The next day, Sakura stood in front of Tsunade's door and paused for a moment. Are you sure about this? Ino asked. Yes, I just need some time and get stronger, and Naruto will just distract me from that, Sakura replied. Sounds like you're just doing exactly what he did. Run away from the real problem, Ino shot back. No, Sakura said as she knocked on the door. Come in, Tsunade said, and she walked in. What can I do for you, Sakura? I want to put a request in for Anbu training, Sakura said as Tsunade got a look of shock on her face, then a smirk. Sakura walked down a path she had never seen before to a training field she hadn't heard of. Damn, why is this so much secrecy about this place? Sakura asked herself as she looked at the small folded piece of paper with a seal on it. Shirsho said I could only get into this place if I had this piece of paper, and I couldn't open the piece of paper either. Well, it is the ANBU, what do you expect? Ino said, just be happy they didn't put a bag over your head and take you to some unknown location till the training was over. True, Sakura replied as she came to a fork in the road, and someone else came up from the other side. Oh, Sakura, what are you doing here? Came a female voice, causing Sakura to look up and see Ino standing there also with a piece of paper in her hand. Ino, Sakura said in shock, what are you doing here? I asked first forehead. Ino said. Seriously, Ino pig, why are you here? Sakura demanded. Well, fine if you're going to be like that. Ino sighed in annoyance. After seeing Naruto fight that Akatsuki guy and seeing how far ahead of me he was, I had to do something about it. So I asked to join ENBU, and since you're here, I'm assuming the same goes for you. Yeah, pretty much. Sakura replied, that, and the fact I wanted to get some space from the two of them. She said to herself as they continued to walk toward the new training field. Once they got there, they looked around and saw a man standing in the field wearing a heavy gray coat. The man turned to reveal a wild face with red face paint. "Oh hey guys, you guys joining the ENBU too?" Kiba asked. Why are you here?" both Ino and Sakura asked. "I just said to join the ENBU," Kiba said with a shrug. "All right, but why?" Ino asked. "Family tradition, my mom was in ANBU, so was my sister before she became a vet." Kiba said, "Now what about you?" "Well, we have just began to realize how far behind everyone else we are falling and need to get up to par with them," Ino said. "And if I want to get anywhere in the IT department, I need to have ANBU experience." "Makes sense," Kiba said with a nod. "All right, if you three are done gossiping, let's get this training started," came a familiar voice. "No, not him, anyone but him," Sakura said to herself as she turned around to see Naruto standing there in his full ANBU gear with his mask on his belt and his arm in a cast and sling. "Damn man, what happened to you?" Kiba said with a chuckle pointing at the cast. "Jutsu that has got some blowback," Naruto said. "All right, but what are you doing here?" Kiba asked. "I'm your ANBU instructor and soon-to-be captain," Naruto said. "If you pass, that is." "Why did it have to be him?" Sakura asked herself. "I did this to get away from him, to get some time to think." "So you joined the organization that he was a part of?" Iner asked. "What?" Sakura asked back in confusion. "First, you decide to join the organization you know he is a part of. Second, you ask your master, who is in charge of whether or not his is put back into that group that you want to join, and she knows you like him. So it would be her first choice to put you two on a team together to get you guys close. If anything, I would say you wanted this to happen, probably subconsciously," Iner explained. "Dant, you're right." Sakura sighed. "Wait, you are my subconscious. You planned this, didn't you?" she accused her inner self. "Maybe," Iner shrugged, "but I didn't plan on her being here," Iner said, referring to Ino. "All right, let's see where you guys stand," Naruto said, holding up 3 bells. "Today your task is to take this bell from me. You have till nightfall." "But shouldn't there be 3? Sakura pipped in. "No, and unlike the bell test Kakashi put us through," Naruto said, looking at Sakura, "I do want to divide you. ENBU is a lot more about individual work, and you may be going against other nations' ENBU teams," Naruto explained. "Also, we may work in teams, but you will most likely be put on missions alone and need to rely on no one but yourself. So you need to get the bell while also fighting off the competition. Well, this would be much easier with Akamaru," Kiba said as he got into a fighting stance. "Yeah, why don't you have him here?" Sakura asked. "Because the ANBU is about anonymity, and having a ninja hound would give away who you are pretty quickly," Naruto chimed in. "Yeah, I had to leave him with Hinata, or else he wouldn't leave my side." Kiba chuckled. "Why would you leave him at Hinata's? Why not your clan compound?" Ino asked. "Uh-huh," Kiba stuttered. "I don't like secrets in my team, so might as well tell them," Naruto said. "Wait, what is going on?" Ino asked, looking between Naruto and Kiba. "Fine," Kiba sighed. "Me and Hinata have been dating for the past few months." "Oh, Ino screeched. "I have to ask her everything about it." "You won't do any such thing," Naruto said, getting Kiba to sigh in relief, and Ino to look at him in shock. "Why?" Ino asked. "Because we are in ANBU, and we deal secrets and keeping them," Naruto said as Ino got a look of shock on her face. "Also, we have to trust each other, and if we confide in each other and then go blabbing about it, how are we supposed to trust each other?" he asked. "I guess you're right," Ino sighed. "So if I hear anything about his relationship outside of this circle before him and Hinata wanted to get out, I will kick both of you off the team," Naruto said, looking at Ino. "Maybe we could get her kicked out that way," Iner thought out loud. "Same goes for you," Naruto said, looking at Sakura. "Why me?" Sakura asked. Because it will help you keep her quiet, Naruto said, pointing at Ino. So if you fail in keeping her quiet, you're out as well. Guess that won't work. Inner sighed in defeat. But what about Kiba? He just have to keep the secret he has already been keeping. Ino said, You really want to give up a personal secret? Kiba asked, getting a look of realization to go across her face as Kiba got a grin. Because I would love to hear what you have been keeping to yourself. Well, you guys can keep gossiping like schoolgirls or actually complete your objective. Naruto said, like they say, you can't stop time, and you just killed some you could have been using to catch me. Who says I haven't already got a plan in place? Kiba said as a shadow clone jumped at Naruto from behind, but only hit Naruto for him to poof away, revealing a log to be in his place. You just got logged, Naruto said from a tree branch, but good job using the gossiping as a distraction. You guys better pick up your game. Kiba is pulling ahead, he said as he slammed his cast arm onto the branch, shattering it, and he began opening and closing his hand to stretch it out. That's better. Now let's get this test started, he said as he jumped away. Damn, Sakura said as the three of them jumped after him. Hours later, as the sun began to go down, the landscape had completely changed, trees uprooted, craters everywhere. The trio were standing in a small clearing, breathing heavily and sweating, looking up at Naruto, who was on a branch. Come on, guys, I've barely broken a sweat, Naruto teased, but it was obvious he was sweating pretty good. Well, I guess I only go one option, Ino said as she formed her family hand sign for body possession. No, Ino-chan, stop. Naruto tried to order, but it was too late. Mind-body switch, she called out as her body went limp. Inside Naruto's mindscape, Ino found herself in the middle of a sewer with a massive gate with a piece of paper on the lock that said seal. What is this place? Ino said, looking around. Oh, what do we have here? Came a deep and menacing voice from behind the bars. A little vixen that got lost in a place she shouldn't be. Who's there? Ino asked, getting a stroke of fear to pass through her. Oh, just little Oelme, came the voice again as a giant pair of eyes and a massive fox-like grin appeared from behind the bars of the gate. Who are you? Ino asked as the body of the fox appeared around the eyes and mouth. You're the nine-tailed fox. How perceptive, the fox said in a mocking tone as orange chakra began to seep out of the gate and surround her and slowly began to engulf her. No, Ino cried as she felt the evil and corruption of the fox's chakra begin to take over her. But just then she felt someone grab her and pull her away from the gate. Damn, Brett, I was having fun with my new plaything, the fox said. I won't let you harm any of my friends, Naruto said as Ino looked up and found herself in his arms. He looked down at her and said, Let's get you out of here. Back out in the real world, Naruto stumbled a little on the tree branch as Ino began to scream and thrash about. Ino, what's wrong? Sakura asked as she bent down to check her friend. Stay back, Naruto demanded as he jumped to her side, hand pulled Sakura away, and she gave him a look of shock that he was holding her away from her friend who needed help. Why? Sakura demanded. She came into contact with the fox while in my head, Naruto said as he went through some hand signs, and has been corrupted, he said as her eyes shot open to reveal them to be red and slit. Once this happened, Naruto finished his hand signs and chains ripped out of his back and dug themselves into Ino, holding her down. Slowly Ino began to calm down, and she stopped moving, and she was finally completely still. There, you can treat her now, Naruto said as he retracted the chains from her and back into himself, and Sakura jumped down and began checking over her. You nearly drained her of all of her chakra, Sakura said. Be happy I didn't have to drain it all, Naruto shot back. What the hell happened? Kiba asked, nearly shouting. I am the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, Naruto said. Jinchuri what? Kiba asked in confusion. I have the nine-tailed fox sealed inside of me, Naruto spat. When she entered my mind, she ran into him, and he transferred some of his chakra to her. So I had to drain all the demonic energy that was transferred to her back into me, because his chakra has the nasty habit of fusing with the host's chakra, and they become one. My body is used to it, and can control it, so I don't go berserk and transform as she began to. Naruto said as he closed his eyes and reopened them to reveal the Diamond Fox eyes. And I have slight control of it. But since her body isn't used to it, she can't. But fortunately, I was able to draw most of it out. If I hadn't, it would have torn her body apart and killed her. What do you mean most of it? Sakura asked. As I said, most. She will always now have a small amount in her, but it isn't significant enough to affect her, hopefully. Naruto said as Ino began to stir. What happened? Ino asked, looking around. You looked the devil in the face and blinked. Naruto said as he took a knee. All right, you guys head home. Be back here tomorrow, same time for some real training. I'll take Ino back, he said as he scooped her up bridal style. Damned, why can't he carry us like that? Inner wind. Oh, shut up. Sakura shot at her inner self, but I am a little jealous. At that, they all headed out. Naruto quickly made his way to Ino's house, where he knocked on the door and waited. Please be Inoichi, he begged to himself as the door opened, and Inoichi answered the door to find Naruto standing there holding his sleeping daughter bridal style. You better have a good explanation, Inoichi said, crossing his arms. Well, you know of the new training she signed up for, correct? Naruto asked. Yes, Inoichi replied. Well, during my evaluation of them, she tried to enter my mind and came across the guard dog. Naruto said, getting a look of shock and fear from her father. Don't worry, I stopped it pretty quickly, but some chakra did transfer over and I drained it out. However, she may still have a little bit still in her. Nothing to be worried about, though. At least she isn't in any danger. Inoichi sighed in relief. I'm just relieved you answered and not your wife. Naruto sighed. You seem to be a bit more understanding of my situation. Well, she is off at her mother's tonight. Also, I am a ninja and know that not everything is what it may appear, unlike my wife. But deep down, she is a good person, Inoichi said with a smile. But still, I don't think we should tell her about this, Naruto said. Oh hell no, she would be up at the Hokage's office trying to get Ino out of the ninja corps by morning, Inoichi said, but you can take her up to her room. All right, Naruto said as he walked up the stairs and into Ino's room. You can wake up, you know, Naruto said. Oh, but why, it's nice and cozy right here, Ino said as she snuggled into his chest. He then just dropped her on her bed ungraciously. Get some sleep, I'll give you tomorrow off. If you still want to be part of the ENBU, come back after tomorrow, Naruto said as he began to turn away. Oh, Naruto-kun, Ino whined as she sat up on the edge of the bed. I remember when you used to be all fun, now you're just all serious, she said as he turned back to see her pulling down the zipper for her top. Ino-chan, what are you doing? Naruto asked as she had her zipper halfway down and reached up, grabbed the front of his shirt, and pulled him down on her and kissed him. Naruto had his hand on her bed, holding himself just off of her and shocked at what was going on. Meanwhile, out the open window, a pink-haired Kunoichi watched the whole thing take place as tears began to roll down her face. Why? She asked herself, as she saw Naruto over top of Ino kissing her. She was about to turn and leave when she saw him stand up and pull away from her. What the hell? Naruto said, getting a shocked look from Sakura. Oh, what? Ino said, you don't like me? She asked seductively. No, it's not that I do find you attractive, but this isn't you, Naruto said, getting a shocked look from Sakura, who had gotten closer to the window to hear. It's the fox's chakra. I got most of it, but he is pure rage and instinct. The instinct to mate must be what is influencing you right now, Naruto said. Maybe a bit, but it is only intensifying the feelings I already have for you, Ino said as she stood up and completely unzipped her top and began to open it. Don't you have any feelings for me? She asked. At this, Naruto wrapped her in a hug, causing Sakura to gasp in shock. Of course I do, Ino-chan, he said as tears began to fill Sakura's eyes again. But I still have other feelings I'm dealing with. At this, a spark of hope light inside Sakura. Let me guess, Sakura? Ino asked. Naruto pulled her away a bit and put 2 fingers to her head and said, guess I lied about not keeping secrets from teammates. As she passed out from the low-level genjutsu, he placed on her and set her back on the bed. He leaned down and kissed her forehead and said, "Sorry, I just don't know what to feel right now. I wish I could give you an answer." He then left her house, just telling her dad to let her know she had the day off tomorrow and to be at the training area the day after. Meanwhile, Sakura had left her perch under Ino's window and laid in her own bed thinking about the conversation she had just heard. "Alright, he does have feelings for us." Ino cheered. "He said he was dealing with other feelings, not what those feelings were." Sakura corrected. "What else could they be to prevent him from giving in to Ino?" Ino asked. "I just wish I knew." Sakura sighed as she went to sleep. The next day, Kiba and Sakura sat down in the training field thinking of the previous night. "Hope Ino is okay," Kiba says, breaking the silence. "She is fine," Sakura says in an irritated tone, thinking about how Ino had tried seducing Naruto the night before. "Yes, she will be fine. I gave her the day off today," came Naruto's voice as they looked up to see him jump down from a tree branch. "Oh, how come she gets a day off?" Kiba asked. "Because she had to deal with the nine-tailed fox," Naruto said sternly. "Tell you what, if the fox ever tries to take over your mind, I'll give you the day off," he said in a smart-ass tone. "Fair enough," Kiba says, holding up his hands. "But how are you doing, Naruto?" Sakura asked, turning a little red from what she remembered what he said to Ino the night before. "Oh, the burden I'm supposed to carry and protect the village from. Nearly killed one of my friends. How do you think I'm doing?" he asked in an irritated tone. But once he saw the shock and guilt on Sakura's face, he let out a sigh and put his hand to his face. "Sorry, it was just something I would rather not talk about. But let's get to your guys' training." "All right, what are we going to learn?" Kiba asked excitedly. "Some awesome new fighting style?" "Not exactly," Naruto said as he held up some arm and leg weights. "You guys lack endurance and speed. You guys couldn't even get close to me." "Well, if we had the Flying Thunder God, it would be easier," Sakura shot back. "However, I never used that during that test," Naruto said. "But you had to increase your speed to an insane level for it to work," Sakura said. "Wait, I'm lost. Flying Thunder God?" Kiba asked. "Right, it's my new jutsu I learned," Naruto said as he vanished in a yellow flash and appeared behind Sakura. "Wow, that is cool. Will you teach us that?" Kiba asked. "Sorry, no, it's kind of a family jutsu," Naruto replied. "Wait, I didn't think you knew your parents?" Kiba asked. "I just found out a few years ago," Naruto said. "So who are your parents?" Kiba asked. "Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze," Naruto replied. "Namikaze? Why does that name sound familiar?" Kiba asked himself as he rubbed his chin, then it hit him. "Wait, that was the fourth Hokage," he said in surprise. "Yep, and it is an S-class secret. Not even the council knows about it, so don't say anything," Naruto said. "Hey, I never mentioned anything about you having the fox when we were kids, did I?" Kiba replied, getting a shocked look from both Naruto and Sakura. "What?" he asked them. "You knew about the fox?" Naruto asked. "Well, yeah, my mom got drunk one night and went on a rant about how I shouldn't be hanging around you because of the demon inside you, being a bad influence because of it," Kiba said. "Next morning, she didn't remember a thing." "So you knew and still wanted to be my friend?" Naruto asked, still shocked. "Of course, I hadn't seen any reason to take her seriously, and I could just blame you for getting me in trouble and get less severe punishment for it," Kiba said with a grin, causing Naruto to smile and chuckle as well. "Now that is the Kiba I know," Naruto said, still laughing. "But you seemed really shocked and confused when he said he was a Jinchuriki," Sakura said. "Well, yeah, I had never heard it called that," Kiba said. "I just heard the rant from my mom, and he always smelled like a fox, so I put two and two together later on. Anyway, we are getting sidetracked. Again, we seem to do that a lot." Naruto broke in as he tossed the weights to the two, and they caught them. "Geez, how much do these weigh?" Sakura asked. 25 each," Naruto said as they began to put them on. "So an extra 100 pounds," Kiba said. "You will wear these every day until your initiation is finished," Naruto said. "Then you can continue to wear them or take them off if you wish. I still wear mine," he said, pulling up his sleeves then his pant legs, but I got 50 on each. I only take them off for missions. Well, at least they ain't as bad as Lee's, Kiba said as he put them on. All right, now 20 laps around the village, and then we will begin the other training. Naruto said as he jumped away. Damned, is he insane? Kiba whined as he jumped after him, followed by Sakura. Later that day, Sakura and Kiba were covered in sweat and breathing heavily in the training field. All right, we will do this for 2 weeks to get you guys up to snuff. Then begin combat training. Naruto said as the two of them looked at him in shock. Damn, Naruto, are you trying to destroy us? Kiba asked. That is Captain from now on. Naruto said, changing his normal relaxed tone to a stern and authoritative one. I was slack with you guys these first 2 days to ease you guys into it, but from now on I have to be what I am going to be, and that is a captain. Now you will ask yourselves if this is just a break-off sessions. And yes, they are. We don't want people who can't hold their own. That is how missions fail and people get killed. Since our missions are normally A to S rank, we hold the safety and future of village in our hands, and no one ever knows it. So if you can't handle a little tough training, get out. But if you can keep up, come back tomorrow, and then the next day, good. But just remember, it will only get tougher from here. He finished. Good, if it was easy, it wouldn't be the elite. Kiba barked with a grin. Let's do this shit, he said, getting Naruto to smirk. Good. Meet back here tomorrow, Naruto said as they left. Later that night, Naruto made his way over to Ino's house for the second night in a row. He then knocked on the door and waited. After a few moments, the door opened, revealing the blonde girl he was there to see. Well, glad to see you're feeling better, Naruto said. God, that was a worse hangover I've ever had, Ino said, holding her head. Yeah, the fox can do that to you, Naruto replied with a smile. It's not funny, Ino scolded. Never said it was, Naruto said. Trust me, I know more than anyone how bad that guy can be. He sighed. That is why I wanted to come see how you were doing and see what you remembered about it. Not much. I remember entering your mind, then seeing the cage, and everything just turned to rage and horror after that, Ino said. Yeah, that sounds like a day with that bastard, Naruto replied. Then I remember waking up the next morning with a horrible head ache, Ino said. So you don't remember me bringing you home? Naruto asked with a slight blush. No, was there something important I missed? Ino asked. No, didn't miss anything, Naruto replied, but anyway, wanted to check on you. Oh really? Ino said with a flirtatious grin. Yep, and tell you to get ready, cause today was the last easy day. It will only get harder from here on out, Naruto replied with a grin as he turned around and walked away, leaving Ino there staring blankly at him as he jumped away. Over the next month, Sakura, Ino, and Kiba were put through the most rigorous training they had ever endured. First was the conditioning, then the hand-to-hand training. Well, glad to see you've all made it past the first month, Naruto said. You know what? Kiba tiredly cheered sarcastically. Now is the fun stuff, Naruto said as he held up a few pieces of paper and tossed them each one. Oh, this is chakra paper, Sakura piped up. Well, good to see you're still they know it all as always, Naruto said with a teasing grin, making Sakura give him an angry frown. Yes, this is chakra paper. We're going to find out your base element, he said, holding up the piece of paper, and it cut in half. Just focus your chakra into it, and it will cut for wind, crinkle for lightning, crumble for earth, burn for fire, and get soggy for water. As you can see, I have wind affinity, he says, holding up the split piece of paper. But we saw you use a lightning attack while fighting Kaku, Ino said. Right, I have wind as my base and lightning as my secondary. Most Chunin learn their base element just before taking the Jonin exam, then learn their secondary after they make Jonin, Naruto explained. Also, most people can only use 2 elements, but some people, however very few, can use more, such as Kakashi. All right, but I just have one more question about that fight you had with Kakuzu, Ino asked, getting Naruto to nod. You needed those kunai to jump between points, right? Yes, Naruto replied. Then how did you get behind him to give the final blow? Ino asked. To this he smirked. I have a seal on the handle of my sword, so when my sword was behind him, so was the seal, Naruto said. I'll make sense. Ino replied. Oh, also, how did you get to me so quickly when you first got there? You didn't have any seals in the area. That was more than one question. Naruto shot back at her. I'll ask it then, how did you get to her with no seals in the area? Sakura pipped in. Fine, I placed a seal on her back a little while ago. I can place a seal anywhere just by touching something. So I placed one on her back. Naruto said, put one on you too. He said, looking over at Sakura, who just looked at him in shock. When? Both girls shouted with shock. On our last mission, Naruto said as the two girls began to go red as they both thought of the only time he had been close enough to touch them to place the seal was in the hot springs. Now back to the matter at hand. If any of you have wind or lightning affinity, I can help with your training, but if you have anything else, we will have to find another teacher. If any of you have fire, Kakashi said, he will help out. As for water and earth, Yamato will be able to help there. He replied as they all held up their papers and focused chakra into them. Please be wind or lightning. Sakura begged herself as she watched the paper crumble to dust and blow away. Damned. Earth. Naruto says, watching it as well makes sense. Naruto says as he looks over to Ino, whose paper was soaking wet. Well, at least she isn't spending extra time with him. Sakura sighed in relief. So Kiba, what you got? Naruto called out as he said the paper burst into flames. All right, fire. Kiba said with a smile, can't wait to integrate it into my Fong over Fong. A flaming tornado will be awesome. Yeah, just don't burn yourself to a crisp or your mom will come for my hide. Naruto said. Yeah, you don't worry about me. Kiba waved him off. But this is good, we have someone in each affinity. Naruto said, now no matter what kind of opponent we run into, we will have an advantage. What do you mean? Ino asked. You see each as an advantage over another. Fire is strength by wind, but weak against water. Wind is weak against fire and strong against lightning. Lightning is weak against wind and strong against earth, which makes no goddamn sense. Earth is weak against lightning, strong against water. Water is weak against earth, still no sense, and strong against fire. So the circle is complete, but I'm pretty sure someone switched lightning and earth in the circle, but that is just me. Then there are the mixture of elemental change, ice, wood and so on, but that is Kekii janky shit. Naruto explained. Oh, alright. Ino said. Well then, who here has water or earth? Came Yamato's voice as he stepped out into the clearing. Captain Yamato, what are you doing here? I only thought A and B you could come to this training field. Sakura asked as Yamato smiled. I am an ANBU Captain. Yamato said, rolling up his sleeve revealing the ANBU tattoo. Matter of fact, I was his captain. But I thought Kakashi taught Naruto, Sakura said. I did. Came Kakashi's voice as he strolled into the clearing. Sorry for being late. There was an old lady. Save it, I told you to be here 4 hours early. Naruto said, you're right on time. Should have known. Kakashi said, you keep mixing it up on me. But anyway, yes, I did train Naruto to be ANBU, and he was put in Yamato's team. Alright, Kiba, you're with Kakashi. Ino, Sakura, you're with Yamato. Naruto said. How do we know you aren't just trying to dump them on us? Kakashi said. That is more like something you would do. Naruto said, Kiba has fire affinity, Sakura earth, Ino water. I don't have any of those affinities. He sighed, they will work with you guys every other day and with me on the other days. Once you have finished getting the basics down for your elements, you will go through the Jonin exams. Then you can take the final ANBU training, he said as they all went off to do their elemental training. The next month consisted of back and forth training between conditioning and elemental training. Once each of them had finally mastered the basics of their element, they had all met back up at the training grounds. So how do you guys feel about your elements? Naruto asked. Good. Kiba replied as he went through some hand signs and yelled Katan, fireball jutsu, and an average-sized fireball erupted from his mouth. Ladies, Naruto said looking over at the two kunoichi. Doton, earth barrier, Sakura called out as she went through her hand signs and smacked he hand on the ground, and an 8-foot wall came up. Suetun, water jet. Ino called out as she spit out a hot stream of water that put a small hole into the tree she was aiming at. Good, Naruto said as he held up 3 files. Now in 2 days you will be going to the Jonin exam. I got the paperwork here already signed off by the Hokage. All right, finally Jonin rank, Ino said with a smile. Cool. Kiba said, one more step closer to you. He said, getting Sakura to look over at Naruto. Yeah, you're already a Jonin, Sakura said. Have to be and BU, Naruto said. So when did you take the Chunin exams? Sakura asked. Same time as you, Naruto replied. What? 3 of them asked in shock. It was a special case. I had to go with a team that was from another village so no one would know I was back, Naruto said. What do you mean? Sakura asked. Flashback. Naruto stood in front Tsunade's desk. So the Chunin exams are coming up and you still don't have a team to participate with, Tsunade said to him. Seems like, Naruto replied. Well, I could always put you with Sakura and find a new member for your team, Tsunade suggested. The whole point of me joining the ANBU was for no one to know I'm back, Naruto said. I figured you'd say something like that, Tsunade sighed. So I found another team from another village that needed another member, she said as she slid a file to him. Waterfall, Naruto asked, looking over the file. Yes, apparently one of their members sent in a request without authorization and doesn't have a full team. They sent a message about the situation, Tsunade said. So I told them of your situation, and since you are in good standing after the mission involving the hero water, they agreed to accept you into the team for the exams, Tsunade said. All right, Naruto said. If it is the best way to get me up to Chunin, I guess I'll do it. It will be nice seeing Shibuki again. Good here, Tsunade said, tossing him a waterfall headband. You don't want anyone knowing you are part of the Leaf participating as another nation's ninja. You will train with them for the next month till the exams start. This will be good training for undercover work if you want to be in the ANBU. Only one rule, no permanent harm on our ninja. Understood, Naruto replied as he began to look over the file. Kakashi will escort you to the hidden waterfall village tomorrow, Tsunade said. After 2 days of travel, Naruto and Kakashi reached the hidden waterfall village. The pair walked up to the waterfall entrance, but were stopped by 2 Jonin standing guard. What business do you have, Leaf Ninja? The one asked. We are to speak to Shibuki, Kakashi said. And who is it that wishes to speak to him? The Jonin demanded. Kakashi Hitaki and Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf, Kakashi said, getting the 2 Jonin to look at them at shock, then to Naruto. As in the Naruto that saved our village during the hero water incident? The Jonin asked. That would be me, Naruto replied. Very well, this way, the Jonin said as he led them into the waterfall. Naruto and Kakashi followed the Jonin to the main office where Shibuki was waiting for them. Ah, Naruto, good to see you again, Shibuki said with a smile as they walked in. You as well, Shibuki, Naruto said as he walked up to the desk and shook his hand. So you needed an extra member for a team? Well, from what I heard, you need 2 members, don't you? Shibuki said with a grin. Yeah, Naruto said with a smirk and put his hand behind his head. Kind of why I'm here. Well, the person I'm teaming you up with can be a bit of a handful, Shibuki said. Can't be any worse than Naruto was when he was younger, Kakashi said with a smile behind his mask, getting Naruto to look over at him with annoyance. All right, Shibuki said as someone burst into the room. Ah, Shibuki, have you thought about me going to the Chunin exams? Said a bluish-green-haired girl with what looked like a large scroll on her back. Ah, who is this? She said, walking up to Naruto, looking him up and down. Want to be friends? She asked in a friendly and playful tone. This is Naruto Uzumaki. He is from the Leaf and going to participate in the exams with you. Shibuki. Wait, the girl yelled, I'm full. She said, shaking his hand vigorously. I will have 100 friends, and you will be my first, she said. F you, Shibuki shouted, getting her attention. All right, Fu said with a grin. Now, you will train with Naruto here for the 2 weeks until the Chunin exams, but when you get there you cannot let anyone know he is from the Leaf, Shibuki said. Why not? Fu asked. Because I am going to be going into ANBU and no one can know that I am. Naruto said. Then what should I call you if they all know your name? Fu asked. I'll just... Naruto began, but was cut off by Fu. I'll call you Menma. Fu said with glee. No, I hate Menma. Naruto tried to protest. Sounds pretty good to me. Kakashi said with a grin. Screw you, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said as he felt himself being dragged away. Come on, my new friend, let's go play cards, get something to eat, or go to the hot springs. Fu said in excitement as she drug him out of the building. So they have 2 members. Who will be the third? Kakashi asked. Yuro, come in, please. Shibuki said as a man with spiky black hair walked in. You will pose as a Jinin and accompany Fu to the Chunin exams. Your mission is to make sure she is protected, understood? Shibuki said. So you're sending a Jonin to the Chunin exams? Kakashi asked with suspicion. Fu is very special, and we cannot allow her to be lost. Shibuki said, we trust the leaf, but it is the others I don't. What is so special about her? Kakashi asked, getting reserved look from Shibuki. You said you trusted the leaf? All right, Shibuki sighed. Meanwhile, Naruto was being dragged around the village he had once helped save. Naruto looked around and saw the same stairs he would see back in the leaf, but instead of them being directed toward him, they were directed toward the girl dragging him around. After a short time, they came to a hot spring. Once they got there, he saw a little old lady sitting behind the desk and perked up her head. Afu-chan, how are you? The old lady said. Aba-chan, I found a friend, and we wanted to use the hot springs. Fu said with excitement. You do know this is not a mixed bath, right? The old lady said, getting Fu to look down in disappointment. Naruto just looked at her disappointment and let out a sigh. I may have a way around that. Naruto said, getting the 2 women to look at him, as long as she is all right with it. He sighed, gesturing toward the old lady. And what is this way? The old lady asked as Naruto made a hand sign, and a puff of smoke enveloped him, and when it dissipated, a female Naruto stood in front of them. Well, since this is the first time Fu-chan has brought a friend here, so I'll let it slide as long as you stay in that form. The old lady said, and not stare too much at the other occupants. No problem, Naruto said as he was once again being dragged down the hall. Oh yeah, I get to have a bath with my new friend, Fu said in excitement. Have fun, you two, the old lady said as they disappeared into the changing room. Once they entered the actual hot spring area, there were about 5 women there, but once they looked up and saw who was coming in, they all stood up and left. Naruto could catch curses and demon uttered under their breath as they walked past them. This didn't seem to bother Fu much. She just went to the spring and got in. Come on in, the water is great, Fu said happily as Naruto walked over to her and got in as well. So I'm guessing you're not well liked here, are you? Naruto asked. What makes you say that? Fu asked, trying to hide her concern. Because I saw the looks on the villagers' faces as we came here and heard what they said as they walked by, and I know why they don't like you, Naruto said as a look of shock and fear shot across her face. I know, because it is the same reason my village hates me, he said, getting a look of shock from Fu. You're a Jinchuriki, aren't you? At this, a look of absolute fear shot across her face. Please still be my friend. I know I may have a demon in me, but it isn't who I am, she begged as she jumped at Naruto and hugged him. Calm down. Didn't you hear me? I said it is the same reason my village hates me, Naruto said as a look of realization came over her face, and Naruto closed his eyes and opened them, revealing red slit demonic eyes. I have the 9-tailed fox in me. Oh really? Fu said excitedly. It's so nice meeting someone like me. Now we can be friends forever, she said excitedly as she hugged him again. All right, let's train hard together to pass this exam, Naruto said as Fu got back and shook her head in excitement. It had been 2 weeks since Naruto had gone to the waterfall, and he was once again standing outside the gates of Leaf Village. However, instead of his usual orange, he was wearing black cargo pants, an unzipped black combat jacket with the hood pulled up, and a black undershirt on underneath it. He also had a mask over his lower face and his old goggles from when he was in the academy over his eyes. with the waterfall headband attached to the right shoulder of his jacket. The trio of him, Fu, and Yoro walked in and handed their invitations for the exam to the two at the gate, and they walked in and headed to the area of the first exam. "Oh wow, your village is so big, Naruto," Fu said. "Hey, don't call me that while we are here, remember?" Naruto scolded her. "Right, sorry." She apologized, lowering her head. "It's just this is my first time to a large village, and it's just so cool." "Yeah, well, let's get to the exam room," Naruto said as they headed toward where everyone was gathered waiting to get into the building. Naruto scanned the area and saw all the old teams, but saw Sakura with Ino and Choji. She must have joined with them to participate in the exam. He thought to himself, "Hey, you thought you'd have these exams without me?" Came a voice he recognized and looked over to see himself running toward them. "Naruto." He heard Sakura call over to the fake him. "Yeah, I heard they were having the exams, so I got back here to participate," the fake Naruto said as Neji walked up and hit a few chakra points on him, and the fake him fell to the ground and turned into Konohamaru. "Damned Konohamaru," Neji said, but Naruto didn't catch the rest of it because his group was heading into the building. The three of them walked up to a desk that had 3 sticks in it, and they each pulled one out. When Naruto looked at his number, it said 3. "All right, go to the rooms you were assigned," the man at the desk said. They all split up and went to their own rooms. Naruto entered his room, and once he looked around, he saw a certain pink-haired kunoichi he was not too excited to see. He also saw Kiba as well. "I should have all the rooms I had to get stuck in has to have the one person who could out me for who I am with just a whiff." Naruto sighed to himself as he went to the desk that was furthest away from the dog ninja. As he went to sit down, the doors slammed shut, and the screen at the front of the room turned on, and Shikamaru appeared on the screen. "All right, everyone, please grab a test sheet and take a seat," Shikamaru said. As everyone was getting in line, Naruto got stuck in front of Kiba. "Hey man, have we met before?" Kiba asked, tapping Naruto on the shoulder. "Not unless you've been to Waterfall," Naruto said, gruffly shrugging him off. "Nah, you smell familiar," Kiba said. "Sorry, I don't swing that way," Naruto said. "What?" Kiba said, befuddled. "Wow, that is not what." "Hey, I don't judge," Naruto said as he took a paper. "Just don't hit on me," he added as he walked over to his chair and looked over the paper, leaving Kiba there stunned and confused at what had just happened. "Okay, what is up, Shikamaru?" Naruto asked himself. "These are even easy enough for me to get. What are you playing at? And what is up with only 3 questions and the grading on them equal 120? You will each answer only 1 question, and the score will be graded along with your teams. If your score is above 100, you will be disqualified," Shikamaru said, "and then we will take the average of the remaining teams, and any team below that will be disqualified. You have 30 minutes starting now," he said as his image vanished and countdown timer appeared. "Ah, you clever little asshole," Naruto sighed to himself. "Now how am I going to contact the others?" He watched as Sakura stood up and began writing out each of the different combinations that each team could get. "This would be so much easier if Naruto was on my team," Sakura sighed. "Why is that?" Kiba asked. "Oh, now she wishes I was still here," Naruto sighed. "Yeah, he wouldn't get any of the questions right," Sakura replied. "Well, fuck you too, Sakura," Naruto sighed to himself. "Oh, I'm sure he could at least come up with the 30.1. Kiba tried to defend him. "Definitely not," Sakura stated flatly. "Well, thanks for the effort, Kiba," Naruto sighed to himself. Just then Naruto began to hear a new voice. "You guys listen up," came Fu's voice. "Well, don't know how, but I'm glad she can." Naruto sighed in relief. "Me and Naruto will take the 30-pointers, and Yoro, you take the 40-pointer," Fu said. "Cool, got it," Naruto said to himself as he wrote down his answer, then kicked his feet up on the table and leaned back. After a short, while there were sudden 4 bangs from the next room, Naruto looked back to where it came from, and everyone started talking about it being from the other room. "Everyone flip over your sheets." Shikamaru's voice came over the speakers as everyone did as they were told. "Now on to the second part of the exam." "You cheeky bastard," Naruto shook his head. Your team is on a mission and we're compromised, and one of you must stay back to hold them off so the rest of the team can make it back, but that person will face certain death. Shikamaru said, "Who will it be? Write your answers on the back of your sheet for you to pass. Everyone must have the same name. And the person who is sacrificed will be considered dead and eliminated from the rest of the exams. You have 3 minutes begin." "Oh, you are one hell of a sadist," Shikamaru Naruto sighed. "I can't imagine sacrificing either of you," came Fu's voice. "It's a trick. We can't choose anyone. It's not the Leaf way to sacrifice each other." Naruto sighed as he set down his pencil and didn't write anything. "Too bad she can't hear us." After the time ran out, they all turned in their own papers. After a few minutes, a few names got called out. "All right, the people I called out, you stay here. You are dead. Everyone else follow me." Everyone walked out and saw their teammates. "Ho," came Fu's voice. "You didn't sacrifice me. I'm so happy, but too bad we won't be going any further," she said with a sulk. "I wouldn't give up too quickly," Naruto replied as Shikamaru stood up on a stand. "Congratulations on those of you who have passed the first exam," Shikamaru said. "We passed," Fu asked in shock. Of course the Leaf would never even consider sacrificing a comrade, Naruto said as Temari walked up next to Shikamaru. "I'm Temari of the Sand, and I will be in charge of the second exam. Too many teams have passed, and we must narrow it down even further," Temari said. "The second round will be team battle, so any team missing a member will be disqualified. Now the second round will be held in the hidden sand, and we will be meeting at the Demon Desert checkpoint. Guys, start edging toward the exit," Naruto whispered as they began to follow him. "The first 30 will be accepted. Anyone after that will be disqualified. As in round 1, there is no fighting with other teams, while en route you will have plenty of that when you get to the second round. That is all," Temari said. "Go, go," Naruto whispered as the three of them quietly left and, once out of sight, bolted toward the village gates. After 2.5 days of hard running, Naruto, Fu, and Yoro finally made it to the checkpoint. "This place is hot," Fu said out of breath. "Well, it is the desert," Naruto replied. "Congratulations on being the first team to arrive," a member of the Sand said as he came out of the outpost. "You made it in record time," he said with shock. "Please come rest up and wait for the rest of the participants in the shade," he said, leading them over to a shaded-off porch. The three of them went and sat down in the shade, and after a few hours, Niji, Lee, and Tin showed up, followed by the rest of the participants that made it on time. "Welcome," came Kankuro's voice as he stepped out of the outpost. "You remaining 30 teams have passed the weed-out process. Now tomorrow we will begin the second round, but for now come and get a room, rest, and eat up," Kankuro said, looking out on the remaining teams. "You'll need it." Naruto and his team found their rooms and got settled in till it was time to eat. Naruto walked out of his room to find Yoro standing in front of Fu's room with chains on the door as it was being pounded on. "Hey, why not let her get some food?" Naruto asked. "Because we can't risk someone find out about her condition," Yoro said, getting Naruto to become irritated. "I'll go down with her," Naruto offered. "No offense, I respect you as a ninja, but this is about our village, and even if you are posing as one of our ninja, you're not, so let me do my job," Yoro said, getting him to get even more irritated. "Fine, I'm heading down for some food," Naruto said as he turned and walked away and headed down to the dining area. Naruto walked into the dining area and saw everyone sitting at tables with a buffet-style table in the center of the room. Naruto looked around at everyone giving each other the stink eye. He just shrugged and went straight to the food table and grabbed 2 plates of food. After Naruto got his dinner, he looked around and saw a massive sweaty blob of a man began walking toward the buffet table. "Damn, good thing I got my food when I don't want him sweating all over it." Naruto sighed as all the hidden leaf jumped and pushed the man away, causing his sweat to fly toward food. Quickly, Niji performed his rotational attack, preventing the sweat from hitting the food, but in doing so knocked the food over without realizing it. "Yep, glad I grabbed my food when I did," he sighed as everyone started to argue with the leaf. Just then Kiba made a comment about Gaara and a fight broke out. Naruto simply sidestepped most of the attacks as he made his way to the far end of the room and finished his dinner while everyone brawled it out. Alright, better have some fun too. Naruto said to himself as he finished his dinner and tossed the plate aside while setting the second one to the side and got into a fighting stance. Out of nowhere, there was a loud explosion. A second later, a window smashed in and a bluish-green-haired girl came through the window. TADH. Fu shouted in excitement. So the party has already started? She said excitedly. Who are you? Ten asked. I'm Fu from the Hidden Waterfall. Fu introduced herself. I came to the Chunin exams to make 100 friends. So what is the plan for after dinner? Cards, musical chairs, or how about we all take a bath together? Fu said with a smile. What's up with you? Kiba asked in confusion. Well, so much for dinner. Choji sighed as he began to walk away, as well as everyone else. Hey, don't go, guys. Fu cried, come and play with me. Calm down, Naruto called out and pushed a plate of food into her hands. Thanks, Fu said with a smile, but how did you know I would make it out of my room? Simple, we are too much alike, and that room would never hold me, Naruto said with a grin as she began to eat. The two of them sat there and ate the dinner. Oh, why won't anyone be my friend? Fu asked Naruto. Hey, I'm your friend, Naruto asked. Well, yeah, but I was hoping to make 100 friends, Fu said. Well, it will take time to make that many friends, Naruto said, so just calm down and enjoy the exams. Yeah, I guess you're right, Fu said with a smile, as all of a sudden there was a scream from outside. That is Choji, Naruto said as he shot up and looked out the broken window. Don't tell me someone is out there, came the voice of a sand kunoichi with brown hair. What is out there? Naruto asked. Giant scorpions come out at night this time of year, the kunoichi said. You have things like that here? Fu said in excitement as she jumped out the window she had come through earlier. Damn Fu, Naruto yelled as he followed her. Naruto landed in front of the massive beast and looked up to see Ino, Sakura, and Choji in the claws of the giant scorpion and Fu standing on its head having a great time. Damn Fu, just finish it, Naruto yelled as he went through hand signs getting ready to use a jutsu. Oh fine, Fu sighed in disappointment as she slammed a kunai into the scorpion's head, killing it. You guys alright? Naruto asked Sakura and the rest of the team as everyone else came running out. Yeah, Sakura said as she looked up at the waterfall ninja who had his hood-up goggles and a mask on. Do I know you? She asked looking at him. Doubt it, Naruto said, suppressing his anger. Just then the sand kunoichi that had talked to Naruto and Fu earlier came over. You alright? She asked. Oh yeah, Sakura said. Let me see that, the sand kunoichi said as she began healing Sakura's shoulder. Naruto took that opportunity to slip away and stand next to Yoro, who was staring up at Fu, who was celebrating on the giant scorpion's back. The next day, the team stood at their release point into the demon desert. Just then, they heard the buzzer to enter the desert. All right, so we have Earth Scroll, Naruto said as he looks at Scroll and puts it into his pouch. And we only have 72 hours to do it in. It had already been a day and a half since they began the second match, and had easily taken a scroll from a rival team, but it was an earth scroll like they already had. Now all they could see was a massive sandstorm coming toward them. Quickly, let's make it to that outcropping of rocks, Naruto called out as he pointed toward a large rock formation, and they headed in that direction. They had almost made it to the rocks when Fu perked up her head and flew off. Damn Fu, where are you going? Naruto yelled. Someone is in trouble, I'll be right back, Fu called back as she vanished into the storm. Damned, Yoro cursed. All we can do is hold up for now, let the storm pass, and look for her when it clears, Naruto said. After a few hours, the wind finally died down and the storm passed. All right, let's get looking, Yoro said. Don't need to, Naruto said as he pointed up to the sky as they saw Fu coming their way. Hey guys, I just made new friends, Fu said with glee. Oh really now? Naruto said with a smile as she landed. Who was it? Some people from the sand, Fu said. One was wearing eyeliner and had love tattooed on his forehead. Fu said happily. That was an old friend of mine, Gaara. Naruto said with a smile as he patted her on the shoulder. Just then Naruto felt a surge of chakra off in the direction Fu had just come from. You feel that? Naruto asked Fu. Yeah, Fu said looking at him as she went to leave. That was Gaara. I would recognize that chakra anywhere. That was the one-tailed. Naruto said. I need to go help my friend. Fu said as she began to fly away, but something grabbed her foot and held her in place. She looked down and saw a chain wrapped around her ankle leading down to Naruto's hand. He is my friend, as well you ain't going without me. Naruto said as Fu smiled and picked him up, and they headed out toward Gaara's chakra, leaving Yoro alone. After flying for a while, Naruto and Fu began to see Gaara, who was standing with what looked like a chain attached to him, and another man sitting down playing some sort of stringed instrument. No, we have to stop him, Fu said as she headed straight toward Gaara. No, go to the other guy, Naruto yelled, but it was too late as Fu dive-bombed the chains holding Gaara. As they got close, she dropped Naruto, and he rolled to the ground as she was shocked when she grabbed a hold of the chains. Once Naruto stood up, he saw a chain coming for Fu, and one coming for him. Just before it hit him, Naruto went through some hand signs and launched his own chains out of his hands, impacting the man just as the chains hit him. Naruto then felt his chakra being drained. Damn, I can't drain his while also being drained. Naruto said this technique is defiantly high and I can just slow it down. Maybe I can slow it down even more, Fu said as a cocoon formed around them. Naruto, that is you, Gaara said looking at him in shock. Well, guess my cover is blown. Naruto sighed as he looked over at Gaara. What? Gaara asked. I'm going into ANBU and don't want anyone knowing about it, so I worked it out with Tsunade, and I am taking the exams with Waterfall. Naruto said, I would appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone about it. I understand no one from the Leaf will hear about it from me, Gaara said. Thanks. Naruto sighed. Now to figure a way out of this mess. Maybe we can call for help? Fu asked as she began to scream and call for help. You do realize no one can hear you outside this cocoon, right? Gaara asked, getting Fu to realize it and fall down. After a while, the cocoon began to open, and someone Naruto wasn't expecting came through the hole, and there stood Neji. Oh shit, Naruto sighed to himself. Kazekage-sama, Neji said looking at them. Good to see you, Neji, Gaara said. We need your help with these chains, they are draining our chakra. Right, Neji said as he looked at the chain attached to Gaara. Alright, it looks like it's attached directly to your chakra network. Maybe if I block your main chakra points it will disconnect, he said as he coated his hand in chakra and hit Gaara's main chakra point. It took him a bit of force, but he finally got it. He then moved to Fu, and once he moved to Naruto, he stopped and looked at him in shock. Is that? Neji began, but Naruto cut him off. Just leave it be, Naruto said, and don't tell anyone. Very well, I'll trust you, Neji said as he disconnected Naruto's chakra point as well. Once their chakra points were disabled, the cocoon vanished, as well as the chains Naruto had holding their opponent, and the ones holding them retracted and twisted, wrapping themselves around their master, holding him in place. Leave him alive, I wish to speak with him, Gaara called out as they restrained the assailant. He then walked over to the man as Yoro came over to his teammates, and Tintin and Lee did the same. Well, looks like we won't be passing, Lee sighed. Why is that? Fu asked. Because we have 2 heaven scrolls, Lee whined. Then maybe we can help each other out, Naruto said as he held up their 2 earth scrolls. Oh, alright, Lee said as they traded their spare for the ones they needed. Yeah, you will be my friends, right? Fu asked as she hugged Neji. Yes, fine, just let go of me, Neji said, trying to wiggle out of her grasp. We'll see you at the finish line then, Naruto said as Neji just looked at him and nodded. See you then, Neji said as they all jumped away toward the center tower. Naruto and his team made it just in time. After waiting for a little bit, Gaara appeared on the central tower balcony. Due to some internal complications, I have decided to cancel the 3rd stage, Gaara said. You have all fought bravely and strongly for your respective villages. I have sent detailed reports to each of your Kages, and they will determine your promotion. Safe travels to all of you. Well, I guess that is it. Naruto sighed. I guess so. Yoro said, we will head out in the morning after we get some rest. Me as well, Naruto said. Be sure to come visit me. Fu said to him. Of course, Naruto said as they headed into the main tower. And flashback. That was the last I had seen of them. Naruto said, from what I heard they were attacked by the Akatsuki on their way back to the waterfall. We're sorry about your friend, Sakura said. Nothing I can do for her now. Naruto said, from what I heard it was the same ones that took down Asuma-sensei, so I got some payback for it at least. I knew you smelled familiar. Kiba said. Out of that whole story, that is what you walk away with. Naruto asked, then turned to the other two. What about you two? That Neji and Gaara knew you were back. Sakura asked. Well, Neji just knew I was in the exams, he didn't know I was back. Naruto replied, then looked at Ino. How about you? You bathed with her? Ino asked. Yeah, and Naruto asked. Did you feeling anything for her when you did? Ino asked hesitantly. What? Naruto asked in shock. No, she was like a little sister or something. He said. Okay, good. Ino sighed to herself. Well, after that I took the Jonin exam a month later, then was fully accepted into the Anbu a month after that. Naruto said, now story time is over, get home, get some sleep, because your Jonin exam is in 2 days, and you'll need all the rest you can get. Right, they all said as they headed out. Naruto and his new team stood in front of Tsunade's desk. Each of the new members had a blank Anbu mask and a scroll sitting in front of them. So you've all completed the Jonin tests and are ready for your initiations into the Anbu. Tsunade said as they all nodded in confirmation. Good. Now, Naruto, you mind explaining to them the initiation process? All right, to become full-fledged members of the Anbu, you must complete a certain task. Naruto said in a stern voice. You must get a kill. What do you mean? Kiba asked. We already have our first kill. Well, I know I have anyway. He said, glancing over at his teammates. That may be true, you have kills in the heat of battle and fights, but the Anbu are more than just frontline fighters. Naruto said with a pause, looking at the realization on his team's faces. We are the darker side of the ninja corps. We take the suicide and wet work missions no one else will take. You need to eliminate a target. You mean murder? Sakura replied. That is the way the Anbu work, espionage, raids, and assassination. It isn't pretty, but it is necessary. We have prevented wars from breaking out due to our work. Hell, I've even prevented a few in the minor villages from breaking out by eliminating certain targets. Naruto explained, getting a shocked look from both Ino and Sakura. This is your final chance to walk away, no questions asked. The door is right there. He said, gesturing toward the door. Ino and Sakura looked back for a second, then back at Naruto, while Kiba just stood there not looking back at all. When I signed up I knew this would come up, just didn't expect it this soon. Kiba said. Well, we don't believe in holding your hand through things. Naruto said. So you've all checked your convictions and ready to do this? He asked as they all nodded. Good, now take your mask and scrolls, you each have a separate target to eliminate. After he said that, they each picked up their scroll and opened it and began to read. Now each of your targets are at the same town, so we will all head out right after this briefing. Naruto said, however, you cannot tell each other anything about your target. I am going to evaluate each of you on your mission. If we are doing the missions at the same time, how are you going to evaluate all of us? Kiba asked, just to get a cocked eyebrow and a sigh from Naruto as he put his hands in his signature crossed fingers, and 3 more of them appeared. Right, sorry for asking. Kiba said, shaking his head. Which one of us will the real one go with? Ino asked. None. Naruto replied, getting a shocked look from Ino and Sakura. I have my own mission to complete. He said, holding up a scroll of his own. Good, now you will take a mask, head out to the village of Hinori. You will follow Naruto to your own safe houses, fully unseal your scrolls, and commence your mission. Tsunade explained as they all grabbed a mask and put them on and put their scrolls away and left. After a day of travel, the team finally made it to the village of Hinori, and then split up to their own safe houses to complete their missions. Sakura and Naruto's clone entered the safe house. Sakura looked around the small room that only had 2 cots, a table with 2 chairs, and a pinboard on the wall. Not many frills, Sakura observed. Well, not like we are moving in or anything, Naruto replied. We are Anbu, we live off minimal frills. Right, Sakura said as she took out her scroll and unsealed it and began to read the intel. Once finished reading everything in the scroll, she set it down and shook her head. Why hasn't this person been arrested yet? She asked. She is involved human trafficking, prostitution, and that is just the beginning. Well, not every place has the law enforcement the Leaf does. And even parts of the Leaf don't have the best enforcement for that matter, Naruto said, saying the last part under his breath. So crime thrives, and organizations form to control that crime. Your target is one of the lieutenants in a larger crime ring. So my job is to locate and kill this person, Sakura asked. That is correct. Hunt this target down, and then eliminate that target, Naruto explained. So where do we start? Sakura asked. We hit up contacts and find a trail to follow, Naruto replied as he walked out the door followed by Sakura. The pair spent the rest of the day going around hitting up contacts and searching for any indication of the target, with nothing to show. They spent the next 4 days with very little to show. Geez, still nothing. Sakura sighed as she flopped onto the cot. Well, it's not all flash and wow like we think, Naruto said. Yeah, we do get the action-packed missions, but we also get the slow, methodical missions as well. Slow is right. Sakura sighed. I have had bacterial cultures move faster than this mission, she said, getting a cocked head from Naruto, getting Sakura to giggle a bit. It is a medical test to see what is making someone sick. But seeing how you don't get sick, you wouldn't know about it. I've been sick few times. One time I had spoiled milk and ate some bad solider pills that didn't go down well at all, he added with a grin. Oh, come on, that was my first try at making them, Sakura defended herself, and I was going for nutritional value, not taste. Yeah, but not very healthy if it makes you puke up whatever else you had in your stomach already, Naruto replied, then just froze for a second. Naruto, are you okay? Sakura asked as he shivered and looked back at her. Yeah, seems Kiba has already completed his objective, Naruto replied, and boy was it brutal. What, how? Sakura asked in confusion. We barely have any leads on our target. Maybe he is just better than you, Naruto said in a teasing tone. What, no? Sakura said in a defensive manner, then flinched a bit as a solemn look went across her face. Well, maybe in this line of work, I'm a medic, I'm supposed to save life, not take it. Well, this is the initiation to be an ANBU. If you want out, so be it, I'll complete your mission for you, but your target must die, Naruto replied. No, I still want in. It's just hard for me to come to terms with it. Taking a life in a fight for my own life is one thing, but to hunt someone down to kill them, that is something completely different, Sakura said. But I do want this, and if it is the only way, so be it. At least it is a horrible person I have to take out. Well, with the death of Kiba's target, things should liven up around here. We need to get back out and see what hornet nests got kicked up, Naruto said as Sakura got off the cot and stood up. And here I was hoping to get some sleep tonight, Sakura sighed. We'll get used to, Naruto said with a smirk. You thought the hospital deprived you of sleep. That is nothing compared to this job, he said as they walked out the door and into the night once more. Meanwhile, back at the Leaf, Tsunade sat at her favorite bar drinking alone like she normally did, until someone walked up behind her and got her attention. This seat taken? Came Jiraiya's voice from beside her as he sat down. Not at all, Tsunade said with a grin as she ordered another bottle of sake, but surprised you would come anywhere near me after what I did to you. Oh, that, Jiraiya sighed, waving her off. Should have listened to the kid and not tried to pull that jutsu off in the Leaf. Kid is smarter than we give him credit for. Well, he knows when to quit while he is ahead, unlike you, Tsunade replied as she took another drink. So what you told me in the hot springs, Jiraiya began. Thought we agreed to forget that night. Tsunade cut him off. No, Jiraiya said. I have been quiet for too long about this, and as you said, I don't want any regrets about not acting on how I feel. At this, she looked at him in shock. After watching our students tiptoe around each other's obvious feelings for each other, I can't help but notice it is the same dance we have been playing. It is no example we should be setting for them. I know you are hurt from the death of Dan. I understand it is something you can never completely let go, but I can't let that get in the way of how I feel toward you. He said, getting a wide-eyed look from Tsunade. I love you, he said and slumped his shoulders as if a heavy weight had been lifted. I have since we were first put on the same team, but you were so aggravating I couldn't let myself admit it. Then you started dating Dan. Once I saw how I was about to lose you, I was nearly broken, but as long as you were happy, I was happy for you. But I couldn't be around it so. So you left and started working in the spy network. Tsunade finished with realization. Once I heard Dan died, I wanted to be there for you, but I didn't want to seem as if I was swooping in to take advantage of the situation, so I just supported you with being the normal old me, so you had something that was familiar and hadn't changed. Jiraiya explained. And then you left the village, and even though I kept tabs on you, I knew if I approached you, you would think I was only there to try to bring you back to the village, and it would only remind you of your loss. So I kept my distance, and weeks turned to months, and those turned to years. Then out of nowhere we had gotten old. Yeah, Tsunade sighed as she took another swig of her drink. But I thought I would at least tell you this before this next mission. Jiraiya sighed, getting a confused look from Tsunade. I have intel that Hanzo the Salamander is no longer in control of the Hidden Rain. What? Tsunade asked in shock. From my intel, some new players are in charge, and have been for a while, just pulling the strings from the shadows. One is a woman they call an angel, and wears a black robe with red clouds. He said, getting a shocked look from Tsunade. I knew they had pulled in some of the smaller villages, and some in the rain, but never that much in it. Tsunade said. I'm leaving tomorrow, Jiraiya said as he got up and began to head out of the bar. I have a bad feeling about this one, so I thought I might as well get that off my chest. He finished as he walked into the street. You can't go, Tsunade said as she came after him, down the street. I order you as the Hokage not to go. Send someone else, she said with tears beginning to run down her face. Sorry, I'm the spy master. I can ignore an order from the Hokage if it is in the best interest of the village. I'm the only one that has a chance at this mission being a success, Jiraiya said as he turned to leave. That was when he felt something latch onto his back. Then do it for me, Tsunade said. I have already lost too many loved ones for the village. I can't lose you too, she said as he turned around in her arms and she looked up at him. That's right, I love you, you big perverted baka. This caught him off guard as she stood up straight and kissed him. He was at first shocked, then leaned into it and kissed her back. The next morning, Tsunade woke up in her bed naked and sat up looking over to the empty side, where she was hoping to see Jiraiya from their night of passion. But all that was left of him was a note on the nightstand. I'm sorry I have to go. It's my duty to not only the village, but to Naruto to find out as much as possible about the Akatsuki, so he has the best chance of defeating them. But I'm glad we had our night of no regrets, and I hope and pray I'm wrong about all this so I can see you again. Love, the old perv. Jiraiya. Tsunade just wrapped her arms around her knees and cried into them. It had been 2 days since Kiba had completed his mission, and the underworld of the small village had been thrown into overdrive. It wasn't long till Sakura had found out that her target was going to have a meeting with the rest of the crime bosses, and this would be the best opportunity to take her out. You ready for this? Naruto asked as they were looking down from the ceiling of the meeting room. The target was sitting directly below them at a table with 2 men. One was a skinny man sitting across from her, and the other was a very muscular one sitting at the head of the table. Yes, Sakura said as she readied herself. I can't believe this. Yanto is dead. How could this happen? The female target demanded. They found him torn to shreds in one of the fighting dog cages, the skinny man said. Then if it was one of his animals that attacked him, why is there such a fuss? The female asked. Because the cage was locked from the outside, and there were no animals in that cage. The larger man said someone killed him in that gruesome manner, then placed his body in the cage as a sign. Got what he deserved. The skinny man said, never was for that animal fighting ring anyway. It was a lucrative business for us. The large man said. Just then 2 figures descended upon his 2 companions as blood sprayed around the room. The image of 2 women with swords descending and stabbing through the base of the necks of his people filled his vision. "Aw shit," the larger man said as he jumped up and ran toward the exit but found a sword in his own gut. He looked up to see the face of a fox Anbu standing in front of him with his sword in his gut. Damn, didn't think they would send the fox after me. I'm honored such a low-level crime lord knows of me, Naruto said as he whipped the sword out of the man's gut and sliced off his head. He snapped the blood off his sword and put it back in the sheath on his back, followed by the other 2 Yanbu. Good job you two, now let's head out. The 3 of them left the small village and headed back toward the Leaf Village. Along the way they came to an old outpost where they entered and found Kiba waiting for them in a small meeting room. What took you guys? Kiba asked as he got off the couch as the 3 newcomers took off their masks. Well, sorry we couldn't locate our targets as fast as you. Ino spat. Don't worry about it. The mission went exactly as planned, Naruto said, getting a confused look from the other members of the group. I knew Kiba would find and kill his target first. That would scare your targets into setting up a meet with their boss and pull my target out into the open. How did you know I would find mine first? Kiba asked. Because I picked each of your targets for you guys, specifically the animal fighter for you. I knew you would talk to the dogs to locate the fighting rings and easily locate the target, he said. Makes sense, Kiba said, looking at it. Well, that is what a captain has to do, see his team members' strengths and use them appropriately. Like I knew Ino was the right person to go after the drug dealer since she knows which plants would be used to make the drugs, so she could find her target that way. Sakura for the human trafficker simply because she was the one I was most worried about passing this test. Naruto explained. What do you mean I was least likely to pass this test? Sakura demanded. Kiba is a fighter and already has more kills under his belt than the 2 of you combined, so I didn't see a problem with him completing this job. Ino knew she had to do this to get anywhere in the interrogation department, so she has had more time to mentally prepare herself for stuff like this. As for you, you said it yourself, you save lives, not take them, so it would be harder for you to take a life unless you had a good reason, and I figured human trafficking and prostitution would give you enough reason to do so. Naruto explained, getting a look of realization Sakura's face. Alright, I understand, Sakura said, lowering her head. It doesn't make you weak, Naruto said, almost reading her mind. We need people in the ENBU like that who are hesitant to take life, to keep the rest of us from going too far and losing our own humanity, he said, getting a look of hope from the pinkette. Right, Sakura said. Now for your masks, Naruto said as he laid out a scroll. The first mask to be revealed was a wolf mask and handed it to Kiba. The wolf, I shouldn't need to say why. Not at all, Kiba said as he put on the mask. The next scroll he pulled out was a bear mask that he handed to Sakura. For that absurd amount of strength and quick temper, Naruto said as she took it from him and put it on her face. The final mask he took out was a mouse, and the mouse for the one that can run around the maze known as the mind and still find what she needs. Oh, Ino said as she took the mask. You're disappointed in your mask? Naruto asked. I don't know, I was hoping for something a bit cuter, Ino said. It was either this or the pig mask, Naruto said as he put his own mask on with a smirk. This works just fine, Ino replied, flustered as she put the mask on. I don't know, should have gone with that one, Sakura teased. Alright, one last thing before you're full-fledged members, Naruto said as he pulled out a small brush, the Yanbu seal. Kiba, you first, Naruto said as Kiba stepped up to him and painted the seal on Kiba's right bicep, then went through some hand seals, and it began to burn as it set itself into the skin. After a short while, the other 2 had the seal as well. Good, now you are full-fledged members of the ANBU. Welcome to the elite, Naruto said. From here on, your missions will be the top class and the most difficult our village takes on. Now let's get to the village to report your success and acceptance into the ANBU. he said as they left and headed to the village. Naruto and his team entered the Hokage's office to find her in her chair, turned away from the rest of the room. Lady Hokage, we have completed our mission, and these three have passed their final test into the ANBU. Naruto said as he placed the report on her desk, but she didn't move. That was when an older-looking green toad came out from the shadows and hopped onto the desk. Fukasaku-sama, Naruto said in surprise, what are you doing here? Naruto, boy, please remove your mask for me. Fukasaku said as Naruto did that, and placed it on his belt, as did the rest of his team. What's wrong? Naruto asked, fearing the worst. Jiraiya boy was killed in action the other day. Fukasaku said, getting shocked look from everyone in the room. What, how? Naruto demanded, slamming his fist on the desk as his eyes became demonic. He went to the Hidden Rain village, and there the one known as Pain, leader of the Akatsuki, fought and killed him. Fukasaku said. What? Naruto said, unable to control his rage, looking at the back of Tsunade's chair. I told you not to send anyone after them without me, he yelled as he threw the desk across the room, as if it were nothing, getting a shocked look from the rest of his team as papers went flying everywhere. But still you sent him there without me, he said as he stomped to her chair. No, he went on his own, Tsunade said in a weak voice Sakura had never heard her master ever use. But you could have ordered him not to go, you could have stopped him, he said as he grabbed the back of her chair and swung it around to find a sight that shocked him. There sat Tsunade, the strongest woman he has ever known. Her face was puffed up and eyes red with tears streaking down her face. I ordered him as the Hokage not to go, Tsunade shouted at him as she lost all composure and let the tears flow. But he is the village spy master. If he sees it as a threat to the village, he can override my orders when it comes to things outside the village. But you could have done more. Naruto tried to shout, but lost most of his rage at seeing her state. I told him I loved him, she said, getting a shocked look from Sakura, and I gave myself to him, hoping that would be enough to keep him here. But I woke the next morning to find this, she said, holding up the note. Naruto quickly snatched it out of her hand and read it. Why? Naruto asked the absent master. Why would you go without me for backup when you knew it was a suicide mission? Now we have no intel and have lost you as well. Well, not completely. He was able to recover one of the bodies of Pain he defeated and a rain ninja, Fukasaku said as he turned around and lifted his cloak, revealing numbers on his back. He also left some sort of code. I have no idea what it means, but he said to get it to you just before he... It's his code, all right, Naruto said with a smirk. Grab, make out tactics, and first number is page number, then line, then word, and repeat till you have the message. How can you be so sure with only glancing at it? Fukasaku said. Because all his messages to me are coded like that. The first symbol represents which book and the rest as I explained, Naruto said with a half-hearted smile. It was one of his ways to get me to read his books. Very well, thank you, Naruto boy, Fukasaku said as Naruto turned to leave. You know he did love you, Naruto said as he stopped at the door. Always has, and will even in the next life. That is what he would always tell me. I am glad you finally let him know you felt the same, he said as he walked out the door. You're all dismissed, Tsunade said, waving her hand lightly. They all left except Sakura, who went over to her master and gave her a hug. I'm not leaving you here alone, Sakura said as she took a knee. No, I will be fine, Tsunade said as she wiped her tears away. But no, you have to go to Naruto. He needs you more than I do. But, Sakura protested. No, you can't end up like me and the old perv, Tsunade said, getting some of her strength back. Go to him and tell him how you feel before it's too late and you end up old and alone like I am now, she said, getting a blush to take over Sakura's face. All right, Sakura said as she left her master in the lonely office, passing Shizune in the hall, who just gave her a small nod, saying she would watch over their master. Naruto was laying in his bed staring at his ceiling, not believing that his master was gone. He then heard a knock at his door. He got up off his bed and walked to his door to find Ino standing there when he opened it. What are you doing here, Ino? Naruto asked. I'm here to see how you're holding up, Ino said as she pushed her way into his apartment. How did you get here? Naruto asked. Well, I do have the ENBU seal now, so I can get in, Ino said. No, how did you know which apartment was mine? Naruto asked. Simple, I asked Keats which one was yours, Ino said. Remind me to beat his ass next time I see him, Naruto said. He said you would say that, Ino said with a smile. Now what are you doing here? Naruto said. Like I said, to see how you're holding up. Ino repeated, you were there for me when Asuma-sensei died, so I figured I would do the same for you. Well, I just want to be left alone tonight, Naruto said as he turned away from her and began to walk back toward his bedroom. Sorry, not going to happen, Ino said. I'm here for you whether you like it or not. Why? Naruto demanded. Why do you even care? He said as he turned around in an irritated tone. How could you even ask that? Ino asked, getting in his face as he backed away a bit in shock at her proximity to him. Because I love you, she said as pressed her lips against his. At first he was shocked, but then relaxed into it and began to kiss her back. Meanwhile, outside the open door, a certain Pinkette stood there frozen in shock at the image of her teammate and best friend locked in a deep kiss. No, how can this be? Sakura asked herself as she felt her heart shatter like glass. We lost, Inner said in a broken voice. Ino beat us. We should have been more forward, Sakura said as she watched the two part lips, and she ran out of there before she was seen. Naruto slowly pulled away from the kiss and looked at the blonde who had a massive smile going across her face. Ino, I do like you, Naruto said as her face lit up, but I have feelings for someone else as well, he said as he dropped his head a bit. For Sakura? Ino asked, just to get a nod from her fellow blonde. Just give me a chance to show you how much I care for you. That is all I'm asking, she said, getting him to look up at her. All right, I guess I can give you that chance, Naruto said, getting her to light up even more. But you should get going. Don't want your dad out looking for you and twisting my mind into a 12-year-old girl's. What? Ino asked, confused. Nothing, Naruto covered, but you should get home before your parents start to worry. They don't know I'm back yet. They think I'm still on mission, Ino said. Like I said, I'm going to be here for you like you were for me, she said as she walked into his room. What have I gotten myself into? Naruto asked as he found Ino already laying down in his bed. He got in as well, and she just wrapped her arms around him, and he buried his face into her shoulder and let it all out as she held him the entire night. Ino woke up to find herself not in her own bed, but an unfamiliar room. She looked around as the night before came back to her. Right, I went to Naruto's, she said to herself as she looked down at herself to find all her clothes still on. Well, looks like we didn't have any fun, but that wasn't what last night was about, she told herself as an aroma of bacon wafted in from the other room. Her stomach growled as she hadn't had a decent meal since the beginning of their mission. Hey, if you want some breakfast, come get it, she heard Naruto's voice call from the kitchen. She got out of bed and walked toward the kitchen to find Naruto standing at the stove top with a stack of bacon on the counter and eggs in the frying pan. You can cook, Ino asked as she sat down at the small table. You shouldn't criticize the cooking of the person making you breakfast before they're done with it, Naruto said with a smirk as he tossed the eggs on a plate with a few strips of bacon. Right. She recoiled a bit as Naruto set the plate in front of her. He walked back to the stove and started making some eggs for himself as she began to eat. So you know how to cook? Why is this such a surprise? Naruto sighed as he sat down with his own plate. I've lived on my own my whole life. What, you think I lived off ramen alone? Well, seeing how you're always eating it, you kinda, Ino replied as she took a bite of bacon. Whatever. Naruto sighed as he began to eat his breakfast. Just then his breakfast exploded into a puff of smoke. Ah shit, he yelled as he fell backwards in his chair onto the ground. Once he looked up, he saw Fukasaku sitting on his plate. Damn you old toad, I was eating that. Sorry Naruto boy, Fukasaku said as he hopped off the plate. It should still be good. Never mind, I'm not hungry anymore, Naruto said as he stood up looking at his smashed breakfast. Now what do you want? Well, I need to take you back to the Mount Mayaboku, Fukasaku said, to begin your sage training. How long will it take? Naruto asked. Well, it took Jiraiya boy of 5 years. Fukasaku replied, getting a shocked look from the two teens. 5 years? Naruto asked on shock. What about here? I just made captain. Well, once you get the basics finished, you can come back and continue your training while doing that. Fukasaku said, getting a sigh of relief from the two of them. How long will that take? Naruto asked. Took Jiraiya boy a year. Fukasaku said. You'll be gone that long? Ino asked in shock. I should be able to cut it down. Took the old perv 6 months to learn the Rasengan. Took me a month. Naruto replied. Well, let's get going. We have to talk to Tsunadeheim. Fukasaku replied. All right, let me clean up breakfast, Naruto said as he took his plate and Ino's empty one and began to clean them up. Well, I should go let my parents know I'm back, Ino said as she got up and headed out the door. Naruto was now standing in front of Tsunade's desk once again. So you're going to mount Mayaboku to teach him about the sage form, Tsunade said to the toad sitting on her desk. Yes, since Jiraiya is gone, Naruto must complete his sage training, Fukasaku said. Very well, Tsunade said as she pulled out a bottle of sake and poured herself a drink. Go, I'll put your team on my security team and have Kakashi and Yamato continue their training, she said as she brought the cup to her lips, but it was snatched out of her hands. She looked to see Naruto had the cup and bottle in his hands. Hey, give me those, she demanded. No, Naruto said in a stern voice, getting Tsunade to look at him with a bit of shock at his forcefulness. He wouldn't want you to do this to yourself again. What do you mean again? Tsunade asked as she narrowed her eyes. Jiraiya told me about what happened to your fiancé Dan, Naruto said. You don't want to go there, Tsunade said as the anger resonated off of her. No, you need to hear this, Naruto said as he slammed his hands on top of the desk, leaning toward her eye to eye as his turned demonic. It destroyed him watching you destroy yourself with the drinking and gambling, and I won't watch you do it again because of him. He wouldn't want you to do that because of him. If you really cared about him, you won't dirty his memory by destroying yourself because of him, he yelled at her, getting her to give in, knowing he was right. Ready? Fukasaku asked, looking at Naruto, who just downed the entire bottle, then tossing it in the trash. Yeah, Naruto sighed as he vanished in a poof of smoke. I just hope they don't end up like me and the old perv, Tsunade sighed, just loud enough for Fukasaku to hear. And who would that be? Fukasaku asked. Naruto and Sakura. They have been heading down the same path me and Jiraiya took, Tsunade sighed. You talking about that girl that was eating breakfast with Naruto when I got him? Fukasaku asked, getting a shocked look and smile from Tsunade. That's good, Tsunade said with a distant smile as Fukasaku vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto found himself standing in front of a massive toad sitting on what seemed to be a type of throne, wearing a hat. You must be Lord Gamamaru, Naruto said as he bowed. It is an honor to finally meet you. You as well, Naruto boy, Gamamaru replied. Jiraiya boy talked highly of you. It saddens us all at his demise, he said as they both lowered their heads. It is a great pain to all of us, Naruto said. Yes, but on to your training, Gamamaru said, moving on from the painful topic. Fukasaku, you will be in charge of his training. Yes, Gamamaru-sama, Fukasaku said with a boy and hopped toward the door. Come, Naruto boy, we'll get you started on the first step. Got it, Naruto said as he followed the small toad. After they walked for a short while, they came to a canyon with a massive number of spiked peaks. Your first lesson is on meditation, Fukasaku said. I already know about meditation, Naruto replied. Yes, but now we will be taking it to another level, Fukasaku said as he grabbed a small rectangular stone mat, then hopped over to one of the peaks, putting the mat under him, and began to balance on a peak. You need to find balance and not move at all. Shouldn't be too hard, Naruto said. Remaining perfectly still is one of the most difficult things for a human to do, Fukasaku said. Well, I am an ANBU, and remaining perfectly still is one thing we have to know for stealth, Naruto replied. Remaining still for a few moments to keep from being seen and this is completely different," Fukasaku said. "All right." Naruto shrugged as he grabbed a slab and jumped up and landed on a peak and began to balance on it. "See," he said with a smirk, but then fell, but he was quickly caught by a slimy rope. He looked to find Fukasaku's tongue wrapped around his waist, and he was set back down where he had gotten the stone slate. "Not as easy as you think." Fukasaku smirked. "It took Jiraiya boy 3 months to complete this stage of training." "Maybe, but I got my own tricks on how to learn," Naruto said with a smirk as he grabbed a slate and made a cross-hand sign. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," he called out as 100 new Narutos appeared. "All right, you all know what to do, let's get to it," he said as they all jumped to a peak and began to balance and start meditating. Using shadow clones to learn more quickly from their experiences when they dispel," Fukasaku said, rubbing his chin. "I've heard the theory behind it, but never seen it used." "Well, most people don't have my level of chakra," Naruto said, looking out at his clones, watching some of them fall and dispel. "And you don't need to catch them either, just me," he said as he jumped up and began to balance. "You know what they say, you learn more from failure than from success," he said, and then went silent. After a week of training, using his clones, Naruto had mastered the first stage of training. Fukasaku looked out at 100 Narutos sitting on their peaks, unmoving. "Very impressive," Fukasaku said as the real Naruto jumped from his peak and landed next to the frog. "Yeah, cut the training time to near nothing," Naruto said as all his clones disappeared and he dropped in exhaustion from all the experience came back to him. "You okay, Naruto boy?" Fukasaku asked. "Yeah, just a lot to take in at once," Naruto said as he stood up straight. "Well, let's go home and get some dinner. I'm sure Mama has dinner ready and waiting for us," Fukasaku said with a smile, getting Naruto's stomach to roll over. "You don't want to keep her waiting," Naruto said with shiver. After a dinner of maggot stew and fly bread, Naruto was lying in bed thinking about the 2 girls he had back home and how he should deal with his feelings toward them. "Damned, I just don't know what to do," he sighed to himself, staring up at the ceiling above the bed. "The old toad couple let him us. I have really enjoyed those lunches I've been having with Ino, and then she was there for me when Jiraiya died. However, I've always loved Sakura. Even with what she said, I may have been mad at her about it, but deep down I knew I would eventually forgive her for it if she apologized for it, and she has, and more than made up for it." He just sighs to himself as he rolls over and goes to sleep. The next morning, Naruto was standing with Fukasaku next to a massive fountain spring. "So what now?" Naruto asked. "Now you will begin learning how to gather natural energy and use it to enter the sage form," Fukasaku said. "So what does taking this form do?" Naruto asked. "It increases all of your normal abilities exponentially," Fukasaku said as he hopped over to a massive stone toad. "Here, try to lift this," he said, getting a confused look from Naruto. "All right," Naruto said as he walked up to the statue and wrapped his arms around the massive statue best he could and lifted with all his might. And after a moment, the statue raised a few inches, but then slammed back down onto the ground. "Damn, that thing is heavy." "Wow, I am surprised you could lift it even that much," Fukasaku said as he hopped next to Naruto, "but by harnessing natural energy through sage form," he said as he hopped back over to the statue and lifted it as if it with ease. "Wow," Naruto said, getting a bit excited. "All right, what do I do?" "Well, first you have to start meditating, and I sprinkle the oil on you so you can absorb the natural energy more easily," Fukasaku replied. "All right," Naruto said as he sat down cross-legged next to the spring. Fukasaku then sprinkled the oil over him, and after a few minutes Naruto's face began to bulge and take on the characteristics of a toad. Just then something smacked him in the back of the head, sending him flying forward. "The hell was that for?" Naruto demanded as he rubbed the back of his head. "You must balance the natural energy within you, or else it will take over, and you will become a stone statue like everyone else before you that has failed," Fukasaku said, gesturing toward the other statues. "Well, don't want that." Naruto sighed as he made a bunch of shadow clones. "No, you can't use that here," Fukasaku said. "What, why not?" Naruto asked. because all the natural energy that they have collected will go to you as well, and if they get turned into a statue, it will go directly to you and turn you into one as well. Fukasaku said. But what if you dispel them before that happens? Naruto asked. Then you should be good. Fukasaku said, rubbing his chin. But only 3 clones, I can't watch any more than that. All right, Naruto said as he made 3 clones and began the meditations again. After a month of training, the second stage Naruto was getting very close to mastering it, but just couldn't fully grasp it. Damn! Naruto yelled as Fukasaku smacked him in the back of the head again. You're close, Fukasaku said, and in so quick a time it baffles me. But it seems something is holding you back. Like what? Naruto asked. To fully master sage form, you must be at peace. There must be no conflict in your heart, Fukasaku said. Even Jiraiya boy wasn't able to fully master that until his battle with pain, and it was just all of a sudden thing as well. I think I know what happened there, Naruto replied. What is that? Fukasaku said. He was conflicted about Tsunade. Naruto sighed. He has loved her forever, but never told her, and it has always eaten at him. But before he went on that mission, he confessed his feelings to her, and she accepted them. Right, Fukasaku said. Because he confessed, he was able to put the conflict to rest in his heart, and that gave him peace. Right, Naruto said. I'm sort of in the same situation. I have feelings towards 2 different girls and not quite sure what to do about it. How so? Fukasaku said. Well, first is Sakura, who I've been teammates with since I became a ninja and have loved since long before that. However, she hurt me very deeply a little while ago, but even though she did that, I still couldn't fully hate her. She has more than made up for it, and I've forgiven her for it. Then there is Ino, the girl who was at my apartment when you got me, Naruto said as Fukasaku got a look of shock as he realized he told Tsunade bad information. Before, she was more of just someone I dealt with, never really getting to know each other. But recently we have gotten to know each other pretty well, and she was there for me when Jiraiya died. She also confessed her feelings to me. I care for both of them very deeply, and I have to choose one. But it feels like I'm betraying myself if I do. And you don't want to hurt one by choosing the other, Fukasaku said, nodding his head. Well, I don't think Sakura has those types of feelings towards me, but they are best friends and I don't want to get between that, Naruto said. If what Tsunadeheim said, I think she does, Fukasaku said to himself, knowing it wasn't his place to tell him the feelings of others. Well, at this moment, how do you feel about them? Fukasaku asked. Naruto paused. I love them both. But know that is how you feel. You don't need to choose between them when it comes to feelings, Fukasaku said. What? Naruto asked, confused. One day your feelings may change, but what is your heart is telling you right now at this moment? Fukasaku asks. All right, Naruto said reluctantly as he began to meditate again, looking deep within himself. I love them both, he said to himself as an image of the 2 girls he longed for entered his mind. Yes, I do love them. He smiled to himself as he felt a feeling of enlightenment he never felt before. Naruto opened his eyes and saw the world in a whole different way. He could see further and could feel every living thing within a mile of where he was. Amazing, isn't it? Fukasaku said, looking up at the boy. Yeah, Naruto said, taking it all in. So it is finally time to move on to the finally stage of your training, Fukasaku said, getting Naruto to look down at him. Toad Sage Fighting Style Frog Kata. It had been nearly 2 months since Naruto had left for his training with the frogs, and things had been tense between the 2 female teammates he had left behind. Tsunade sat at her desk as Ino landed in front of her in her full Anbu gear, and then Sakura landed next to her. Ma'am, you called for us? Sakura said. Yes, I'm taking you 2 off Anbu statues, Tsunade said, getting a shocked look from them as they removed their masks. Why? Ino asked. Because your father has requested you in the IT department, Tsunade said. If you're going to be the interrogator for your team, you need as much experience and training as possible. Since Naruto is doing his own training, your team doesn't have any missions, so it is a perfect time for you to get this training. Understood, ma'am. Ino said. And Sakura, things in the hospital are getting a little overwhelmed and need your help. Tsunade explained. Well, looks like we'll have to wait for Naruto-kun to get back to continue our Yinbyu career. Ino sighed, getting a glare from Sakura at hearing the Kun after his name. You guess so, Sakura said with restrained annoyance as Ino turned and left. Okay, the hell is going on with you, Sakura? Tsunade asked. Nothing, Sakura replied, still agitated. Bullshit, I've been training you for the past 4 years. I can tell when something is wrong, and you're doing a horrible job hiding in it. So what is your problem with Ino? Tsunade asked, getting Sakura to sigh in defeat. All right, Sakura sighed. The night Jiraiya died, I went to go see Naruto to comfort him and tell him how I felt. Yes, Fukasaku said you were there with him having breakfast the next morning. Tsunade replied. What? She stayed the night. Sakura shouted. When I got there, I found the door open and Naruto and Ino lip-locked. But she stayed the night? She repeated as so many things went through her mind. I'm going to kill that damn toad. Tsunade spat under her breath. Well, now I know where this tension between the two has come from. You're both in love with Naruto, just like with Sasuke. No, with Sasuke it never felt like this. This feels different, I just don't know how to describe it. Sakura replied. Well, I think you need to talk to Ino about this. You guys are on the same team and need to trust each other, Tsunade said. But, Sakura began. No, if you guys get into a situation and something happens to you or you may question if there was more you could have done but didn't because of what you were holding back. Tsunade shot at her. All right, I'll talk to her, Sakura said as she left. Picked a hell of a time to quit drinking. Tsunade sighed as she opened a drawer and looked at one of Jiraiya's books, but it's not what you would have wanted. Sakura found Ino about to walk into her parents' flower shop. Hey, Ino, we have to talk? Sakura said. Yes, sure, Ino said as she walked into the shop followed by Sakura, and Ino shut and locked the door. I've been sensing the tension and agitation you've been directing toward me. What? Because you stole Naruto-kun, Sakura nearly shouted. Wait, where are you getting that from? Ino said, shocked. I walked in on you two kissing in his apartment, Sakura said. Oh, right, that. Yes, I admitted to him how I felt toward him and kissed him, sue me, Ino said. And then I just heard from Tsunade that you stayed the night, Sakura said as tears began to flow. Whoa, wait, how did she know that? Ino asked, confused. That toad that told us about Lord Jiraiya told her, thinking it was me, Sakura said as she began to blubber in anger through tears. Hey, it's all right, no, Ino began but was cut off by explosions. What was that? She shouted as they ran outside and saw a building exploding and people running around. The village is under attack, Sakura said. Yeah, obviously, Ino shouted as the building next door exploded. Get to the hospital, I'm sure they will need you. I'll go to IT and see what is going on. Right, Sakura said, composing herself. Hey, we'll talk about this more when this is over, Ino said, grabbing her by the shoulder. It's not what you think, she said as she jumped away to the IT department. Right, Ino said. I hate to admit it, but Ino is right, we need to put our problems aside and do our job. Isn't that what being a ninja is about? Right, Sakura said as she jumped toward the hospital. Once Sakura got to the hospital, the place was already packed with wounded. Hey, where can I help? Sakura asked one of the head nurses. Oh, thank God, the nurse said. Head over to the ER, they have the worst in there. Got it, Sakura said as she headed to the emergency room to find the most injured. Sakura had lost track of how long she had been in surgery and lost track of how many people she treated. She finally got a break standing in the break room grabbing a drink before she had to go back into surgery again. Jez, how bad is it out there? One of the nurses asked as she walked into the break room. It's a battle out there, that's what it is like, Sakura said. I just wish I knew more about what is going on out there. She sighed. All I got from one of the ninjas that came in was that it was a group wearing black robes with red clouds, the nurse said as Sakura's eyes bulged in shock. What? She asked as the windows exploded inward, sending shattered glass across the room as Sakura and nurse were forced to the floor. Sakura looked out the window and saw a massive crater in the middle of the village. Sakura quickly ran to the roof of the hospital and looked out at the devastation. "Damn Naruto, where are you? We need you," Sakura said as she dropped to her knees. "I need you," she said as a massive cloud appeared in the center of the crater, and she could see three massive toads in the middle of the crater. "Naruto," she said as she looked up and ran toward the crater's edge. Naruto stood on top of Gamakichi, who was standing on his father Gamabunta. Naruto looked around at the devastation that was around them. "What happened?" Naruto asked, looking around, and saw all the pains and a woman with blue hair across the crater from him, then saw Tsunade down next Gamabunta's foot. "Naruto," Tsunade yelled up to him. "That is Pain. He attacked the village," she said, looking over at Pain, who had charged, but just before he could reach her, something smashed him into the ground. Tsunade looked up and got a better look at Naruto, who was wearing his normal Anbu gear under a large black cloak with orange flames at the bottom and his sword on his back. "Well, looks like I'm late to the party," Naruto said as he looked up at Pain with yellow eyes and rectangular pupils of sage form. "He did it," Tsunade said, looking at him. "Tsunade, get out of here," Naruto said in a stern voice. "I'm not letting him take any more people I care about." "All right," Tsunade said, but pulled out a small slug. "Here, take Katsu. I'm going after that blue-haired bitch," she said as they saw said woman jump away from Pain, quickly followed by Tsunade. "Looks like it's just you and me," Naruto said. "Sorry for breaking your toy," he said, looking down at what could only be described as a robot. "Not a problem," the main Pain said as one of the Pains went through some hand signs and a massive face with a mouth opened, and the Pain he destroyed vanished from next to him and walked out of it. "You see, you can't get rid of Pain. Well, guess you're the one I have to deal with first," Naruto said, pointing at the one that brought the destroyed one back, "or else you'll just keep coming back." "But you," the main Pain said, but Naruto vanished in a flash of yellow and appeared behind the newly resurrected Pain and slammed one massive Rasengan into the robot and another into the one that resurrected the other, destroying both of them. "Well, looks like you won't bringing any of your buddies back," Naruto said as something tightly wrapped around him and he began to feel his energy being drained. "Now you will come quietly as he drains your energy, keeping you docile," Pain said. "Oh, really?" Naruto said as his sage form faded. He shut his eyes and began drawing in natural energy. After a few moments, his capture turned to stone while he entered sage mode once more. He then broke the arms holding him and swung around, smashing the rest of it. "Well, halfway done," Naruto said, cracking his neck when the female Pain went through some hand seals and performed a summoning jutsu, summoning a dog, a rhino, and a bird. The bird and dog went after the toads behind him that had been sitting back watching the show. The rhino charged him with its horn down. Naruto dug his feet into the ground and caught the horn of the massive beast and lifted the beast up, tossing it across the crater, watching it roll from its landing and vanish in a puff of smoke. Just then, two Pains attacked with black metal rods in their hands. Naruto quickly pulled out his sword and began to fight back. He then sensed one of the Pains behind him as he was holding back the female Pain. He quickly jumped up and flipped back, landing on the one coming up behind him shoulders and kicked it into the one he had been fighting. He quickly held up the hand that wasn't holding his sword and made a Rasengan that took the shape of a star and threw it at the pair who were engulfed in the torrent of an attack. Naruto landed facing the final Pain. "Well, looks like it's just you and me," he said, bringing his sword up into a fighting stance above his head. "Looks like it," Pain said as a black metal rod came out of his hand and he held it in front of him ready to fight. While Naruto was fighting Pain, Tsunade had finally cut off the runaway blue-haired woman. "Leaving the party so soon?" Tsunade asked, getting into a fighting stance. "Merely giving Pain the room. He needs to finish this without getting in the way," the woman said. "You are the ones that Jiraiya trained all those years ago, aren't you?" Tsunade said, looking at her. "Yes, I am Conan." Conan said, "Jiraiya-sensei was a good master, but he got in the way of true peace." she said as paper bombs ignited behind Tsunade, launching her forward, sending her skipping across the ground, slamming into one of the few buildings still standing. Damn, let my guard down, Tsunade said as a piece of paper attached to her forehead. Stop, I've placed a paper bomb on your head, Conan said as she walked up to her as Tsunade froze. If you move, I'll set it off. Why don't you? Tsunade asked. From your reputation, you have no problem with killing. You're right, I don't. But I will never hurt an innocent, Conan said. I haven't been innocent in a long time, Tsunade spat. It is not you that I hold back from killing, it is the child you carry, Conan said, getting Tsunade to go wide-eyed. What? Tsunade asked in shock. I can sense chakra, and I sense a child within you. By my code, I cannot harm it, Conan said, but I am willing to break my code if you follow and try to stop me. So for your child's sake, don't follow, she said as she jumped away, leaving Tsunade sitting there in shock. Naruto and Pain pushed away from each other, each holding their own weapon. Oh, what, can't use your gravity jutsu? Naruto asked as he charged and his sword locked with Pain's rod. Just waiting for it to recharge, Pain said with a smirk. Almighty push, he said as Naruto was forced to the ground. Shit, Naruto said as he hit the ground face first. He then felt something pierce his hands and quickly the rest of his body. Now you will come quietly, Pain said as he looked down at Naruto, who was pinned to the ground with the black rods. And don't think about using your flying thunder god to get out of it. Those rods seal your jutsus. Well, your intel must be off. I never go quietly anywhere, Naruto said as he struggled to get loose. Now let's, Pain said as the ground around him exploded. He jumped back to find a crater with a pinkette in the center of it. Don't lay a hand on him, Sakura said as she stood up and gave him a death glare that gave even Naruto a slight chill. Get out of here, Sakura-chan, Naruto shouted. I can't, Sakura said as she got into a fighting stance. That is an order from your captain, Naruto shouted. I've already lost too many people to this bastard. I'm not going to lose you too. And I'm not going to lose you to him, Sakura said as a tear started to fall from her eye. I don't care if you love Ino and not me. I will always be here for you no matter what happens. I will always love you, she finishes, leaving Naruto shocked as he heard her confession. Just then she was launched across the ground. Sakura, Naruto shouted as she was pulled back and thrown, then slammed down on the ground next to him. Sakura, Naruto called to her as she struggled to open her eyes. Don't leave me, Naruto began but was cut off as her eyes bulged, and he saw a black rod sticking through her back. Pain then pulled out the rod and looked down at him. You will know pain and under. No, Naruto yelled as demonic chakra enveloped him and the rods holding him down blew away. Once he stood up, he was already in the three-tailed state and going into the fourth. I'm going to kill you, he growled as his hand launched toward Pain, forcing him to jump away from Sakura. Naruto quickly followed him as he ran away from the village into the forest surrounding the village. Once the area was clear, Ino landed next to Sakura and checked her vitals to find she was still alive. Sakura, Ino said in shock and began healing her. Once it was okay, she turned her friend over and began to heal her more. What? Sakura coughed, looking up at Ino. Oh, Ino, please take of Naruto. I'm sure he will be great for you. You idiot, Ino said as tears began to fall from her face. He still loves you. What? Sakura said, getting a shocked look on her face. That is what I was going to tell you before. Ino says, when I told him I loved him, he said he did care for me, but he also cared for you as well. So you better not die on us, got it? But you slept with him? Sakura said softly. I stayed with him like you two did for me when Asuma died. Ino said with a chuckle through her tears. Nothing happened, she said, getting a look of bewilderment from the pinkette on the ground. Just like you to jump to conclusions, Ino said with a smile as she continued to heal her. Naruto chased after Pain, already in his seven-tailed state, destroying anything that got in his way. I need to end this, Pain said to himself as he jumped onto a ledge and used his gravitational jutsu to grab hold of Naruto and began to draw everything in around him. Soon Naruto was covered in a massive ball of earth. Good, that settles that. Pain says to himself, but just then a massive fox with no fur or skin erupted from the ball, and its 8 tails ripped out of the top of the ball. For a moment, Pain was worried but relaxed when he saw it was still stuck in the ball, and he merely began to add more earth to the ball, enveloping it once more. Naruto stood in his mindscape in front of the massive cage holding the 9-tailed fox. "Release me," the demon commanded, "and I will devour that puny human." Naruto walked up right next to the gate and looked at him. "No," he said, getting the fox to look at him in shock. "What? How dare you defy me? Release me at once. I'm the only one who can defeat him." The fox snarled. "No, we are the only ones that can defeat him," Naruto said, looking at the fox, who just gave him a confused look. "We tried it my way, without using your power, and that failed. We are trying it your way, but pure rage and unfocused power just got us caught again. The only way to beat him is to work together." "I will never work with a human," Fox said. "Would you rather be a slave to his will?" Naruto asked, getting the fox to recoil as if someone smacked him in the face. "Because those are the only options I see right now. You help me beat this guy, or he catches us. He kills me, ripping you out of me, and you are his little plaything. As much as you hate me and would like to see my lifeless corpse, I think you would rather not be his toy." "Very well," the fox said, sneered, knowing he was right. "Just this once we will work together." "Good. Then you can go back to your naps." Naruto smirked. "I can always recant my offer for a truce," the fox said. "And here I thought kitsunes loved jokes," Naruto asked with a smirk. "We do, but doesn't mean I want to hear one," the fox said. "However, your little seal is shredded and barely holding up. You can't return to your human form with it like this." "Maybe I can help with that," came a new voice. Naruto swung around to find his childhood hero, the fourth Hokage, standing there. "You," the fox snapped, "come here so I can devour you." "Sorry, but not the plan," Minato said. "I'm here to speak with my son," he said, turning to Naruto. "I'm so proud of you." Naruto just stood there, then punched him in the face, sending him skipping across the water on the floor. "That was for sealing this bastard in me," Naruto shouted, pointing at the fox. "Oh, this is great," the fox said with a grin. "You have any idea of the shit I had to go through because of that?" Naruto shouted as he stomped over to his father. "I deserve that," Minato said, rubbing his face where Naruto had punched him. "Damn right," Naruto said, "because you sealed him in me, I was treated as if I didn't exist, but when I was given attention it was for Demon Hunt." "You're right, you were supposed to be seen as a hero and as my child," Minato said, "but the villagers' fear blinded them to the truth. For that I'm sorry." "Damn, this would be much more satisfying if you were an ass," Naruto sighed as he grabbed him by the collar and picked him up. "But I forgive you," he sighed. "I only did it because I knew you could handle it," Minato said, "because you're my son and you're strong." "Damn, you two are making me sick," Fox interrupted the sentimental moment. "As much as I hate to agree with the fox, he is right," Minato said as he walked up to Naruto and placed his hand on Naruto's seal. "I weaved in a piece of my soul into the original seal to repair it in case you came this close to releasing it completely before you were ready. I've been watching over you this whole time, waiting. Now go and protect the village and those 2 girls," he said with a smile, getting a blush and shocked look as there was a flash. Naruto found himself standing on a massive floating ball of earth, staring down with demonic eyes at Pain. "Impossible," Pain said, looking up at Naruto, whose whisker marks were more wild and defined and his hands were now clawed. Naruto then jumped from the massive ball and smashed a crater into the ground where Pain was as he jumped away. "Now you're mine," Naruto said, holding up his clawed hand as red chakra began to envelop him and 3 tails emerged from his back. "Now you're just going back down the same path," Pain said. "Not really," Naruto said as a 4th tail emerged, but his human form was not phased. He just gave a smirk as he launched toward Pain, punching him in the face, sending him across the ground. Pain tried to run but turned only to find Naruto's foot cracking across his face, launching him across the ground again. Pain got up again, but Naruto was already next to him, and one of his tails wrapped around him, and he began to crush Pain's body. "Oh, so that is what Jiraiya meant by the real one isn't with them," Naruto said with a smile. "You're just a puppet, aren't you?" He said, looking around, and saw a massive tree that looked out of place. Naruto quickly jumped away to the large tree. "We must leave, he is on his way," Conan said to a red-haired man that was halfway enveloped by some sort of machine. "Too late," came Naruto's voice from a rip in the wall. "You know, if you're going to make a hideout, don't make it change the skyline," he said as Conan got into a fighting stance. "Conan, stand down," the man said weakly. "But Nagato," Conan said. "Stand aside, I wish to speak to him," Nagato replied as Conan stepped aside and Naruto walked up to him. "How did you know he wasn't the real me?" "Jiraiya did," Naruto said. "He sent a coded message at the end of your battle before you killed him. I deciphered it while I was training. Then I felt chakra manipulating his body when I had one of my tails around him. Jiraiya-sensei always was one of the smartest people I've ever known." Nagato sighed. "You were one of the old perv's students?" Naruto asked, a bit shocked. "Yes, both me and Conan along with Yahiko, but he died years ago," Nagato replied. "So how did you guys go so off his path of teaching?" Naruto asked. "He would never approve of what you have done. Pain is the only way for people to understand each other. Once they feel enough pain, they won't want to cause any more of it," Nagato said. "You're an idiot," Naruto sighed. "Fear is no way to live life. Pain is a natural part of life. You grow from it. I've been hurt by everyone in that village, yet I grew from it. You try to use pain to get rid of pain will never work. It will only be a never-ending circle. Nothing will change." "Then how do you suggest it changes?" Nagato asks. "Don't promote pain as the answer, but promote well-being of others," Naruto replied. "If we help each other to make this place better instead of showing them how bad it can be, it will be more effective. Leave it to me, I'll show the world how things can be without using pain." "Very well, I'll leave it in your hands," Nagato said. "Let me bestow you one final gift from one student of Jiraiya to the other," he said as he went through some hand signs, and the face that brought back the robot Pain appeared once more. It opened its mouth, and a bunch of lights shot out from it, leaving out the opening Naruto had made. "Those are all the souls I claimed in this attack," Nagato replied. "Maybe you are right, and pain isn't the way," he said as he let out a final breath. "Thank you," came Conan's voice. "He was going down a path. I didn't want to see him go down, but he—" "You loved him, didn't you?" Naruto asked. "Yes," Conan said. "Even though I didn't want him to go down it, I couldn't let him walk it alone. You'll understand once you find someone like that." "I think I already have some understanding of it," Naruto said as Conan took Nagato's body and left. Naruto turned back toward the entrance. He ripped into the tree, and he felt the fox's power leave him as he turned back to normal. "You're too soft," came the fox's voice. "Perhaps, but it was the right thing to do. This way we saved everyone lost in the village," Naruto said as he began to jump back toward the village. Naruto made it about halfway to the village before he ran into a familiar silver-haired Cyclops. "Oh hey there, Kakashi," Naruto said out of breath. "Didn't realize how far out I was." "Well, come on, you've had a rough day, not much further," Kakashi said with an eye smile as they both jumped off toward the village. "What, you expect me to carry you?" "Wouldn't hurt," Naruto replied with a smirk, as Kakashi just chuckled and jumped away, followed by Naruto. Once they got to the village gates, they were greeted by the entire village. Once they saw him, they swarmed and lifted him up and began tossing him into the air. "Let's hear it for our hero who defeated pain and saved the leaf." One villager cheered, followed by many other cheers. After a few minutes, they let him down. As he wobbly stood up, he saw Sakura being supported by Ino walk up to him. She forced herself off of Ino's support and nearly tripped into Naruto's arms. "You baka," she smiled as she grabbed his face and pulled it toward hers and kissed him. At first he was shocked, but relaxed into it and began kissing her back as his arms wrapped around her. Ino just smiled as she skipped over to them and wrapped her arms around the two of them and whispered into Sakura's ear, "Not going to let you win that easily." It had been 3 days since Pain's attack. There had been significant damage to the village, and everyone was pulling extra duty. Every Chunin and below were hard at working trying to repair the damage caused by the attack, while Jonins were either coordinating the construction or running patrols. ANBU were running constant patrols, all non-active or retired ANBU were called back. 2 ENBU were running through the treetops, one with a wolf mask, and the one in the lead had a fox mask. Naruto glanced back at his team, just making it all that more real on how thinly stretched they were. Sakura and Ino had been pulled over to the hospital while him and Kiba had been on constant patrols since the attack. He had barely had time to get some rest before the patrols began. He hadn't even had time to talk to Ino and Sakura about what he had come to terms with during his training, and then Sakura's confession to him, as well as that kiss. He thought about it, and his cheeks grew red under his mask. "Hey, I got a scent." Kiba called out as Naruto took a whiff and smelled it as well. "Right," Naruto said as he went off toward the scent. "Smells like Cloud Ninja." "How can you tell?" Kiba asked in shock. "You smell that sweet and bitter smell at the same time," Naruto asked. "Yeah," Kiba replied as a group of 3 Cloud Ninja came into view. "It is a common hair gel used over there," Naruto said as they landed in front of the group. "I knew you were lying about using that stuff, Karui," the tan man, with white-haired, said looking at the tan red-haired woman. "Oh, shut up, Omoi." Karui shot at him. "Both of you shut up." The blonde woman with the rack that almost rivaled Tsunade shot at both of them. "What is a Kumo team doing here?" Naruto demanded. "Recon team." "No," the blonde said, holding up a scroll. "We are messengers on behalf of our Kage." "Very well," Naruto said, looking at them. "We will have to search you to make sure you aren't planning an attack." "What?" Karui spat. "Very well," the blonde said, getting a shocked look from the redhead. "But Samui?" Karui asked in shock. "We would do the same if the roles were reversed." Samui sighed. "Besides, it's not like there is anything to grope." Omoi replied with a smirk to his red-headed teammate. "What was that?" Karui shouted as she punched him in the face, sending him skipping into a nearby tree. "Remind you of anyone?" Kiba chuckled under his breath to his partner. "Just not nearly as strong." Naruto sighed. "All right, Wolf, you take the smart ass, I'll take the one with the attitude," he said as he walked over to the redhead. "Don't worry, I'll be gentle," he said as he began to check her, and Kiba did the same to the man. Once they were done going over all 3 members of the Kumo team. "See, that wasn't so bad," Omoi replied. "Besides, you should have expected it since majority of ninjas are male, and there will be pat-downs." "Doesn't mean I have to like it," Karai replied. "If you are done whining," Samui said to her team, then turned to the ANBU team, "we will follow you to your leader." "Very well," Naruto said as he turned around, and the 3 Kumo ninjas followed him while Kiba took up the rear. The group made it to the outer wall of the leaf, which was still intact, while most of the damage had been toward the center of the village. They came to a small gate that had an ANBU with an owl mask. "What do we have here?" asked the ANBU. "Messengers from Kumo, here to deliver a message from the Reikage," Naruto reported. "Very well, just have them sign in," the ENBU said as everyone signed in. Once they were signed in, they headed into the village. "May I ask why you're taking us through the side instead of the front?" Samui asked. "There is still tension between our villages, especially with the Hyuga after the shit you pulled with a fake alliance," Naruto replied. "What you talking about?" Kiba asked. "Old news doesn't need to be drug up, but some of the older ones may still be upset about it," Naruto said, as well as Hinata. "But if I mention that, Kiba may flip out." Naruto thought to himself. "And how would you know about that?" Samui asked, "Little before your time." "Yeah, but I've been digging through some older records and found that," Naruto replied as they came to a large tent. Once they entered, Tsunade looked up from her paperwork. "You intercepted an enemy ninja team and bring them straight to me?" Tsunade asked in an irritated tone. "We are not enemies at this moment," Naruto replied, "and they are messengers from the Reikage." "Very well," Tsunade sighed, then looked at the messengers. Sorry, it has just been a long few days. Understandable. Samui replied as she handed over the scroll. The Reikage is called for a Kage summit to discuss the threat of the Akatsuki. And why is that? Tsunade asked. Because of current events. Samui replied, the attack on your village as well as the capture of our Jinchuriki. Took you guys a while to finally get off your ass about it since Yujito Ni was taken a few months ago. Naruto replied coldly. Yes, but now Killer Bee has been taken. Samui said, the container of the 8 tails. Oh, now that both your tailed beasts have been taken, now it's a problem. Naruto replied angrily, they are nothing more than weapons to you. He spat, but at this Kurai grabbed him by collar and slammed him into the half-built wall used to help support the tent. How dare you? Karui yelled, he was our sensei, he trained us since we were Jinin. How dare you only look at him as a demon? I don't. Naruto said as she looked into his eyes and saw the demonic red slit eyes. I see him as one of my own. He said as she let go of him in shock. Karui stuttered as she let go of him and stepped back. Lord Jiraiya told you about this threat before they began to move. You did nothing. Naruto spat. They took one of your own and still nothing. Now that they took your last one, you're all up in arms about it. Taken by one of yours. Samui replied. What do you mean? Naruto asked. In our investigation, one of your Rouge ninjas took him. Samui replied, Sasuke Uchiha. At this, Naruto got a look of shock. What? Naruto asked. From our reports, the Uchiha, along with a small team. Sumai replied, they attacked and captured B. So we are going after him and his entire group. Karui replied. He wasn't only our sensei, but also the Reikage's brother. That doesn't make any sense. Naruto replied. What doesn't make sense of it? Karui replied. One of your guys captured B and is planning on ripping out his tailed beast and killing him. Doesn't make sense because his brother was a member of that group and he hates his brother and wants him dead. Naruto replied. He would never work with him or the group he was a part of. Well, he was draped in a black cloak with red clouds. Samui replied. There must be something more. Naruto replied. And I doubt he could take the 8 tails, especially because B had full control over his bijou. When did this attack occur? 4 days ago. Samui replied. A day before the attack on us. Naruto replied, thinking. What does that have to do with anything? Karui asked. He may still be alive. Naruto replied, getting a shocked look from the Cloud Ninja. What do you mean? Samui asked. It takes them 2 to 3 days to extract a bijou. Naruto explained, maybe longer depending on the strength of the bijou, and that was when they had all their members. We have killed 4 of them, then we have an unconfirmed report of a 5th one killed. Then you tell me Sasuke is a part of them now. That means he has finally finished his vengeance and killed his brother. Only way he would ever join that group. I also doubt they trust him with the sealing process yet, and Conan has left the group as well. So that leaves only 3 members for them to use to seal him. Some freaky plant guy named Zatsu, not much known on him. Then there is Kisame, a fish-faced bastard. Then there is also a newer member named Toby. That is all we know about the remaining members. So you're saying he could still be alive? Samui asked with hope. Yes, they may have wanted to capture the both of us, so it would be quicker to extract the both of us at the same time, or at least hold us while they extract the other. Naruto replied. Well, you may stay for a few days to rest up before heading out. Tsunade said while she was looking over the scroll. Know if there is a chance he is still alive, we have to get moving. Karui replied, then turned toward Naruto. Thank you for telling us there is a chance he is all right. Right. If there is a chance he is still alive, we need to be out searching. Samui replied as they began to head out of the tent. Before you leave, tell the Reikage I will be at the summit. Tsunade replied. Yes, Hokage-sama. Samui said with a bow as her team left. You understand what this means? Tsunade said looking at Naruto. Yes, if he has joined the Akatsuki, we can't protect him anymore and have to take him down, dead or alive. Naruto sighed as he went to follow the Cloud team. Doesn't mean I have to like it. He finished as he and Kiba left. after seeing Off the Cloud team and wishing them luck on the search for Killer Bee. It was the end of Naruto and Kiba's shift once they returned to the village. Naruto walked into Ichiraku and slumped down onto a stool as Iam walked up to him. "So what can I get the hero of the leaf?" Iam teased. "Just my usual," Naruto replied as he laid his face on the counter. "5 bowls of miso pork it is," Iam replied as she called the order back to her father. "And please knock it off with the village hero thing." Naruto sighed. "You guys have known me since I was little. You're like family to me. Just treat me as you always have." "Oh, all right," Iam said, a little embarrassed. Naruto sat there till he sensed 2 familiar presences sit down on either side of him. "Naruto-kun," came Sakura's voice. "Yeah," Naruto said, not picking up his head from the counter. "Sorry, girls," came Iam's voice as a bowl was placed next to his head. "I've only seen him like this a few times. He is catatonic until he has something to eat," she said as Naruto finally caught a whiff of the ramen and shot up and began to eat. "Once he is done with that bowl, he should be fine to talk to," she said as the ramen vanished and was replaced by a fresh one. "All right, I'm good," Naruto said. "I just haven't eaten a good meal since the attack." He sighed. "Right." Ino sighed. "Now we need to talk," she said as the two of them began to blush. "Right. But can we do it somewhere a little more?" Naruto paused and looked around. "Private." "Oh, but I want to hear what your little girlfriends have to say," Iam teased as she placed another bowl in front of him. "And that is why I want to go somewhere else," Naruto replied as he inhaled the bowl. "Put a hold on those last 3 bowls." "Yes, sure," Iam said as he stood up, placed his money on the counter, and walked out followed by the 2 kunoichi. "How is the hospital?" Naruto asked. "Swamped," Sakura sighed. "They forced us out because we have been going non-stop since the attack, and we needed some rest. And I'm guessing why you guys are hunting me down on your rest time," Naruto replied as he walked into a tent. "It's about Sakura's confession during the fight." "Yais," Sakura stuttered. "We both know we have feelings for you, and you know we have them for you," Ino said, "but we don't know how you feel about us." "I actually spent a lot of time during my sage training thinking about this." Naruto sighed as he sat down on a cot as Sakura and Ino sat on the one across from him. "I've loved Sakura since we were young," he explained, getting a glow from the pinkette and a look of defeat went across the blondes. "However, Ino, you have shown me something I haven't really seen," he said, getting a look of hope on Ino's face. "You actually gave me the time of day and didn't see me as an annoyance and got to know me and let me get to know you, and now you want me to choose between the 2 of you. But I can't." He sighed, getting a look of shock from the 2 kunoichi. "What?" Sakura asked, confused. "If I choose one of you, the other will be hurt. And even if you say it isn't so, you'll despise the other while she hates herself for pushing her best friend away," Naruto explained. "So you're not going to choose either one of us so neither of us can have any closure?" Ino asked as tears began to form in her eyes. "No," Naruto said, getting a look of shock from the 2 girls. "I love you both," he said, getting a look of shock from them. "That is one of the things I realized while I was training. That love doesn't have to be contained to only one person. If things change in the future, they do, but right here, right now, I love the both of you," he said with a smile. "But if you can't accept that, all right, and I'm sorry." "No, it's just." Sakura began to comfort him. "We were expecting to come here and one of us to be broken. You should know I hate to see my friends in pain, let alone be the one to cause it," Naruto replied. "All right." Sakura sighed. "Thank you for giving us an honest answer." "What?" Naruto asked, confused. "You gave us a straight and honest answer," Sakura said. "We may not like it," Ino sighed, "but we do have to take in consideration who you are. You may have grown and gotten a bit darker," she said as he cringed a bit, "but you are still that little kid who never wants to hurt your friends and has a heart bigger than either of us can contain." "Well, I was not expecting that answer," Naruto sighed in relief. "I was expecting you to pound me into the dirt and go on a rant about male fantasies about 2 chicks." "Well, I wasn't thinking about that till now," Sakura said as a look of rage started to go across her face, But before she could make a move, Ino already got her arm around her and began to pull her out of the tent. Well, wouldn't ever think that was your purpose, Ino said as she began to drag her friend away. But we need to get some sleep and let you get some as well. One last thing, Naruto said, getting them to stop. The group that is after me, they are up to something again. Even with the loss of pain, they will be even more desperate and may go after the people I care for. So let's put off any relationships till this thing is over. We understand, they both said as they walked away, leaving him there to sleep. It had only been 12 hours since Naruto had been in Tsunade's makeshift office, and he was once again standing in front of her desk with his team. What do you need, Lady Hokage? Naruto asked. As you know, there is going to be a Kage summit about to commence to discuss the threat of the Akatsuki. Tsunade explained, mostly addressing Naruto, and I need a two-man security team. I already know I want you to head that team, so who is your pick for your second man? Ino, Naruto said without hesitation, getting a little shocked look from the group. What? Ino shouted. How dare he pick her over us? We have worked together longer, been on more missions. She continued to rant as Sakura's face began to betray herself slightly. And your reasoning behind that choice? Tsunade asked. Pretty quick choice. Actually, ever since I heard about the summit, I knew you would need a security team. I knew you would pick me for the team, so I put some thought on who I would pick. Naruto explained. Kiba is a tracker and a fighter. We don't need to track anything for a peaceful meeting, and I can deal with fighting side easy enough. We still have a lot of wounded from the attack, and since you will be gone, they are going to need Sakura more than we will. I chose Ino because of her ability to read people, and we will need that for this type of meeting. Naruto explained. Oh well. Inner side, damn your logic. I hope that is significant reasoning. Naruto replied. Very sound. Tsunade sighed. Very well, we will be leaving tomorrow for the Land of Iron, and you will go as you are, not as A and B. We want to present to them as friendly, and covering our faces doesn't say that. Yes, ma'am, Naruto said as he headed out, followed by the rest of his team. The next day, the group of 3 left for the Land of Iron. They had been on the road for the past 3 days and had just entered the Land of Iron, and were currently waking up in an inn on the border of the Land of Iron. Naruto awoke to the sound of someone vomiting in the bathroom next door because of the thin walls. He stood up and got dressed and walked to the room that Ino and Tsunade were staying in. Hey, everything good in there? Naruto called in as he heard some shuffling, and the door opened to reveal Ino standing there looking as if she had just woken up. Yawn. Yeah, it is all right, Lady Tsunade said. She just had one too many after I went to sleep last night. Ino replied. Then I guess I have to have a talk with her, Naruto said as he pushed his way into the room, getting Ino to blush as she realized she still had her sleepwear on. Also, Tsunade had just walked out of bathroom, so had one too many after Ino went to sleep? He asked in an annoyed tone. Ah, yeah, sorry about that, Tsunade replied, scratching the back of her head. Please, Kami, tell me you're lying, Naruto replied with anger.